her business that's strictly online now. But it's like it's a real sad thing when you go through a neighborhood and you see a black business being shut down or it's being forced to close down because we don't have money in our community to make sure that they stay open continuously. Um, and that's why, like I said, I like having such a conversation. And I think to a degree as well, like there needs to be kind of like a code of conduct that we ourselves should instill and continue to instill in our future generations when we're talking about supporting each other as well. So I'm gonna land there. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, thank you for that. So as someone who has, man, started at least 4, maybe 5, maybe even 6 brick and mortar businesses and a bunch of other, side hustles, quote unquote. Um, part of being an entrepreneur is failure. And you learn through failure, you grow through failure, but you can't let failure be the thing that defeats you. Um, Startups are notorious for collapsing. And probably more so in our community because we don't necessarily have the financial backing to support a startup over the first 5 years. Most people will say 2 years, but if you're going to be legitimately able to sustain a business in the startup phase, you're definitely thinking 5 to 10 years of resources. And usually, what happens is if you don't have enormous success in the first year, the second year is you just really holding on to a dream. And there's always got to be a reckoning moment and a point in time where you realize, or you just say to yourself, you know what, I've got to let go. Because oftentimes a business, for myself included, it's like a child. I've always compared my business to a child, and you're trying to grow this child and nurture it into health, ultimately wealth, and the ability for it to walk and well, crawl first, then walk, and then run. And we're up against a lot of factors that make that more difficult. You had a post, and I think I commented in that post. It was about labeling your business as a black owned business. So when I had a burger restaurant, it was in a very white area. It was a state route, 4 lane, even they had a median turn lane, so 5 lanes. And very busy, a lot of traffic, 30, 40,000 cars a day. A lot of businesses across the street from a large gas station. And you would think, man, you're like, this is the busiest place you're ever going to be. You would think you would get traffic. You put out signs, you put up different lights, you advertise in the local circular that gets mailed to everybody's houses. You have a website, you post online. You're a part of Uber Eats and Grubhub and Easy Cater, Postmates. You got all these different ways of trying to get the word out. And here's, let me put this in here right now. If you do have a restaurant, do not utilize those services. If you're not able to charge the 30% that they're going to take off of every order in order to do that, some restaurants do it, it's against their policy, but that's the only way you could actually survive. Because all you're really doing is giving these delivery services all of the profit. So you just got to be a little careful with that if you go into the restaurant business. There's a state, and there may be a couple that are getting on board with um, putting in laws to protect mom and pop businesses from the predatory nature of these delivery apps. But there were days where those were the only orders that we got. And so if you didn't deliver through that system, you wouldn't have any income coming in. There's probably a calculation where you could say it's probably better to not have anybody come into the store and not cook any food and not serve any food. But the problem with food is if you don't cook it, you're going to waste it. And especially in this type of restaurant where I was buying fresh ground beef every day, fresh vegetables every other day, fresh chicken every, so like you're gonna have a lot of spoilage, you're gonna have a lot of wasted food items, unfortunately, because nothing was frozen, everything was fresh. Um, which I do want to do another restaurant. I want to do something different, but having a drive-through, this is what I want to say about this, because there are 40,000, 30,000, 20,000 cars coming past your business every single day. Having a drive-through would have made a difference that I can't even express. It would have made an enormous difference because people don't want to get out of their cars. They're literally coming home from work, on their way to work, on their way wherever they're going. Everybody's super, 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 super busy. And what they want to be able to do is stay in their car, order their food either before they get there, order it when they get there, and have it ready in less than 5 minutes. So that's just something for anybody who's ever thinking about a restaurant. If you can, get the right location, but also get a drive-through, no matter what kind of food you're cooking. A drive-through, I think McDonald's makes half of their revenue through drive-throughs. Drive-throughs are extremely important, especially if you're in a high traffic area. The business was doing okay if I didn't have a lot of other expenses. Then I probably could have stayed there and could have survived and could have struggled and eventually got it to where, made somewhat of a living out of it. But for me, it didn't pop quick enough. So I had to sell it. I took that money, and actually that money was a part of the down deposit on the business that I'm trying to get open now, dealing with all the red tape with trying to get this business open. But that's one of those things where if you're lucky, you don't suffer a complete loss. You're able to sell the business, and even if you got to sell it for way less than you paid for it or way less than you got invested, and at least get something out of it if you possibly can. And to Miss MF Cush's story, where someone who had a business and had to sell it or had to close it, all of the businesses that I've had, I knew in advance that they weren't performing the way that I wanted them to, and I put them on the market. I advertised back then Craigslist. I would do it on Facebook today, and any other place that you can advertise a business. Matter of fact, there's Biz Buy Sell. There's a couple of these business broker websites where you can list a business or sell. So at least you get something, because your business has some value. Someone else may see an opportunity in it, and they have the money to be able to purchase it from you. So that's just some advice. If you're going to own a business, it's a 7-day-a-week thing. Whether you're open 7 days a week or not, it's still a 7-day-a-week thing that you got to monitor and take care of. And especially if it's brick and mortar, and you want to constantly be advertising. Sometimes hiring the right person can actually bring in more business. A lot of sales jobs use that as a strategy. They rotate staff often because they know if they hire somebody who has a large network of friends and associates, that those people are going to come to the business and support them. Car dealerships do it a lot. I'm sure a lot of retail places do it a lot as well. So that may be something to think about. I'm just trying to rack my mind on this business situation. Ultimately, at the end of the day, entrepreneurs are kind of birthed, in my opinion. I don't think you can make somebody into an entrepreneur. I think it's something where it's created in your youth, where you just develop this desire to be a boss, to own something. Um, and even if it's like you're cutting grass, you're painting houses, you're doing something on the side outside of work, and eventually that turns into where you got a large enough client base that you can actually go out and earn a living doing it. Um, I've had businesses where I was unemployed, and in this state, you get 6 months of unemployment. So I was able to kind of leverage the unemployment while I was starting the business. And mm, I wouldn't suggest it. I've had times where I worked and I had the business going. That's what I would suggest to anybody who's doing a startup. Keep your day job, figure out a way that you can work your business around your schedule if possible, even if that means you have to hire somebody while you're at work, someone that you can trust enough that they're not going to damage the business. And then obviously on your weekends, because again, this is if you own a business 7 days a week, so you work the weekends to save yourself on employment costs. um but you got to keep in your regular income stream, because businesses, like a child, are very expensive. They require a lot of investment. And if you don't have a regular income stream and you're feeding off of your baby, imagine that. You are a grown adult feeding off of your baby. That could actually um, cause the business to collapse a lot quicker. It can accelerate the. Um, so, but never give up. Failure is the master key to success when it comes to starting up a business. Sometimes you get lucky, some people get lucky. Most people um really struggle. uh, Most people just struggle. You have the best product, the best service, and you could still struggle because of the market. And again, because of who we are as a people. And because when I had this burger restaurant, I got negative reviews from the white population, because either they had a restaurant in the area, they intentionally came in so that they could write a negative review on Google Maps, because that's the shit that they do. They post negative comments on social media because that's the shit that they do. Um, and so it is what it is. I wouldn't give a whole lot of energy into it. I see some reviews where people have given negative reviews to businesses, and I'm someone who's critical. I can think critically and I can read through a review and I know if they actually had that experience, or if they're just writing a negative review to be spiteful for whatever reason. Um and so what I would suggest, if at all possible, do a service oriented business where you are not required to pay rent, pay utilities, pay for staffing, um, pay to replenish stock on a very frequent basis. If it's just a service industry, then really all you're paying for is your time and maybe the tools that you utilize to perform the task that you're being paid for. Um, and that's probably the true definition of what a side hustle is. But if it's, again, any of these skill sets that you can grow into an actual business and hire on staff and kind of grow it out from there, um, you avoid the cost of the rent, the utilities, the advertising, the staffing. If it's in food, again, I mean, you got to be able to turn that food over very, very quickly. Um, and if it's retail, you'll have a lot of product sitting on the shelf. And if you're not selling the product, then you're really leasing a storage locker. You kind of got to make that realization that you're just paying to store a product that you're not actually turning over. So you just got to be very realistic with yourself and not be idealistic and dream. And I got this huge dream and I'm gonna hold on to this dream. And because it gets expensive, it gets very expensive. Second piece is you got it.
Right. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. It's very invaluable. I've tried my hand at business ownership, and that's something that I'm still pursuing. I do work full time, but I have a question. Do you think that Black American business owners should really strive to actually own their own commercial space as opposed to renting? Yeah, that's my first question.
Wow. Okay. That is a great question. So here's how I want to frame that. If you are in the position to be a first-time home buyer and you can obtain a mortgage on a mixed-use property where there's a storefront on the first floor and then there's apartments above, that's a really good opportunity for you to live at the property, to have a tenant or two, and then to also have a brick and mortar business on the first level. Buying strictly commercial property is very tricky, because startups, and this is likely what you would be dealing with if your business didn't flourish the way that you intended it to. You'd probably likely be thinking, okay, well, I can lease the space out, and it's going to be to startups mostly. If you're lucky, you can get like a Metro PCS or some other cell phone company that will sign like a 10-year lease. That would be like ideal, a Subway sandwich shop or something like that. But typically, it's going to be startup after startup after startup after startup after startup. And my experience with having renters over time, you just kind of get tired of it. You get tired of flipping, renovating, and people who maybe they stay for a year or two, maybe they stay for 6 months. You still got to pay the mortgage. You may not have to carry the utilities as much, because if for whatever reason your thing didn't work out, and this is just being very realistic, you may start a business, it may not work out. That's kind of got to be a part of your calculation just right at the beginning. Like I said, if it's a mixed use thing, then you still have a place to stay. It's likely that your tenant will cover most of the mortgage, and the commercial lease will be like a bonus. If it's like 3 or 4, that's even more bonus money in the process. And you kept your day job. So it's going to be specific to the type of business as well, and the type of property that matches up with the business that you're trying to start. There's a lot of factors that go into it, but I would definitely be open to, like, when I'm thinking about moving to Delaware, it's properties that I'm excited about purchasing are mixed use properties, or it's some type of community building that was like a social club in the past, was a church in the past, was a school, and some type of business or building that would be a community asset. So because in Delaware, unfortunately, the rents are significantly higher than they are here where I'm at now. Now where I'm living now, well, where I was living before this, I was paying $500 a month to rent, which is unheard of. This is $700 a month, which is still really affordable for most of the country. But you can also find places here that are 2,000 a month or more. You know, it just depends on where you want to live at. A lot of cities don't really give you that option of, you know, leasing a place to live. Me moving to Delaware, I'm thinking go with the commercial lease or option to buy first, and hopefully have a living space within that structure, because the commercial property is very close to what it costs to rent an apartment. So you might as well go in already spending what you would spend just to live somewhere and not have any opportunity to make any income, and actually have a space where you can make an income and still live there as well. Um so yeah, you know, if you're in California, where I'm hearing, you know, $800,000 to buy a piece of property, you got a whole different calculation to make. You know, it's a total different market. And you gotta be, you really gotta, you know, you gotta know your budget and all of your expenses. I would do like a 5-year projection on expenses to know how much you have to make each week and even each day to stay in business. um a lot of times, you know, we may get a chunk of money through an inheritance or through an accident or through a lawsuit or whatever, tax return. And then we're like, okay, I'm ready to start a business, and not really set up to be financially healthy enough to actually have that business be successful. I would still say start the business. I would never tell nobody not to start the business, because you may get lucky, or you may have a network that's so large that you can sustain the business. And if it's just sustainable, that's success. If you don't have to put any money into it, that's a successful business. Um, and if you have a daytime job, you're able to deduct a lot of your expenses, you're liable to get, you know, most of your tax money back at the end of the year. Or you could change your deductions around to where they don't take as much money out of your taxes, so you have that money, you know, whenever you get your regular paychecks. um yeah, hopefully hopefully that I'm trying to think of all the different angles on that whole situation of buying commercial property. I think commercial property, just that straight commercial, is more for real estate investors than people who want to start a business. But if the situation you're in makes sense, and you have the credit and the ability to do it, because commercial real estate is very different than primary residence real estate. So you can get FDA, all these different home loan programs for primary residence, but commercial real estate, totally, like, completely different. You got to be extremely established. They want to look at tax returns. There's a whole, and sometimes I don't know if they'll give you a full 30 years on a commercial property. It may be something that's 10 years. And it may not be backed by the government, which makes them a little more difficult to get. So yeah.
Thank you. That's very helpful. May I ask one more question about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So because I find that, and it may depend on the region or market that one is in. I'm in the DMV area, and of course, it's already prohibitively expensive here to live. So, of course, the commercial properties for sale are just very high. So I was wondering, do you think one of the alternatives could be actually buying a plot of land and then actually building a commercial, maybe even if it's a small property, but at least it would be your own commercial, building or whatever built from the ground up. What do you think of that alternative option? And what would be the financing options for that? Would that be a little bit more difficult to obtain financing in that sense to build it from the ground up?
Yeah. So yes to most of those questions. But except for, because you're talking about construction loans, and those are very short term. Sometimes those might be just for like a certain amount of months. And then you're talking about putting in the plumbing, the electric. These are all red tape government delay tactics. So you got to have really good contractors that are probably going to cost an arm and a leg to do the labor, the work. They're probably going to upcharge you for the materials. So let me backtrack to this. What I know about zoning and permitting in these major cities, you're better off finding a business that is very similar to what you want to do. They're called turnkey, because literally when you buy it, you turn the key and you can open the doors. If at all possible, that's going to reduce your time of purchase to get open. And it's going to eliminate a lot of the red tape that you got to go through to get an occupancy permit to even open up the doors. Starting a massive construction project and getting all the financing in place, which is, again, I mean, you're talking about extremely critical credit review and analysis and tax revenue, probably for like the last 3 years, I would guess. And you're probably going to have some collateral to back the project as well, or some type of co-signer who has deep pockets. And you're going to be dealing with time delays in construction, time delays in the way that the city or the county or whatever government entity that oversees the permitting, if there's any food being served, you're likely dealing with some type of health department. So these are going to be specific to the industry. But I would say that is probably the hardest way to go, is to build something from the ground up. And especially if you're not the person who's in that line of work, who doesn't have the skill set or doesn't already know the people who do, who are going to essentially give you a sweetheart deal on the labor, and also on the materials. Because again, when you go to most auto mechanics, they upcharge you for the parts. When you hire a plumber that has a bunch of these fancy vans with their logos all over it, and they're paying employees an hourly wage, plus they're paying on benefits, plus they're paying their health care, plus they're paying for all the insurance. They got to make money off of everything. So they're going to make money off the time. They're going to make money off the materials. They're going to try to upsell you stuff. So the best possible scenario is this business, and this is what I was saying earlier about businesses who kind of they know that they're not going to make it and they're looking to sell. Because I bought the first bar, was a situation like that. And then the restaurant was, again, another situation like that. This bar that I'm involved in right now was supposed to have been a bar. They just never got completely through the permitting process. They never opened the doors. And this is what has caused a 3-year delay. And you definitely don't want to run into anything like that, because time is money. And you lose a year's worth of potential income, potential business, potential profit. It just kind of, for some people, they would just walk away from a situation like that. I'm a little more seasoned, and I know that this is a pretty good opportunity, so I'm kind of just slowly but surely working my way through the system. But if you're in a construction project and you get a 3-year delay, that's probably going to be enough to collapse everything, especially if you got to pay the mortgages, and you got a 5-year term on some part of the construction part of it, or whatever part of the other part of it. It'll probably cause you to go into bankruptcy. So yeah, I would try to find something that's very similar to what you want to do. Possibly they're trying to sell, they're not doing as good as they had hoped. If not, the next best option is to find a space that it does exist, that is in a really good location, a lot of foot traffic or vehicle traffic, depending on what you're selling or what your business is. And yeah, because here's sometimes what happens is you want to start a business and there's a really cheap place that's way in the middle of nowhere, or it's tucked away inside of some neighborhood, and really your only market really is the people that are like within a half a mile of your location. If you go on loopnet.com, which I look at their stuff a lot, there's a bunch of these different commercial real estate websites where they have stuff for lease and they have stuff for sale. And a lot of their brochures, they'll have a map, and they'll be where your business is at in the middle, and then they'll go a quarter of a mile, a half a mile, 2 miles, and they'll tell you how many people are in the distances, to give you an idea of essentially what the potential customer base is. Those are things that you kind of want to know in general. But again, if you're in some neighborhood and it's a very closed knit neighborhood, and people don't come from other neighborhoods into that neighborhood, you're likely going to be dealing with those people. So you got to figure out if your business is going to be successful, even though that place may only cost $500 a month to lease, but you're not going to make any money there. But the place that's across town costs $2,000 a month to lease, but you're actually going to make money there. The calculation has got to be that I'm better off being where it costs $2,000 a month to lease. Those are just some of the things that you got to think about. I like high traffic areas because you can't spend enough money to advertise to get people to come somewhere that they don't go. You just can't do it. You're not going to convince people to come somewhere that they don't go. I've spent money on advertisement over the years. And in this city, we got all these bridges, we got these tunnels, we got people don't go to other parts of the town at all. We have a few main street areas where people do come from all over the region to. And unless you got something that's really hyper specific to one neighborhood, like a pizza place, like if you have a pizza shop, yeah, you're going to be feeding that neighborhood, but you could also deliver pizzas, 2 miles out, 3, you can go as far as you want to, but some realistic radius that you could deliver pizzas to. So those are more flexible. But outside of that, if you're a service industry like a plumber or electrician, or you cut grass, then you're a little more mobile anyway. That makes sense to be just about anywhere, the cheapest place. But if it's something where people got to come there, sit down, come there, browse around, you really want to be where the traffic is. If you can manage your budget to survive 2 years minimum, but 5 years would be best. Because there's no sense in building, something from the ground up if your projections and your revenue really are not going to go 10 years. Like if you're building something from the ground up, I would really stretch that out to 10 years. Say, look, I got to be able to make this amount of money every single year for the next 10 years and grow and absorb losses, staff turnover, staff shortages. Sometimes, if you got that day job, you might have to call off from work in order to go in, or you might have to be closed on a day because your staff couldn't show up for whatever reason. There's all these things that you can control, these factors that go into it that, you want to be extremely conservative. In all your projections, be extremely conservative on the profit side and be a little more heavy on the risk side and the expense side. And in that way, if you come out where you didn't have as many expenses and you had a little more profit than you projected, then you come out on top. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. That was very helpful. I appreciate it. Thank you, Black Majority.
Absolutely. Let me do a round of everybody in the space. Thanks for coming to the space. I've seen people come in and out. Even my account, which was in here, and I was a speaker. I don't see myself in here anymore, so I know the space is doing weird things. Oddly enough, I look at the other device. It shows me still in there as a listener, but I can't see it on this screen. So, but shout out to Professor. Shout out to Body Optometrist. Shout out to I Am. The second piece is Black American Homeland, of course. DJ said he got kicked out. Came in, the app froze. Shout out to Siva. So we are having this issue here tonight. Like I said earlier, I know there's this thing going on in the middle upper North Africa. Is what we'll call it. Middle upper North Africa. And unfortunately, this could lead into a lot more things. Now, back in October, or even if you go all the way back to the beginning of the Ukraine situation, people were saying, well, this could lead into World War III. Then you had that going on for a year or so. Then you had this other conflict, which is a long-standing conflict. Then people are like, oh, well, this could lead into World War III. Well, guess what? This thing is expanding even more. And the potential for some type of conflict, greater conflict, is certainly on the table. China wants to get Taiwan. It's going to be a little complicated for the U.S. to be involved in all of these different conflicts and still meet all of its NATO alliances, NATO treaties to protect all these different satellite countries, these vassal states, if you will. It's just going to be difficult. You know what I'm saying? And Mr. Poopy Pants Biden is weak, very weak. Nobody fears him at all. He's a dementia patient, unfortunately. And because God knows, if he was in his full capacity and he had all of his facilities, who knows what this psychopath would do, to be quite honest. I'm kind of glad he's kind of like, he reminds me of that Homer Simpson meme where he floats backwards into the bushes. That's fucking the president. He's in the bushes. I swear, every time I see that fucker talk, man, he's just, to me, he's just in the fucking bushes. But yeah, we're in potentially perilous times. Not that I think war would necessarily come to our shores, but if they got to start sending our people over there, that's obviously a problem. If Russia was to get involved, and that's what I heard in that space, that Russia said if the U.S. attacks Iran, then Russia would defend Iran against the United States. That's a huge problem. That's a huge problem. And they do have some capacity to launch some counteroffensives. Russia's not as far away from America as people think. All they got to do is shoot over the North Pole. We're not that far away. It's not like it looks like on a flat map. So hopefully this liberal world order that Biden spoke about and some of those Europeans spoke about, hopefully within that there's no intentionality to drag us into a world conflict. But I do see these events playing out to accelerate whatever they want to happen in Small Hat Land. I really do. I think that some of this stuff is being manipulated and accelerated intentionally to fulfill some of these prophecies. And yeah, I mean, we're just gonna have to, keep our eyes open, keep our ears open, and pay attention to it all. Black American Homeland, what's going on? Whoop, with us? Pay attention to it. Man, there's a huge gap. Black American Homeland, what's going on? There's a massive delay. Man, I wonder if you're under the same delay here. There's a huge delay on that other device. I wonder if other people are having like a 10-second delay. Wow. There's a huge delay on that other device. I wonder if other people are having like a 10-second delay. Okay, let me see. Let me try to give Black American Homeland a co-host, see if that'll help him out. I'm a run this Steve Coakley and OJ Simpson video. It's about 10 minutes long, a little less. It says OJ Simpson with Steve Coakley breaking down the media. Someone had posted this across the timeline. I reposted it, but I didn't get a chance to actually watch it or listen to it. Steve Coakley, because today I was going to play some Steve Coakley videos. He very hyper intelligent, super analytical, and was breaking a lot of stuff down and without the internet. Like, just, I guess he, a bunch of newspapers, obviously his intelligence books, but very like current, up to date information during his time, during the timing of these videos. I got to assume these are like 90s, 80s, 90s, maybe even 70s, some of these videos. But it appears to me, after watching a few of his videos, he would have what we are doing now on Spaces in person, much like, I guess, what Dr. Umar does, where he would go from city to city. He would be at a cafe, a restaurant, a theater, a school, maybe someone's house, like basically just traveling around dispensing information with folks who were hungry for this information. And it's crazy because someone like him, if he had the internet, if he had social media, if he had Spaces, if he had YouTube Live, this guy would have been phenomenal in terms of his ability to analyze and break down information, and then get the people up to speed on a lot of these issues. So Black American Homeland, are you there? Or because I want to give you a chance to speak. Okay, not there yet. Okay, all right, we're gonna run this OJ Simpson thing. I'm gonna drop you down, bring you back up, because I know I've had that issue. Some of these Spaces, see if that'll help. Because usually when someone's not talking, they're not able to talk. So you still with us, Professor? Are you still able to speak? Professor might be jammed up too. Well, maybe Professor jammed up too. We send a Black American Homeland a co-host. All right, here we go with the O.J. Simpson, Steve Coakley, and obviously, rest in peace to O.J. Simpson, and condolences to his family. Says he was 76 years of age. There were a bunch of spaces on, the one moment in time when that became this huge thing. He's a man. He lived somewhat of a full life. He's much more than that particular moment in time, regardless of whatever happened. And I don't think that it's fair to really condense someone down into a box that is so small and so tiny that it just kind of focuses in on that one moment in time. I think that's extremely unfair, and it's kind of a shame that a lot of the reports echo back to that one moment in time and leave out everything else that he was as a man and as a person. So it's kind of dehumanizing in a way. All right, here we go. Volume up.
Well, excuse me. I guess what I'm essentially doing, I think I'm in an unusual situation, a situation that I certainly didn't plan to be in. My mother told me that in her case, the Lord Jesus Christ, in her case, or Jesus Christ, I've been told lately by, because I am studying the Quran some, that the Lord is not a word I should be using when I mention Jesus Christ. But in any event, that I'm in a situation I've been placed in a situation, and that you don't always end up doing in your life what you plan to do. Sometimes you're called to do things. At this point, I'm trying to find I think through my experiences, basically what I am able to talk on, and I think I've gotten some firsthand knowledge on, is our place, what's happening to us in this legal system, and what the media is essentially doing to us. And I'm trying to find a way to mobilize and take advantage of this unusual situation that if I'm anything, I am an attraction at this point. There's something about this perceived infamy. I just got invited to go and speak to Oxford, of all places, in England. So I'm going there next week to speak in Oxford, and I'm trying to get my thesis together, or at least get it organized, so I'll be able to best communicate the things that I think I need to communicate. And I think that quite possibly all of this obviously means something, this thing that I've gone through. I focus on the media. I see what the media has been have done to me. Obviously, I see what it's done to everyone. I've paid a lot of attention to Marlon Brando a few weeks ago, and the things that that happened with Marlon Brando, and I don't understand why nobody tried to intellectualize exactly what he was saying there. The Jewish community was able to focus on shutting him up. In 3 days, they had the man literally on his knees apologizing. Yet at the same time, we had some individuals, one a black man, who was able to make, to me, what was even more damaging racial remarks, when they talked about the jury in my case, that the minute that they saw this group of people, they knew they couldn't get a verdict. I think about my sister that's sitting right here. I think about my mother, and I think about that jury, because I saw a bunch of my sisters and mothers on that jury, and I was thinking, how could these people get away with saying that? I thought that was a slap in the face to every black person in America, that they were saying because they're black, that they can't make an informed decision, that they would let, if the evidence showed, a murderer go free. And I wondered why in the community I didn't hear, hey man, we want an apology. Right. And I realized that's because, well, in some areas we were getting that. And I realized that, I don't know, some way we haven't been able to mobilize like the Jewish community has mobilized. I see a commercial, you see it, a movie started today called The Great White Hype. Yeah. And there's a line that he says that when I was in the theater and I saw it, I was saying that, you know, black unity was like jumbo shrimp, you know, and and that has stuck with me. And I say it's supposed to be funny, but it isn't funny. It's just not something that we should be laughing at. And so what I'm trying to do, and I'm spending some time with my brothers over here, Minister Tony, where's Mohammed? Did Mohammed come back? Who has really been helping me. Mabel over here, pardon me? Yes. Yeah, who have I've been meeting with, trying to find a way to mobilize this, try to find a way, there's a thing I call in the legal system. When I was down in county jail, sometimes your eyes are open. I think what I've done is something that, what my life has done, I should say, is something that's happened with a lot of black men in America. I grew up in the projects. You know, no one has to tell me you act black. Hey, I grew up in the projects. I know about being black. I am black. Most of the causes, once I started getting over at the end of the 60s, when after the riots here and everywhere, when Mr. Johnson, the president, said he had a directive to corporate America, we have to do something. We have to hire more blacks. Hey, OJ was the man. They hired me to be the first major spokesman for corporate America. And what I did was, over the years, I've been involved in the community financially. But what we tend to do is you were talking about it with these groups, the Brule, you tend to find yourself protecting your place in society. So what I thought is I can send money to the Links. I can send money to my neighborhood. And you know, I was involved, but you tend to think that you're immune to some things. You know what's happening out there is still happening, but you're hoping it change, and you're really fooling yourself, saying that everything's changed. Until I got down there to CJ, with county jail, which I now call CGPJ, county colored people jail, because there's all blacks and browns that I saw down there. And one of the things that I want to focus on is what I like to call selective prosecution. That we have a situation here where I noticed that the statistics of who commit crimes in this country is pretty indicative to what our population is. But who they decide to prosecute, it's totally out of whack, because they're prosecuting us and the Hispanics. They're not prosecuting the whites. And those are the areas that I'm trying to focus on. The media, how the media has treated us, this unity thing. I just don't know how to go about it doing it. I didn't know. For the last 3 or 4 months, I've been formulating a lot of thoughts, getting a lot of information. One of the reasons I'm here to listen to Brother Copeland is try to get some ideas that I could take over to Oxford with me. But I didn't know a way to my forum or my venue or my microphone here in this country. What am I going to do? Who am I going to mobilize? I can talk now, people listen, but they will let me go on these white shows. They'll let me go on I'm trying to think of it, besides, not BET, I'm talking about these Larry King is the name. They'll let me go on Larry King. They'll let me go on to Rollo if I talk about Bruno Magli shoes and gloves. Right. They don't want to hear the fact that, hey, you had a level of, I can get very technical here, but they don't want me when I question why in America we have a system of justice. When the Menendez's case came down the first time, you had 6 people on both of those jury, 12 people that voted for acquittal for those boys. 12 people, even though they went outside to reload, to come in, to finish their mother off. Didn't one person in the news say that was a racist decision, that was racially motivated? But they're able to say that about my jury, and they're able to get away with it because we haven't been able to, evidently, we haven't been able to mobilize and put pressure on them. I believe that we have a constitution in this United States that I'm noticing applies to everybody. I sat there and watched this boy, Ted Kennedy, stand in moral judgment of Clarence Thomas. And I was saying, how can that happen? But this is America. He was convicted of nothing. I sat there and watched this guy, John Wayne Bobbitt, who a court decided his wife was justified in cutting his penis off. This man can go out He can speak anywhere he want to speak. He can make tapes, and they will not even let me talk. I can't even buy advertising for my video. You know, so I'm essentially, I'm in the community. I'm trying to hang around people that I think can better educate me to the things. Yeah. Thank you. I think I have a unique opportunity here, and I'd like to be able to take advantage of it, and I'd like to not possibly once again let you down. Thank you.
So that's the brother, O.J. Simpson. You know, it's interesting because I've been seeing a lot of really cool videos of him and his life. Like he said, he grew up in the projects. He said he had to be a part of the clubs, which is, I guess, a reference to what they called gangs, quote unquote, at that time. And I'm quote unquote gangs because they likely were just community organizations of the brothers in the community who felt that they had the legal right and the moral right to defend themselves and protect their community. But he said, you know, he had to be a part of that in order to survive the situation that he was in. You hear him talking about, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to, you know, make these connections. They won't let me say what I want to say on these programs. That system has always been in place. That's the system when it comes to these celebrities. He was trying after his ordeal. He said, man, I finally, my eyes are open. I see what's going on here and I want to be a part of it. I want to be in the community. I want to get active. We know, if you know anything about his life after that trial and other things that occurred, we kind of know how the story ends. It's unfortunate that he wasn't able to, in fact, take his newfound religion, if he became a sincere, devout Muslim, and then transfer that into a life of service, which was intended to uplift the Black American descendant community. That would have been a beautiful, you know, storyline. Again, very unfortunate, but this brother Steve Coakley, who's kind of a monster here, which is why I wanted to play, you know, I want to play some of his stuff. Extremely intelligent and extremely analytical. Make sure that that's off so it don't just blurt out there. So we didn't get to hear anything from him in that video, but we did get to get a sense of where OJ's mind was at after that ordeal, what he hoped to do, what he wanted to do. And then somewhere again, just like this Black majority state thing, he got pivoted. He got twisted off of the path. That seems to keep happening. I think I just put some stuff up in a Jumbotron. So I found these old Ebony covers. Again, there's this viral Ebony thing going around saying, essentially, put up the cover of the Ebony magazine of your date of birth or your month and your year. So the month that you were born plus the year, that cover is what they want you to put on. And then they, you know, you just keep, it's like chain mail, whatever. So that's been going around, and some of these covers that have come up, like some of the topics on the cover. Now there's these special issues where they do just drill down and focus in on Black American issues, Negro issues. But even on some of the other months of the year, on the cover, the title of the story is extremely grassroots, Black agenda. So these magazines have been archived at the National History of African American Museum, yada yada yada, Smithsonian, which is an awesome thing. We certainly, as a Black majority state, need to get copies of all of these magazines. They also had something called the Negro Digest, which appears to be much more focused on political issues, on like a, just as that's the theme of this particular publication that they had out. And I back channeled the brother who's holding the DC event on Monday, April 15th. Save the Negro. I'll try to find that and stick that up in the Jumbotron too. But you know, it's like, what were we doing? Because our people, you know, the intelligent people that are writing these stories, are trying to gauge where we're at, how we're thinking, what we're trying to do. They're writing stories about our condition. It didn't seem to have an effect on the overall population. And that's very unfortunate. And you know, I could say for whatever reason, but it's just very unfortunate that there seems to has always been a group, probably 1 to 10% of the population, that has been very socially conscious, but for whatever reason, it doesn't penetrate through. It doesn't penetrate through. And I think that's a big problem. I just think that's a huge problem. Because even in our attempts to spread the message as much as we can, we're reaching folks, but we're not reaching the masses. And then we keep running into people who just, they love living in California. God bless you. And because they love living in California, they have an anti-black majority state mindset, which is strange. It's just strange to me. And they're putting all their hope and faith in Donald Trump becoming president to fix everything, to change the world, to fix everything for Black America. Once again, every 4 years, let's vote for somebody to fix everything for Black America. Although that's never actually happened. But let's just keep doing that over and over and over again until maybe one day it does actually happen, I guess, is the theory. Black American Homeland, you up here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I got you now.
Testing. All right. About time.
Yep. Got you up here.
Yeah. So yeah, how's everybody doing today? Yeah, this I was just trying to try some new equipment, and actually I was trying to use the computer and my new Samsung phone, but it's not working, so I have to go back to my old Samsung phone. So yeah. So I bought all this equipment for nothing.
Oh, you probably just gotta test it out, work it out, tweak it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Did you get the latest? What is it? G24 or whatever they're calling it now? S24.
Yeah, I got the Samsung S24 Ultra.
Ooh. Oh, you got
So
you got the Ultra edition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I bought this Rodecaster Pro 2, which is a interface for the for podcasting and streaming, you know.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'll do this stuff in the future. Try to do some podcasting and stream videos or stream live.
Awesome. Let us know where, when you get it and how you got it, and let's get it posted on Funded Socially if possible. That way we could kind of keep the information together as much as possible.
Right.
But yeah,
I have a mic. Can you hear my mic? Can you hear me? Like, Testing. 1, 2.
Yeah, I can hear you. It sounds a little clearer, a little louder than normal. You know, that type of thing. But
Okay.
yeah, we definitely can hear it.
Right. Yeah, I have this pod mic USB, and yeah. So I got this I have this small studio set up. So yeah, see what happens.
Cool. That's what's up. Yeah. So you should, if you can, you plan to jump and do more spaces, more lives.
Well, not really space. Basically, do some live stream or podcasting on YouTube or what's that other one? Kick or what's the other one? You got Kick, and the other one is Twitch. I think. Yeah, Twitch.
Okay.
I don't know. This people that giving me ideas.
Yeah, that's what's up. So, I don't know. I tried to get a guy who's on Twitch to see if he could embed. I don't know if we can embed Twitch over there, but I know we can embed YouTube videos over there. So, so yeah, that would be because are you going to do it on the Black American Homeland channel or something new?
Well, what I was going to do is, of course, I'm going to do Black American Homeland, but I'm going to do another channel. It's going to be more like a travel, like an international travel. Because basically, that's what my, my life has been for the past 34 years.
Nice. Yeah, that's what's up.
So this, talk about travel, retirement. What's the best country to retire in? Retire in Southeast Asia, retire in the Caribbean. I just talk about all those different places. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is something I did back in the late 80s. Late 2007, 8, 9, 10. And, I was just thinking about trying to get back into it.
Okay. Let me play something from the news on this event that's going on over there. Try to find one that is, got some time to it. So they say the U.S. military is somewhat involved in this thing. Not in attacking Iran, but shooting down some of the drones is what it looks like here. So I'll go with Fox just so we can kind of get a quick sense of what's happening here now. And then I did do chapter 3 of your book, so we could text to speech chapter 3.
Okay.
And then I'll play some of the Steve Coakley stuff. But the title is "What's Smart About Call to Actions That Result in No Action?" And the reason that's the title is because for the 3 years plus that I've been on the app, on this account and in the other account, there's been these frequent calls to action. Something happens, let's call to action. And the call to action is typically a session where we convene, which makes a lot of sense, disseminate information, that makes a lot of sense. And then people talk about their different assessment of what's going on. That makes a lot of sense. And towards the end, it is, this is what we want to do. And usually there's some financial a contribution that can be made, which makes sense. And then there's the action outside of the financial contribution. And that is usually emailing, calling, or writing someone who's in a position to make a decision. Emailing, calling, writing someone who's in a position to make a decision. The person who's in a position, or the persons who are in a position to make a decision, likely are aware of the situation, likely are complicit in why the situation has occurred. If not directly, but simply by their gross negligence or by the fact that they've done absolutely nothing to prevent it from happening. And this is just me being a psychoanalyst for a second here. By emailing and calling and writing them letters, there's a component where you're actually sideways calling them to the carpet. And they may even, in their arrogance, take it to be that you're accusing them of being complicit in what it is you're trying to get to change. And I'm saying that because there was an interview with, what's the black lady out in California? Maxine Waters, where I want to say I was in a space and someone played it, but it was one of her constituents, a woman, and the woman was asking her questions about something that she wanted help with, needed help with. And Maxine Waters had her script, her script that she likes to say, like they all do. And then she kept repeating 3 talking points over and over, no matter what the question was, no matter how much clarity the person wanted. And then she started getting belligerent. She started getting annoyed with the fact that this person who's in her district, who's a constituent, got the nerve to call her to ask her to do her job. Literally, that's the inflection within her voice. She said that normally she wouldn't take this call. Her aides told her not to take the call. She really didn't want to take the call. She expressed a lot of that. And ultimately, the call didn't really amount to anything, like anything was going to get done. So brother DJ saying Ani Maxine video, play the video. Yeah, I don't know where the video's at, but that probably, yeah. So DJ's the one who played that video, because I don't think she knew she was being recorded. That's the other element of it, right? I don't believe she knew she was being recorded. So Black American Homeland, can you mute your mic for a second? Because it's a lot of feedback over there. I got it. Okay. So I'm just trying to put myself in the shoes of an arrogant, egocentric, megalomaniac who's an incumbent who can't lose unless they do something, unless they murder somebody. And even then, they might not lose because of name recognition. Who's been in office for decades, who intends to die in office. And okay, and is that on Funded Socially? I'm sorry, I'm asking DJ where this video is at. Oh, it's on his channel. Okay, I'll find it. And yeah, I'll play that. You guys will get to hear this, because this is where I really feel these call to actions go, in terms of if you get to call and actually talk to the person, not just an aide or a staffer. If they get an email, they're liable to simply put the email in a junk file, a spam file, or whatever. And there was a video of these white dudes. This is how I know this shit is crazy. Because these white dudes who were advocating for whatever something about farmers, I guess, they're going to all the I think these maybe have been state level offices, but they ended up at this one state office, and the staffer was like, nope, I tore whatever you sent in, I ripped it up. I tore it up. I threw it in the trash. This is what the staffer's telling them. The person who's in the office, and he was temporarily filling this seat, kind of overhears the conversation, and then he's like, hey, I'm here, I'm in the office, yada yada. So they go into the office, and now, because you're thinking, oh shit, okay, well, maybe these people in these positions actually do care about the issues. Well, they go into the office, and this guy initially sounds like he's going to be helpful, but it quickly turns into this ego pushback. This, whoa, you're accusing me. Whoa, I'm innocent. I didn't do nothing. It kind of goes into that mode. They get very defensive. And then they essentially left the office threatening the guy that they were going to, vote for someone other than him, which is essentially how these conversations always go at some point, right? Because that's really the only leverage that you have in the situation is, okay, well, if you're not going to do what I need you to do, I'm going to vote for somebody else. Well, if they're an incumbent and they've been there for decades, they're laughing inside. They're laughing inside. They know they got 90+% chance of winning. Like, they're like, good luck with that. Literally. So what is the effectiveness of calling an office, writing a letter, writing an email for a specific issue, whatever that may be, especially an issue that is an issue that either could have been prevented, should have already been addressed, should have been on the radar, and how many of these calls to actions have actually produced the desired result? Since you've been on Twitter, since the spaces opened up 2.5 years ago, how many have produced the stated, here's the script, this is what we want? How many of those have been 100% successful? How many have been 75% successful? How many have been 50% successful? In other words, is it a situation where, and this is, I'm related to another video that I saw recently. I think it was in Nigeria. There's a building on fire. There's a bunch of young African men who are like 3 stories up on the balcony. They're handing up what appears to be a hose. It's a red hose from a fire truck. So you're like, wow. And you can see the smoke and you can see the flames. They're throwing bottles of water. They're throwing buckets of water on this fire on a whole building, having very little effect, if at any, at all. The firefighters are down on the ground with a crowd of people, and they're kind of standing there watching. They're in their like almost like a military fire uniform, but there's a whole fire truck there. And as the video is going on, and you're sitting there watching, and you're waiting for the water to come on, they finally get the hose all the way up there, and you kind of see people screaming and yelling, which I'm assuming they're saying, turn on the fucking water, moron. As the video ends, you start seeing bigger flames, bigger smoke coming from the building that's burning, and you never see the water get turned on. And so that's a stunning visual. I'll try my best to find it. Is that what's happening when Black Americans are doing calls to action? Are we trying to put out a fire with bottles of water and buckets of water And the people who have the power to turn on the water are literally just standing there and watching us and never turning on the water. As far as I can tell, that's what's been happening. If our lives depended on these calls to actions actually working and getting the results that are in the calls to actions, most of us wouldn't be here. And I keep trying to relate the seriousness of the situation to a life or death situation, because we are in a life or death situation, and we should be responding as if we're in a life or death situation about the most mundane thing, all the way up to the most tragic thing. Because as far as I can tell, that's the only way we're going to get actual movement, is if we start treating everything as if it's a life or death situation. Because if we just kind of keep treating everything as if, well, you know, eventually something will change, you know, that's called incrementalism. Over time, incrementally, things will get better. Things will continue to get better. There'll be progress somewhere down the road. Someone will come along and they'll figure something out. You know, we'll get enough votes to get 20% of what we want passed. The other 80% will just wait on that for some future date, some future generation. That, to me, is not going to work. That, to me, is not sustainable. To me, that's a recipe for failure, not a recipe for success. I think it's better, like it was during Reconstruction. It would have been better for those who were prepared to die to fight and die, because they were so close to it. The rebellions, the Civil War, everything that was going on, that if God intended for us to have a separate country that we could defend on this land, if we fought in the 1870s, we would still be fighting, no question. The fight's never going to stop. But at least the people who were the closest to it, to the conflict, would have been able to establish at least that. But we've been in a cycle of incrementalism with huge abysses, drops into the bottom of the ocean in between them sending us a life raft. And we've peaked somewhere probably pre-pandemic. You know, I mean, the 90s were rough. There was a dip there with what was going on in the 90s. Definitely 80s, same. There was dips, then you peak a little bit, then another dip, then you peak a little bit. Maybe we kind of we cruised a little bit into like the 2000s. Thought everything was good when Obama got in. Most of us, not all of us, some of us understood. I wasn't one of those people. I was tricked. But I must say, in the middle of his term, second term, you kind of came to the realization, and that's probably was where the peak was, somewhere in the middle. And then everything has kind of been progressively downhill from there. And so now we're having peaks and valleys, but it's all going down, down, down. A little bit of peak, and then down to the point where we are on a downward slide into the abyss again. The last one lasted almost 100 years. We call it Jim Crow. I don't think it's even oh man, what's the word I want to use? I don't think it's conscionable to think about another abyss that lasts for decades and decades and decades and decades that would be even anywhere close to what the Black Clothes and Jim Crow was. Because I don't know how you come out of that on the other side. And that's probably 3 generations, maybe even 4 generations up the road. So none of us will be here to see any of that or experience any of that. But our ancestors would certainly be praying to the God that they believe in. Why didn't they do something? Why did they leave us in this situation? So if we don't start treating every single thing as if it's a life or death situation, and we just keep kind of being comfortable with the way things are, talking about it, analyzing it, dissecting it 1,000 different ways, 1,000,000 different ways even, likely nothing's ever likely to change. And the trajectory that we're on is likely to accelerate as it already is. And, all the calls to actions in the world, from what I can tell, are not going to change much of anything, if anything at all. At the end of the day, even with the calls to actions, it requires actual action. And I know it probably feels really good to write a letter or send an email or make a phone call and read from a script, or at least have an understanding of what the script says. It probably feels really good to do those things. But what is the end result of it? I don't really see a whole lot of result from it. That's me personally. Everybody, may see it differently. If anybody does, feel free to come up and explain it. But I just don't see anything coming out of it that would be something I would depend my life on, where I would say, okay, I'm going to bet my life on this call to action is going to change whatever is designed to change, whatever the goal is. I would actually bet against it at this point, because that's all I've seen. That's been my experience so far. Outside of 1 or 2, but again, even those 1 or 2 things that I could think of required actual boots on the ground, people showing up and performing real world actions, not just making a call, sending an email, writing a letter. It actually required physically showing up in person, and financial support, because that's the other side of it too. You need financial support to make movements happen, to make movements move. Money is the fuel, oftentimes. So DJ, you got that Maxine Waters situation?
What's up, family? Shout out to everyone. Excuse me. If you want me to play it, yeah, I can play it for you. No problem.
Oh
can't
man,
remember.
I'd appreciate it if you got it.
Yeah. Just give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Okay. All right. Then after that, like I said, we'll do chapter 3 of Black American Homelands, the Black Paper Book. And that's like, I think if I remember correctly, it's a state by state breakdown of the amenities, the positive attributes of each state. For the most part, all of the good infrastructure stuff that's going on there. And then we'll do a Steve Coakley video after that. You got it, Professor.
Oh, back. Sorry, man. Go to the next person.
Okay. Okay, cool. Let me see. What did I stick up here in the Jumbotron? Yeah, I got my Ebony's up there. Okay, he got the Ani Maxine. So these are some of the special issues. Again, it was every August. The very first one, 1965, The White Problem in America. That was the entire issue was dedicated to the white problem in America. 1966, The Negro Woman was the entire special issue dedicated to that one. This one is 1967. It is Negro Youth in America, Anxious, Angry, and Aware. 1967. And this is like graffiti tags on a brick wall, and you have the names of the quote unquote clubs behind it. The Cobras, the Kings, the Dukes, the Earls, Mighty D's, Vice Lords, Earls, Rangers, or some of the names of some of the clubs, quote unquote, that they have tagged on that wall there. And in 1968, and there's a little bit of irony here, The Black Soldier. And you've probably seen this picture before. It's a picture or an image of a black man in different era U.S. military garb, uniform. And it looks like it goes all the way back to the Continental Army and the American Revolution, as best I can tell here. So those were like the first 4 editions of this special issue series that happened every August. And the Smithsonian African American History has some of these available at their website. You can do like a search, and you can find some of these issues that you can download the contents. They don't have them all online as far as I can tell, but you got to play with the search engine to try to find it, which kind of sucks. I think it's probably because it looks like they did it 1965 all the way up until the Johnson family no longer owned it. And it probably would be an interesting collection to have. Some of them were even turned into hardcover books. So it does seem like it would be a really nice collection of material to have, so you can see from 1965 all the way up to whenever 2005 or whenever the elder passed. What they thought was important to address in the community. I think it would make like a really cool like college course or something of that nature, even, or maybe even a high school course. And then they also published something called the Negro Digest, which was a lot more analytical, as far as I can tell, about the issues that affected Black America. And I think that was a monthly publication as well. Looks like it was about a little bigger than a Jet magazine, probably half the size of a regular magazine. But something to, something that we should be able to archive again as a Black majority state, get a lot of this material and archive it, and then be able to digitize it and then be able to access it through search engines and other vehicles like that. So but shout out to the Johnson family for decades of really trying to uplift our people, the beauty of our women, the strength of our men, the intelligence of our population. They were really on point, if you will. And then, of course, you're going to find something that's off code in one article here or a cover there over time, as the establishment politic kind of became what it became. They kind of moved towards that direction. They got a little less, not even going to say revolutionary, but a little less honest, I guess, or a little less started to analyze things more on a surface level than really going deep into stuff, deep dives. But that probably happened because their subscription base likely grew, and they were probably trying to cater to that part of the business versus actually trying to change things in a sense. I think that's what Black establishment is you're no longer trying to change things. You're just kind of trying to figure out a way to have success in the way that things are. And for some people, that's great. Yeah, for a lot of people, I think it could be a lot better. But, a lot of people who have a lot of Black entrepreneurs, unfortunately, are so concerned with success, chasing the bag, getting money, being successful. Even in that OJ clip where he talked about he was sending money to the community. Well, I mean, if he says he was, but he wasn't known for that. If we're going to be honest, and it would have been nice if he had been known for that. If it was something that was visual, especially after everything he went through, he really had nothing to lose at that point. Which is why it's a little bittersweet that he didn't go full throttle in service of the community. But a lot of entrepreneurs, I think they fail the community when they focus on the money and the profits more than using it as a tool to uplift the community. You got it, DJ.
Facts on that one, my boy. Excuse me. Facts on that. Let's go over here real quick.
So things have been developing here.
Share the room out, y'all. Share the room out. Excuse me. So right here, this is a what do you call it? Maxine Waters. She was basically talking about Byron Allen. Excuse my voice, y'all. Getting over a little cold.
Wow.
So she was basically talking about Byron Allen.
Wow.
And a Byron Allen versus Comcast situation in his video.
Wow.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to just let it go and queue up. So hopefully y'all can hear it and understand it. And the back and forth rhetoric, I guess the information will be. Let's check it out.
I have supported him for years. He is very, very rich because of work that I have done. He'll be a billionaire if we do something to him. And so I am not somebody that's afraid of supporting Black people. I think my record shows that. And I don't take a backseat about a contribution. I work for Black people every day. I'm trying to bring down a president who's going to do more harm to more Black people that's ever been done by any of these races. And so I appreciate your calling for Byron Allen. He's a very rich man. I guess him to be very rich.
Are you going to let me respond?
I beg your pardon?
Are you going to let me respond before you hang up?
Am I what?
Going to let me respond before you hang up?
Well, let me finish.
Okay, yeah, sure.
My life is on the line every day for Black people. I started the impeachment against this racist president who will undermine all of our civil rights. My life is on the line every day, threatened by white supremacists. And when I get people who don't even call me, don't support me, don't give me a dime, and they can call me on one issue and accuse me of being a sellout, then I don't appreciate it.
Well, I didn't accuse you of being a sellout.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. Not when I called. I didn't tell your rep that.
Here's what my note tells me. You haven't supported Byron Allen versus Comcast. You don't even know about my fight against Comcast when they merged with NBC. And I fought them tooth and nail. And because of BP, Diddy has a channel. The channel.
Okay.
Do you know about that fight?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But P. Diddy doesn't own the channel outright.
Well, he has revolt.
But you know, also this what's happening next week isn't about Byron Allen. It's about Comcast going at the Civil Rights Act of 1866.
I know what it's about. It's about the Civil Rights Act, which I am adamantly opposed to. I fight racists and supremacists every day.
I hear that.
I have supported Byron Allen. I've supported Byron Allen. He's a friend. I've worked with him. He's become richer because of the work that I've done.
What's your stance on the Civil Rights Act of 1866?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's your stance on the Civil Rights Act of 1866?
I'm adamantly opposed to it. I just told you I have a resolution that I'm trying to get some additional members of Congress to sign on to. And in addition to that, we're trying to get a letter attached to the amicus brief because it didn't get circulated.
Well, why didn't you do it before this?
What?
Why didn't you do it before this? Before it happened next week?
It didn't get to my office in a way that I was noticed in time. I'm dealing with thousands of issues, as most of us are. We have thousands of things. I've traveled all over the United States for Black people, and it didn't get to me in a timely fashion. I didn't.
When the CDC looks like when it comes to our issues, they don't respond quickly. But when it comes to immigration, when it comes to LGBT rights, when it comes to every other right, there's movement. But on our issues, I don't know, I didn't know. Like, you get paid for this, man. Like, you get paid, and you got paid from Comcast also. You took donations from Comcast also. So I'm wondering if that has something to do with the inaction.
Excuse me, I don't speak for every member of the Black Caucus. I speak for Maxine Waters.
Correct.
Where were you when I was fighting Comcast before? Where have you been on this impeachment thing? Where are you when these white supremacists are talking about killing me?
Comcast wasn't going to the Civil Rights Act of 1866 before. So I don't know if that was happening before, but we're here now. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that there's white supremacists after you. There's white supremacists in my pocket right now. And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with 2% wealth. It's a problem. This is a problem, Ms. Maxine.
Let me tell you something. You're not going to get a dime, even if the Civil Rights Act is changed. I am supporting it. Byron will be a billionaire when it gets done. You won't get a dime.
We don't get a dime about what? We don't get a dime about what? What do you mean?
You won't get a dime out of whatever changes are made. This is about Kanye.
What do you mean? This is my civil rights. I mean, if I can't sue for discrimination, this has everything to do with dimes. And my dime.
I'm supporting Byron. I've always supported him. We're trying to do what we can do, despite the fact that it didn't get to me in a timely fashion while I'm traveling around the country, and I didn't get to sign on it. But don't call me when you have one issue. You call me and ask me.
This is an important issue, and I'm going to call you, Ms. Maxine. I'm going to call you.
You have never called to support.
Well, I will be calling you. Get to know my name.
You've never called me to support me on anything.
Well, I'm telling you, what do you mean call you to support you on anything? You're my constituent. You're the CDC. You're supposed to support me. Aren't you getting paid for this? I don't have $17,000 like Comcast to give you, honey.
There's about another Black elected official in the country who put their life on the line for Black people every day.
Why are we at 2% wealth? Why are we at 2% wealth? I need you to do better, Ms. Maxine.
You're ineffective.
Well, let me tell you something.
She's ineffective.
Supporting Byron Allen.
At her job.
He's very rich. He's going to get richer. I'm
This has nothing to do with Byron Allen, though. This has nothing to do with Byron Allen at this point. This has everything to do with poor black people. Because I had to sue for discrimination on a job. And I never, growing up as a kid, I never would have thought I would have to do that. As a kid growing up in America, I never thought I would have had to do that. What I need to do right now is protect it going forward. If my little niece needs to sue, let me tell you something. If my little niece going forward needs to sue, I need that Civil Rights Act of 1866 on the books.
You keep supporting him. I supported him when you didn't even know who he was.
Wow.
I need you to support ADOS at this point, not support Byron Allen. I need you to support ADOS. I need you to support black kids growing up.
Wow.
We need the Civil Rights Act. We also need reparations and a black agenda.
Wow.
Call without knowing what you're talking about.
Did you hear what I said?
You called and accused me
You
of
gotta fight these motherfuckers,
Miss
man.
Maxine.
Get them to do their fucking job.
Miss Maxine.
know what you're talking about.
Miss Maxine.
God damn,
Black
bro.
kids need the Civil Rights Act of 1866.
Wow. Wow. Why is that person still in office?
Just real quick, she hung up on that sister too. So go ahead, bro.
Why is that individual still in office? Like, goodness freaking gracious. I'm kind of taking it all in, because the first time it was chaotic, whatever. Now I'm listening to what she's saying. She screams at the lady that Byron Allen's going to be rich and you're not going to get a penny. Holy crap. Right? Then she's talking about she's against 1866. She says that 3 times. And she talks about getting it changed. Well, what is the change that they're trying to make? They're trying to open it up so that everybody gets civil rights under the 1866 legislation. That's what Byron Allen is here to do. He's here to crack the door wide open, and she's cheerleading the effort, and she's helping him facilitate that. And I don't think the caller really was even calling about that. She kept saying over and over again, I'm not even calling about that. So what is a call to action going to do when the person on the other end of the phone, who is the representative, does not give a fuck about what you're calling about? They've been fighting white supremacists all day. They like Blade out there with the killer. They out there killing white supremacists with their bare hands all day. They ain't got time for that. They flying all over the country, even though they only represent this district. They too busy flying all over the country fighting white supremacists everywhere. That is beyond disgraceful. Man, it's so fucking sad and depressing. Man, you got it, LaFarmer, because I'm tapped out on that one. Tapped out, man. What the fuck, bro?
Peace and blessings, brother. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We got you.
Yeah, man. Peace and blessings to you this Saturday, man. Shout out to you, brother. My brother from Jersey, the DJ Seg, Professor, the rest of the family. Peace and blessings to y'all. The reason, to answer your question, the reason that she in office is because her purpose for undermining the Negro community has come to fullness. She has filled her cup. They're only allowed to even be in politics till they 40 and 30 years due to the fact that they're undermining us. Cynthia McKinney was not able to be in Congress to endure such a wonderful tenure, even though she was able to reach Congress and was voted in by her constituents lawfully and elected duly. She would not sign the Israel Pact, so therefore she was vowed to be disrupted and destroyed and thrown away. So clearly, these people who are in there are okay with whatever it is that the Congress says that keeps them in there long enough, which we know is to undermine us. Now, the part that I was going to say, due to your natural abhorrent feelings towards this. That's natural. This we should be feeling that at this moment. That should be the proper feeling. So don't be led astray to think that you have left logic and went into an emotional caveat. You really are inside of the right mindset. When we actually, I haven't had a space for like 2 weeks, man, 2.5 weeks, almost 3 weeks, because I really just been falling back and looking at what is our people attention span focused on? What do we want to have our attention? And like, what is our vision? What's our focus? And I've been watching it, and it's been sad. Like it's been very sad. Like it's been one that gives the feeling that we really don't take into seriousness the situation we're in. And I'm so thankful to my great grandmother who put me in a focused position at such a young age, because to be honest, that was our survival mechanism. We never had the privilege of being children. Any Negro I know that knows about what I'm talking about understands when they say you got to grow up fast, but you ain't grown, so stay in the child's place. But yet you understand responsibilities. You understand that you got to make sure the door is locked. You got to make sure you wash your hands. You got to make sure certain things are in order. You got to make sure certain things aren't messed with when company comes over, because it's your grandma's or it's your family members, and no one is allowed to touch it, because if it should break, there's no excuse that can render any type of forgiveness. So we keep a certain type of decorum. We keep a certain type of element of order between ourselves, and I just see a lot of it lacking. I don't know if it's due to the fact that this is a generation that's mostly comprised of a lot of those who fell victim to the crack epidemic in our communities. I was not void of the experience. My great aunt and a lot of my great cousins were those people who participated inside of that epidemic terrorism that was placed on our community with drugs and biological warfare that this government had put in our community due to our situations. But when you see a Maxine Waters, when you see the Congressional Black Caucus in their positions, it's to undermine us. It's to put us in a position less than we would have been had we been in captivity. And it is to make our experience in our life in America, ever since we have been freed, and the absolute trodden down type of feeling. So it makes us want to leave and not be a part of America, not feel that America is ours to own and do what we choose to do with, and to make us feel like we're always beholden. Even the fact that we have to talk about the Voter Rights Act, we have to talk about all of these nuances and things, and these things are absolute facts that we are actually working with, because our people have brought into fruition the 13th, 14th Amendments and all of these things with our ancestors protesting and marching and getting hit with batons. But when you think about the purpose upon which they put their sacrifice for, it was not for another community purpose. It was not for immigrants. It was not for foreigners. It wasn't for LGBTQ. It was for their progeny. It was for their posterity. It was for their lineage. It was for their people, because not every people was a part of that protest, because not every people was a part of that problem. So when we look at what happens now, and we start to see the fullness just come out, especially with that full moon and the eclipse that took place, brother. Like, to be real, a lot of us are not really tapped into our ancestors' frequency, and that's the true reason for why a lot of what's happening to us is taking place to us. Because to be real, when we seen that eclipse, the brother Nat Turner and the ancestors back then, they had plans on getting the fuck out of their captive situation. They took active measures to see it as a sign from God, no different than our ancestors in the Negro spiritual said that swing low, sweet chariot coming forth to carry me home was a symbolic essence that they paid attention to something above that looked up, that gave them a sign of going home, or a sense of belonging, a sense of comfort, a sense of ownership. But in this country, they have always wanted to keep us from that position of claiming that homeward bound, to say that this our land, this our space, you got to go to your area. This is what we have. This is the Negro towns. These are Black communities. These are Black universities. These are Black higher education facilities. These are Negro education facilities for our youth. These are freedmen schools, right? So we have to literally put it on our mindset. We got to put it in our hearts, and we got to really put it in our spirit. It's not really a religious thing as much as it is 100% a relationship thing. Some people got to remember the praying grandmothers that they had, grandpas that they had, and tap into them. Go pray with them. Go do some libations. Go do whatever you need to do to get active with that spiritual side of our ancestors, because they will guide us. They will use you as a catalyst, as as a vehicle, as a mechanism to drive forward the purpose and intent that they had from those days. Because now, with us having decision for self and choose our own identity and do as we want, do as our own will, we have somehow gone astray from their version of what they wanted to see us as in their posterity, made in their image, to what we want to now create in our own image because of the situations that we are encumbering day by day in our reality, called our existence under white supremacy in America. So understanding what we're seeing now with how our coons are being called out, the government's going to war, Israel's being attacked tonight, America, Joe Biden is he barely can walk. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is sitting over here going at shows trying to say he's tweeting out support for Israel, but live in his Israel protest, he had to step away from the mic because they was literally calling Joe Biden Genocide Joe. And he recognized even in that moment, Genocide Joe means that these people are supporters of Palestine. And should Trump start to then advocate for Israel, he would put himself even in an adverse position with the hundreds of thousands of crowds that is even surrounding him in the moment of where he stands, even on the podium. So this is a beautiful day. This is a wonderful day. It's a wonderful day for us to tap in to what really the vision of us in America truly is. Do we want voters' rights acts? Do we need voters' rights acts? Do we need to have people go back and say we are Americans because of these amendments? Or when the Constitution was written and it was about to be trampled underfoot in the Confederate days, and we were made Americans via the special orders because the Constitution it restricted us, then were we not all full beneficiaries of what America is and what it means to be American? So we don't need a Voters' Rights Act. We don't need these things. Or when you took that away from us, did you relegate us back to a status that put us close and equal to slave, but not American? And so now we're in this void, and no, we need an amendment. We need constitutional amendments. We need a Voter Rights Act because therefore, without those, we are nothing and cannot vote. And we have to actually be honest with ourselves as having the future, right, with our children to say, is that the reality that they should be faced with should a generation of immigrants decide that they don't want to choose a vote for them in their own country where their ancestors are? Peace, power, Negro reparations. That's my thought. That's my spill. Thank you, brother.
Hey, appreciate you. Are you going to be in DC?
No, I'm not in DC right now, man. I'm gonna be having a live space tomorrow. I'll be recording it though, so make sure you tap in, and I'll be playing it live, so that way we stay tapped into what boots on the ground decisions is happening. But I'm not in DC, but a lot of the family is connected. I know that Negro was over there. Brother Talent had also arrived, and I believe Elder Wilson had also arrived as well. I'm sure other people are en route to get there, especially about tomorrow. But yeah, it's happening. It's done. And you know what will be, Suke Sarasara, right? So definitely standing on that ancestral path again. Where Martin Luther King, his last journey was, his message to us was about the Negroes and how we were being denied. They're giving things to one, but they're not to us. He said, without giving the Negro anything for any land, and denying us, they're giving away millions of acres of land to peasant whites and all of these immigrant farmers. And then they go ahead and not only that, and build schools. And then not only that, give them grants to mechanize the farm. And not only that, today they pay those same people, children, grants not to farm. He said, now when we go to D.C., we coming for our check. On his path to D.C., he got shot in the head. So this is monumental. This is epic. This is a Moses and an Aaron type of situation. It don't necessarily even need to be hundreds and thousands for its purpose to be sold in the ethers that he's going, that as Negro descendants making it to Washington, a journey that Martin Luther King was assassinated on making, to then be there saying the Negro, we saving the Negro, you're saying you're resurrecting that purpose that Martin Luther King was murdered for. And now America, even with their OMBs and with their negligence with Obama, we're trying to remove Negro from federal things, the Negro is showing up. And that's a beautiful thing. And I give shout out to Brother New Negro for putting it together, for having a good name, for having a good heart, for having an obedient name, an obedient heart to do what the ancestors put in his spirit, to get it done, to have the money to put forward for it to be done. Because God forbid he asked any of our Negroes for any money, it'd be rooms talking about how we're grifters and different things like that. So God bless the man that has his own. And God bless my brother for putting something for our people, for our lineage, to go out and actually be able to say, The king couldn't do it, but we here and we still want that check. Like, that's the focus. That's the vision. And if we don't allow interruption to that vision, we will get it, because we all are thinking of it. We all are wanting that. We all are demanding that. We all are putting that out there, that our check is to be paid, is to be given. And they're trying to do everything under this guise of reparations without that check, meaning that that check is truly what is the true game changer. Because if it was not, and it had so affected, they were surely confident that the money would go back into white communities, then they would cut the check and call it an economic increase and stimulus. They are afraid that it won't go, and that more Negro towns will be robust and booming, and would outdo their immigrant classes and outdo their white peasant classes, and then have a Negro-dominated America, which is something that they could say that they literally invested in, which is what they've been investing to undermine in these past 300 plus 400 years. But I digress. Save the Negro event is in Washington on Monday. Definitely make sure you check it out if you're in town. Share the news, share the word. I'll put the flyer in the chat. I'll find it and throw it in the Jumbotron as well. But definitely make sure you tap in. Even if you ain't going, share a retweet. Tell a friend to go. Tell a cousin to go. Tell them if you got Negro, colored, or mulatto on your birth certificate, or your grandparents do, to show up to this event and recognize and let them be recognized as a Negro descendant that is here, still in this country, that is to be honored and to be honored and recognized, because we love our people, because we love ourselves.
Amen, amen, amen. I am going to show up for the day of the event, and I'll probably leave out Sunday night. I think it's about a 5 to 6 hour drive. So I'll probably leave Monday morning, maybe like 2 or 3 in the morning, so I can drive down there comfortably, pull over, take a nap if I have to, and then get something to eat. I usually park, man, I should know the name of this building by now. I know there's a CVS on one corner. It's right across from that Freedom Plaza. For some odd reason, every time I go to DC, I end up parking in that building. And I might as well just keep that as somewhat of a tradition. I just don't know how far the walk is from there over to where the event is, but I'm sure it's not prohibitive, because it's really hard to park down there. And you know, if you got a comfortable place, you're probably better off just going with the comfortable position. Someone did hashtag Save the Negro on the YouTube channel, so shout out to the folks on YouTube. Thank you for putting that up in the Jumbotron for sure. I encourage folks who can go to definitely go, and just, have that camaraderie, meet people in person, shake hands, hugs, whatever you're comfortable with, conversation, of course, and then have an opportunity to listen to all the folks who are going to speak. And then from what I understand, the plan is to have media and the ability to record some of these speeches, so that after the event, they can be reposted and broadcast. So for folks who come across those, repost and broadcast, to definitely repost and share on all the social medias that you are a part of. I have I got a stack of flyers, and then I got some business cards with, the Funded Socially platform on one side and Black State of America on the other side. And then I got the Boycott Biden flyers. So I'm going to be in the crowd, passing out flyers, talking to folks, and listening in to the good words that everybody's coming to bless folks with. And, any way I can help afterwards or during the event. For me, I got to get back home so that I can go to work the next day. So I'm probably not going to be able to stay the entire day, but I'm thinking 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe even 4 o'clock. Is probably when I'll have to, part ways and everything like that. But it's one of those things where I've attended a few of these events way back when I put my book out. I went to I think it's like the Press Club with I want to say he has a doctor in front of his name. I know he's an attorney, Malik Shabazz, who had an event there. There was a congressperson that showed up. There's a guy who goes around DC every once in a while at these events. He'll be in a slave outfit, and he has the cross and bar around his neck with the chains. So I saw him at that event, and then I saw him at the other event that Tariq had. I guess that's almost a year ago now. Or no, not I think about it. That's almost 2 years ago. It's funny how quick time is just like, man, just zoom, zoom, zoom. Imagine that. That was a year and a half ago. That's actually pretty remarkable now that I think about it, because it just doesn't feel like it's been that long of a time period. It does feel like it was maybe 6 months ago, definitely not a year ago, and definitely not a year and a half ago. So time is just accelerating, man. That's crazy. But yeah, go ahead.
Actually, biblical scripture. I know my bro from Jersey want to chop it real quick, but that's actually a biblical scripture. It said time will speed up in the last days for the elect's sake. And I think if you really look at it, the reason it has to be like that for us is because there's so much troubles in the world right now that should it not be sped up, we might lose our minds. I'm gonna just be completely honest with you. Like, this, what's troubling the world right now isn't troubling us. And that's a blessing, because it shows that we finally come out of those vestiges that have had our people ensnared. Meaning, hey, boss, when you sick, we sick. When your house in trouble, we on trouble. Nah, nigga, your house in trouble and my house good. Your house in trouble, my house been in trouble. We don't have issues because our issues ain't your issues. We're worried about reparations. You're worried about GMOs and LGBTQ and child sex trafficking. We're worried about our children being utilized for the court systems and jail, penal systems, and through child social services, or through the new weapon that they got called child support. So yeah, your problems aren't our problems, and our problems aren't yours, and that's an okay thing. But time will speed up for the elect's sake, and that's a beautiful thing, because we don't need to be driven crazy with all of this fucking shit that's going on in the world. We need to be at peace right now, focused on our reparations, because a part of reparations is a part of healing, which comes to the root word of repair. And we can't repair having stresses from other people's shit that they destroyed. Meaning, if you drove your car drunk, and you've been driving 100 and plus miles per hour through areas that you ain't supposed to do more than 60 in because of the turns are tight and all of this, and you crash, we don't need to motherfucking think that shit is bad for us, because at the end of the day, we ain't driving no Ferrari like that, because our car we damn sure take care of, because we don't want to lose it, because we ain't got the money to get another one. And this one be reliable, so we're going to take care of it like we were taught growing up. You take care of your things so they last longer, because you don't want to waste your money. A lot of them folk problems come from wasted money, wasted time, and wasted motherfucking judgments that they have done and put out in the world. So they can have their problems, like we were saying before, even with the Palestine stuff, and the people was telling me, I was more happy to see people fight against Israel. But I definitely know what my people said, when we ain't got time for other people's troubles, we ain't got time for their problems. And I respect that and hear that, and I agree with that. So definitely that's the kind of thing that I'm saying, that this speeding up of time is beautiful, because it gets us closer to what we are supposed to be owed and do, which is our reparations. Because that's the only relevant thing that's going to take place that's going to change the world. Wars have always happened. These crackers killing each other, they're going to keep doing that. Our reparations is going to change the world, and that's why they're stalling on it. They'll go to war with the world before they recognize that reparations is the true healing of the nations.
Facts on that. Facts.
Brother Seg.
Yeah, you got it, DJ. Oh, facts on all of that.
Nah, you good, big dog. What's up? I was gonna say, if y'all ain't going to DC, wish I could pull up with y'all. If y'all gonna be in the nation's capital, park your car somewhere on the outskirts or somewhere at a train station, specifically Union train station. Union train station. Because if you park, hold on, let this little car go down the block. If you park at Union Station or somewhere within that area, you can literally just hop on a bus. I think it's the X2 if I'm not mistaken. If they're still running up
bus,
Benham Road or whatever, all the way up to the downtown area of DC where the Verizon Center is at. It's where the Reflection Pool is at. It's where the Black American History Museum is at. So basically the best thing for y'all to do when y'all land, go get a day pass Metro card and just ride the bus and the train all over the city. And then, you know, when you're ready to leave, just catch the bus or the train back to your car and you out.
Okay. Appreciate that. So LaFarmer brought up something. He triggered a memory. For some reason, I went, you know, I'm on YouTube. I go down these little rabbit holes. And I was doing X-Files. I was searching for something. As a matter of fact, because Steve Coakley, I watched like a 3-hour thing he did, a lecture. And at the end, they started talking about an X-Files episode. And that's a great elder. Phenomenal. I was saying earlier how he was literally doing spaces, but just in person, traveling around the country, you know, in the 80s, 90s, whenever his time period was, and phenomenal, like a master analysis of information. And he didn't have the internet, you know, like it's easy today. Like to me, that's why sometimes I'm like, when people don't have the accurate information, sometimes I kind of look at it as being a little lazy, because some of this stuff you just do a quick search. It's not hard to find the answers. But he was somebody who was doing it at a time where he didn't have that access, and he had to really read newspapers. He had to physically go out and get the information and then be able to track all of this information over time, again, without the internet, without a database or files or folders or bookmarks or none of that. He just had to have all this shit in physical form. And so yeah, he's and I said earlier, if he had social media, it'd be like game over, because he would be an unstoppable force. But I used to watch X-Files as a kid. It's one of the reasons why, or not a kid, but as a younger person. And in my trucking days, I listened to Coast to Coast, which is like a kind of an alternative. They do politics, but not really. They do sci-fi stuff. They do spiritual stuff. They do a lot of different things. And so that's kind of where I developed a love for all these other topics that I post about every once in a while. Well, this is an episode where they reenact MLK assassination. And if you watch the X-Files, there was a character that always smoked a cigarette, and he would always like be in the shadow or whatever, and they called him either the cigarette man or the cancer man or something of that nature. So he's the person who is essentially relaying the story. He's telling the story. And I'm thinking this is how this episode opened. It's like 4 or 5 minutes long. It was, man, I mean, I was like, wow, I was floored, to be quite honest. I was very floored. And I'm going to put the link down in the purple pill. They omit something that I think is very, very important. There's been a video circulating of a brother who I believe said he was downstairs when it occurred at that motel. He was a part of the entourage or the team or whatever. And he talks about how weird Jesse Jackson was acting. They kind of, in this reenactment, they have all of the people, as far as I can tell, the first time I watched it, but they don't have the Jesse Jackson character in this particular portrayal. And the reason that I really keyed on that, because from what I remember, he was the only one that wasn't in like a suit and tie, if I remember it accurately. And so I was just kind of looking for an individual that wasn't in a suit and tie, and there is no one on this reenactment. And I thought, and I feel Like that was an intentional omission. And I think it's the devil in the details when it comes to something like that. But again, I'm gonna play it, and hopefully the audio part of it is good enough that we all kind of get a sense of what is going on here. But I'm also gonna put it down there in the purple pill, so people who might want to look at it later. Now this is, it's Hollywood, it's Hollyweird, of course. But this show was really one of those, they call it revelation of the method. They call it predictive programming, essentially where they put a lot of this information into entertainment to confess, to kind of let you know what's really going on. I believe there's another layer, and I talked about it before. I think there's a manifestation layer inside of this this medium that they call entertainment. I think that, like this movie Civil War that is out, I didn't get a chance to see it yet, but I think movies like that are designed to manifest events, manifest reality. And so I think it's a different thing in that sense. We got a hand up.
Hey, Black.
Yep.
Hey, Black. Before my sister go, understand this part. The part that is, and this is from the circles that I was in before I even came to like Twitter and stuff. Right. The Most High definitely sent me on a path to go deeper, go further. Right. So we start getting into stuff like the Goetia and the Keys of Lesser Solomon, and different, like the Book of the Dead, Solomon's Temple, like David's Throne. I mean, like all of those books, because those are listen, this is the funny part. That's our history. That's our information. That's our knowledge that we're supposed to have, right? Because we were never supposed to be afraid of any creation, because all creation was to submit unto Adam, even the angels, and this was the authority factor. So when you look at how the demons work, remember it said that there's a Bible script that said the children of God came before the presence of God, and Satan came also. And God said unto Satan and the congregation, "Where comest thou, Satan?" And he said, going to and fro from the earth. And the next thing you know, I'm not sure if they said seeking to devour or all of that, but I know he said going to and fro from earth. So he's just saying like he's going back and forth from earth. But one thing I recognized is the authority, because even as we were talking, the demons can't do stuff if the authority of God does not will it. So even that shows that they're still under an obeisance, even in their character, even in their demeanor, to God's authority. Even if they think they're doing their own plan, God has a plan that his authority allowed them to execute for a time that is going to serve his greater plan. So in that moment, when you're talking about the guy with the smoke that's always in the shadows, he was like the guy that was even higher than Scully and Mulder and them. That guy was always over there, and he was putting a cigarette out or sitting over there under the lamp or in the shadow. You couldn't see them. That was actually supposed to represent that Men in Black type of character, that higher up than the government authority levels that we're used to dealing with type of personification, right? Because they always give us the personification. But not to be too long with it, just going to that part when you're talking about like the spiritual aspect of it. This is the prophecy of it, and they have to tell us, right? Because there's a two-part to it. They're absorbing the karmic debt of doing it to us under the guise that we're beguiled. This is also why Christ said, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do," recognizing that we were beguiled in a lot of things, no different than it was. You can even imagine how it was to what we call sharecropping. Think about that on an overlaying platform to where everything we get into and contracting with these people, they're beguiling us. So spiritually and physically, they're doing it because manifestations in the physical are just from the spiritual anyway. But just letting Sister I Am cook before she forget what she was saying. But yeah, great topic on that motion, because it all ties it together. And I'm gonna add some other parts in after my sister talk as well, just to throw in something else. brother. But yeah, great job, great part there. Peace and blessings, sister.
Peace, power, Negro reparations, family. I just wanted to add to what Black Majority was saying. The reason why Jesse Jackson wasn't in what you're talking about, because he wasn't there. You know, he wasn't there. If you probably can find, there's a video with Hosea Williams where he tells the story. Jesse Jackson was not there. You know, he showed up later and wiped blood on his shirt.
Yeah, the blood on his shirt.
And 2 days later, he showed up in New York at a press conference with the same shirt on. Jesse Jackson is a liar. And then if you read the King's family lawyer, Pepper, he has a book. I can't think of the name of it, but it's pretty thick, and I've gotten through half of it. But I do remember when he even said in the book that Jesse Jackson wasn't there and that he was a liar. You know, and Pepper also talks about how MLK didn't die there. He died in the operating room after the doctor smothered him.
That part
from testimony of a nurse. So, you know, it's a lot of things that are just absolute lies, but I just wanted to, you know, throw that in there for a little clarification based on those two sources, you know, stating that Jesse Jackson wasn't there. He's a damn liar. And I'll end.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that actually is the clip that I was referring to. And wow, so what's interesting is I'm going to send you this picture so that you can see what I see. And I know about the rubbing the blood on the shirt. I know about hopping on the plane to Chicago, all of that. But I thought that he was physically there, dressed a little bit different, but I'll send you this picture and you tell me, you know, how you look at it or whatever. And then we can kind of go from there. But
the thing about it that the brother said was that he was physically there, but he wasn't on the balcony when it happened. Right. So what happened was he came to the balcony. And then, as everybody's just getting themselves, he said, buddy, the one thing he said was that when he walked up, it was so much blood that was on the balcony, because he said when a sniper had hit him, it was right through the side of his nose and his face. And he said only a military professional of the highest grade could hit a shot that far with the wind of that day in Chicago. So he was just saying like how that was a professional to hit right there in the face, to hit him there, and the blood just started coming out of him profusely. So he was like, the main thing that they wanted to do was cover his face up because the camera people was trying to come up there, and I think it was one of the Jewish dudes who was trying to come up there to get a story. And that's when they got into the scuffle. And he said that was one of the other moments that made him mad. But the worst was Jesse Jackson, because he said even when he tried to pick King's head up, all that blood wasn't on the shirt. And then he seen him later with all his blood on the shirt. And he was like, it looked like he literally put his hands in the blood and rubbed it on the shirt. Because when everything had happened, even when I'm holding King's head, all that blood wasn't across all his shirt. So he said he looked like he was doing it for a costume. And then to see him 2 days later with it on was like, what the fuck is going on? But one thing I want you to pay attention to, and this is another aspect of how these hospitals, and we really need to like think about our reparations and our reparations having us with our own institutions of healthcare because of Tuskegee and of things like this. The hospitals are also part and parcel. And when people go to the hospital, they're not going to a random doctor.
No question.
They're not going to a random paramedic.
No question, man.
When we watch these movies of these hitmen and shit like that, especially on the one with the, I think it was one of the casino heists, they tapped the phones and made it seem like it was a 911 call, and the people act like they were the paramedics, and they were there to rob the person and get the access and get the fingerprints and stuff, so they actually got them sick. And then when they caught the paramedics, they made it seem like they was coming as paramedics, but they was actually a heist crew, but they really was not the real paramedics is what I'm getting at. So when you think about how he go into a doctor's office, he's supposed to meet just a random doctor getting the patient cold blue so that really they can focus on him. And then this guy's Martin Luther King, so it's a big figure. So the best doctor's supposed to come up, but they get a doctor that's able to come in and then suffocate him.
Yeah.
Like, under whose authority and under what nurses, and you see what I'm saying? So it's like all these parts are at play against us. And I think that that's something that we really haven't really taken time to really assess, because when you think about how our women are dying in hospitals on the tables with nurses and shift nurses and nurse managers and doctors, and they're dying just giving birth, which is something natural they could do in the woods and not die.
Right.
So it's like, we really got to assess the genocidal aspect of it, but also recognize Margaret Sanger wasn't a small-time figure.
This is so natural.
She wasn't just some white girl that was a nurse. She was writing letters to Dr. C.J. Gamble of Procter and Dr. C.J. Gamble of Procter and Gamble, which is a fucking multi-trillion-dollar corporation. So we're not dealing with small figures. She's a Jewish woman who has a big connection in things that sometimes when we get fettered out, that we get these little gems like, we must not let word get out that we're trying to exterminate the Negro population. Well, us in 2024 need to see how much extermination has been culminated since she put out the Negro Project to now, because all of these things with the death of our leaders, the death of our women, the death of our children, these are part of the system of us not being able to rise to that level of actually being American and participating as free people, because we're still under a genocide, even if it's in a covert, hush-hush, quiet type manner, whether it be a civil rights leader or an unborn child from the hood. We're still under threat. And that's the essence that I think of the seriousness of the magnitude that we really should focus with, because that's really what we're dealing with, from spiritual to physical, with this government, with the agencies, with the immigrants. We're dealing with an enemy that is in our country that's against us, that poses as our neighbors. Because Dr. King had his friends, but these people were not his friends, they were agents. They were not his confidants. He couldn't confide in them, but they were Negroes. They were black. They stood with him. They marched with him. They took pictures with him. They ate with him. They drank with him. But they also set him up to take, so that the killer could take the shot, as one of them Freudian slip had said. We stood there and lined him up perfectly so he could take the shot. And I'm like, what the fuck did I just hear this guy say? And he's saying it because in their spirit, they've had to always hide it and deal with it. So at some point, the devil always loves to boast. And that spirit of boasting will come out. And when we get it coming out, like a Margaret Sanger, like we had to move out the way so he could take the shot. We have to recognize that King was put on that balcony at that time, maneuvered to be there for a shot that was coordinated between his friends, the local police, the doctors, the nurses, the ambulance. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Do my people understand what I'm really saying? Like the tie of it all, from the friends on the balcony to the limo service, to the police service, to the ambulance service, to the doctors suffocating them. These are all working together to kill and eliminate the Negro. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm saying.
Y'all got to rock on a little bit longer.
And I agree with you, Reformer, to be honest with you, because I believe they all colluded and took part in his assassination. You know, because it's like, when you look at that picture, I just looked at the picture Black Majority sent me. You know, that clearly, was before he got assassinated, maybe even a day before, But then it's like, well, why wouldn't none of those people step up and say anything? Why would Hosea Williams wait so long to say something? I think there was so much more behind the scenes that was going on. Establishment. And they knew what was going on, and everybody just kept it a secret, just like they say with John F. Kennedy. They say that video of him getting shot was edited. They said this driver shot him.
Wow.
You could see on the Zapruder film the driver's gun.
Yeah, they said the driver shot him. So
the driver shot him, and Miss Kennedy tried to get the fuck out the car.
Yeah.
I mean, how much more do we as people have to say that they got to put together and frame up before we recognize, hey, who the fuck in our government arranged for the driver and the police to get this president killed? Same type of people who arranged for Lincoln during the time of war to be at a fucking theater so he could get his brains blown out so the Negro can listen. Why did Kennedy get assassinated? Because he was helping a Negro. Okay, why did Lincoln get assassinated? Because he was helping. So you mean to tell me every president is doing something good right now? Clinton, Biden, Trump, they all want to support Israel, even in the face of people in his own stadium saying we support, like Genocide Joe, we support Palestine. They still are trying to take a pro-Israel stance. So no president's getting assassinated. But if you come help the Negro even a little bit, honestly, I like real help, not no fucking program. Real help for the Negro specifically, you die. And the reason they do that is because they asking the next person who decides he want to help the Negro, are you willing to die for the Negro? And a lot of these white people have been very reluctant to die for the Negro. And that's the truth. And they're all part of it. Listen, I'm gonna just keep it funky with you, right? They tried to recruit me in my 10th grade in college. They had a Ford supermodel. Her name was Ebony Williams. Her family was lawyers. Her mom was a doctor. Her dad was a lawyer. The dad made less money than the mom. He was subservient to the mom. It was a posh-looking family. Daughters in Ford magazine taking pictures and stuff with Paris Hilton, and the family's from a good family in Raleigh, North Carolina. Do you know this girl was a fucking Ghislaine Maxwell? She tried to get me to join them to meet up with this guy.
Wow.
Right? And this guy wanted to, try to take pictures of a buff. And the guy was real, feminine, LGBT type. So a lot of the shit he was wanting me to do, I'm like, nah, bro, I'm not doing that. I'm not taking pictures like that. And it was very provocative type shit. I'm like, I'm just trying to take pictures so they could see my frame. I could get in one of these casting calls. As a big motherfucking dude. I was 275, 285, handsome, put together well. I wanted to go ahead and get into modeling, but he was trying to do sexual type stuff, pictures. And I'm like, no. And then they hit me as I was driving home. The ancestor spirit hit me. And I'm like, he wanted to use those pictures so he could use that as blackmail against me later on.
They're going to test you, bro.
And then they was going to use that in case I get too big and not really fuck with them. And they tried to get her to get me with some dude to have some type of foursome, fivesome. I swear to God, I'm not lying to you. I swear to God. I swear to the Most High. I'm not lying. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not swearing on my children. Most High say swear on him. I swear on the Most High's throne.
They're gonna try to test
as
you,
his,
bro.
as a creation and his image on earth. I swear my words on him.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah.
To have a fivesome with 3 dudes and 2 girls. I said that's not enough women for me. I'm a G. I said, nah, I'm good. I said, I don't even like running trains with my teammates, with some of my niggas. I said, that's really not my move. I'm like 19 years old, 19 years old, about to be 20. I'm like, but this ain't me. I'm trying to go into the NFL. I'm trying to do stuff. I'm not really trying to do that. And then when they did that, then came the NFL, then came the draft. And then the teams that wanted me wanted to push this other type of agent on me. And then I found out about him. He was a black dude. And when I found out about him, he wasn't even registered, and he had got in trouble from fucking with Moss, one of the Moss brothers, Randy Moss, and some man Moss, one of them brothers, and messing their money up. Wow. So I really canceled him, fired him, and some Jewish dude I had met from nowhere just popped up out of nowhere. It was legal and lawful, and just got the paperwork done and just worked with him. But what I'm trying to tell you is before you even get to the level of where you're getting that $1 million check, they already have a profile on you. They've already gotten you on wiretape or on some video doing something that they can use to blackmail you, because what they do is in the image with their weaponization of the media, they promote you as this good guy saint image in the media so they can build you up, so that when that image of that footage come out that surfaces when they want it to, it destroys the character of your public image, which then destroys the character of your ability to earn income, which then destroys the character of your ability to be known off the recognition you put your hard work into, all because they used something earlier in your years that they set up to be used against you, to that when you do get big, they can control and manipulate you. When you say no, they put it out there This is the type of situations they've got all of our people who have made it in. And I'm going to tell you, you do not make it unless they have something on you and they can do that to you. You do not make it because you're too much of a risk to be able to set fires ablaze to other people. Same type of instance when that one rapper in Atlanta wanted to go get $100,000 cash out of his Wells Fargo account that he had over $300,000 in. He wanted $100,000 cash, and the police came and laid him on the ground and put guns on him and put him in handcuffs and told him that he needs to contact his agency before he withdraws the cash and make an appointment to get the cash. And that's what they do to let you know that they're not giving you your money that's in your account because your money is held up for their purpose and their benefit. And if you decide to go get it, they're going to lock your ass up. And every motherfucker knows that's why they got a black card that they promote to make it seem like you feel good, that you got to put $1 million cash on as a down payment to even get qualified for that card. See, man, there's a whole bunch of shit in that world that a lot of our people don't even recognize. So when you see these motherfuckers and they don't look like the niggas who came from the hoods that we grew up in, it's because they got themselves so deep in fuckery and debauchery and wickedness, and some of them have gone astray from even the creation upon which the hood that manifested them came from. They don't remember Big Mama. They don't remember weekends on the floor with the bros coming over, putting 4 blankets on the floor, having breakfasts the next morning with the graham biscuits and the grits and the bacon and the eggs and the cheese and maybe the Spam. They don't remember stealing the cookie dough out the store just to hang with your homies, smoking weed on a green box, making beats on the table with 2 pins, and then coming back and going and chill with your boys baking cookies because you baked and you got the cookies from your homie who always steal from the store, because this is what created the person that grows from that hood to manifest into something that is created in the NFL, MLB, NBA. These are the type of things that manifest those type of people. So when they start separating those people from those things that made them, then all of a sudden they're usable for another people's beneficial interest and never our own. And this is the truth. This is the truth. This ain't whether you like somebody, you don't like somebody. This ain't your favorite. This ain't your worst. This ain't your light skin. This ain't your dark skin. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with whether they can manipulate you for their benefit or not. And if you're not manipulable or malleable, then you're a threat to them and they remove you from their circles. It's the facts. It's just the facts.
All facts.
When you look at Maxwell's and you see why she talks like that, understands she came from our hood. She came from where she was raised around us. She came from our own. She came from our experience. She came through that. But where she is now, that doesn't mean anything to her anymore. What means stuff to her is whether the Jewish AIPAC League gives her $100,000. And they approve of her, and they don't disapprove of her. That's what means more to her than anything we can tell them. It's just the truth. Brother Black just...
Yeah, no, that's facts. National had his hand up, and then I'm going to play this little clip again. I just want to play it because it was something that in all my years of watching the X-Files, I don't remember seeing this. Like, it never really registered, and it's probably an episode that I missed because I probably missed a bunch of them. But I think it's pretty interesting. I put the CNN report of Jesse Jackson and Andrew Young returning to the Lauren Motel 50 years after the event. There's a quote in there where Andrew Young is relaying what happened. He said they were downstairs, to everybody's credit in the space, and he's relaying a story as to what transpired. And they have a quote of Jesse Jackson saying the word POW, P-O-W, in quotes, as this man is relaying this story. Now, between me and you, I've lost people that I care deeply about. I would never mouth that word in a story relaying to what had occurred to one of my loved ones, someone that I cared about. So I just think that is very strange to say the least. I think that's just a strange quotation to have there. It's a strange thing to say. It's a strange way to try to accentuate what had occurred in that situation. But there it is in print, and you know, it is what it is. So National, if you wanted to add something to it, and then we're gonna play this clip.
Yeah, real quick. What's up, bro? What's up, my boy? King Great State. Shit. But yeah, I just want to talk about like La Farmer. He dropping some real shit. That's how it works. It's a lot of stuff out here that's connected, you know. But I think we all know that it's a machine and it's against us. So it's like, you know, I don't have too much to add to that. I mean, we pretty much broke it down. But I just want to say, like, I chimed in on these. I never actually. Yeah, one. Yeah. I'm like, that's something first. Yes, please. I'm getting some food. I'm not really about it. But yeah, like, when it comes to this, thank you, sir. When it comes to this assassination stuff and all that, like, you know, I'm not going to say that everybody was in on the killing of MLK. Like, I don't have any reason to believe that everybody that he was with was in on it. And it's like, we supposed to be paranoid to a degree, but it's like, man, we got to trust somebody, right? Like, Jesse was the snake. It don't take a whole team to bring you down. That's the whole point. It don't take a whole team of people to bring you down right in your immediate circle. All you need is one snake in your circle, and that's enough to get you lined up, right? And in that situation, Jesse was that snake. So why didn't Andrew Young or Ralph David Abernathy or whoever say, you know, what they could have said? Fear is a hell of a thing. I mean, people get out here and, you know, people think that they ready for that life, that they ready to be out here and take them chances and stand out there and have that target on their back and be that public figure or be in the immediate circle with the public figure. And then when somebody get killed or get their ass beat or, you know, go do 30, 40, 50 years in jail, then people find out how real the shit really is, right? So I think that's what it was in the case of MLK. Like, damn, they killed him. Shit, let me shut up, because I ain't trying to get killed too. And some people will say that's cowardly. I'm not going to argue with them. I mean, call it what you want, but fear is paralyzing to some people. Then I would just want to chime in on the Kennedy thing, right? This is brutal film. I studied the hell out that film. I studied the hell out the Jack Ruby film. I'm still in. I'm just taking a break. I'm in the film and entertainment industry. I know what a set look like. I know what the purpose of a boom mic is and all this and that. Like, the Jack Ruby assassination or the Jack Ruby getting killed outside the courthouse or the jail or wherever, that was bullshit. They shot that multiple times, and you can see that the pictures and some of the videos don't match. You can see shadows in places where it wasn't shadows in other places because they was back there repositioning the equipment and stuff to, you know, to get the scene or whatever. When Jack Ruby killed Lee Harvey Oswald, the parent, supposedly. Then the thing with the driver, right? Did the driver shoot Kennedy? No. The driver didn't shoot Kennedy, but the driver definitely had a hand in it because he did pump the brakes or stop the car long enough so the dude that did shoot him to get that second shot off. If you watch the film, you see that Kennedy got hit twice. The first time he got hit in the neck. You see him grab his throat, and Jackie's like leaning on him, talking to him like, hey, baby, what's wrong? And while she in the middle of talking to him, trying to console him or figure out what's going on, boom, he caught the other one to the dome. The shiny part that you see in that black and white film, I thought it was a gun too at first. I was all like, oh my God, that's crazy as hell. You got the driver lined up, but it wasn't a gun. When you really look at the film, you will see that it was just the sun shining off the slick down hair of whoever that was, one of the people. I can't remember if it was the driver or the passenger, but it was Head.
I think it was like another politician or fireman or something like that in that front seat. Or governor.
Remember he was with the governor.
It was the governor.
Yeah, he was with the governor or the lieutenant governor or somebody, and they had turned their head and had turned around and looked at him, and the way they turned, it lined up, and the sun was just beaming off their hair. And that's what because it's like you try to look, it's like where did the gun go? It was never a gun, but it did almost look like that. But it's a lot of shit. I don't want to harp on that too long, but I'm big time conspiracy realist, and I study this shit too. So, but yeah,
the part that made me say it was the gun was because I know about blast impact projectile response. So whenever like a bullet hits like a piece of paper, I could tell you which side the bullet came from based off of the way the indentations is, right? And then all of a sudden, like when you go to the range, like when you hit something with like a little piece of cardboard or wood behind it, you can see how when you hit it, like the wind from the bullet pushes it back. It's like a certain force, and it's the same force equatable to like when a bus or a fucking semi truck drives past you, and that force can throw you the fuck away. Like it can push you away or pull you in, determining on what way the wind is spinning around the truck and hitting it. But when you talk about the driver for Kennedy, you look at Kennedy and you can see how he got hit in the neck. His wife's looking at him, but then when you see Kennedy get hit in the head, if it was a projectile from the back or from anywhere from 180 degrees from his ear to his ear, it would have threw his head forward. But when you see Jackie with him talking to him, his head's down, and when he gets hit, his head gets thrown back. So when his head gets thrown back, and you can see how the head gets thrown back simultaneously on beeline from the fucking reverse windshield wiper, and it's going straight at his head. So again, it's like if they didn't get him from the fucking guy, and this goes back to what we were saying, from the beginning. They got everybody on board, from the doctor to the nurse to the ambulance to the police to the folk. And look at the police that was following the what they call the president's caravan or something like that. Y'all know the word I'm talking about. When they was following the president's
detail,
his detail. Yes, when they was following the beast. It was a certain level of cops that was behind Kennedy all throughout the streets. But when he hit that turn, it was a certain amount of cops that literally stopped and didn't turn and they said they did it because they wanted to get a nice shot of the president. But that was the only place where the detail was not behind the president and his head was able to be exposed, which still from the shooter that they had that day hit him in the neck, which was supposed to be a shot for his fucking head. And it hit it just a little bit to his spine, so it didn't even kill him. But it hit him in the throat, so that's why he reached for it. But the shot came from the front. But what I'm really getting at is that these people have folk that's set up to kill you. The reason that we know this to be true, because even when Lincoln was getting assassinated, it wasn't just Lincoln that was getting assassinated. It was Edward Stanton that had an attempt on his life as well. His son was stabbed as well by another assassin. And there was a couple of other assassination attempts on the very same night. And one thing I know that the end of that trail from that assassination coup came from Rome and went to a church in Montreal that then went all the way down to the theater and dealing with those circles to get Lincoln in that theater to assassinate him in that booth. So it's like the detail that would have followed Lincoln on any other night would have not been that thin or haphazard. But what happens is just like with the Honorable Malcolm X as well. He was supposed to have people getting patted down. But for some reason that day, the pat downs didn't happen. They put in a movie that Brother Malcolm didn't want the pat downs, but the part of security detail is to do the things that keep the place safe. And security detail was supposed to be patting people down no different than any other night. But on that day, pat downs wasn't done, and it was that day that not only was it coordinated with the get your hands out my pocket, the flame in the seat next to it, but the other brothers sitting forward and some of the other brothers sitting in the back. They're all working together to complete the hit or the assassination because they're all working with a group of people that is organizing them greater than the organization that they're presenting themselves to be doing with the people that we call now leaders. That's why we don't have any more leaders, because there's people in our circles that even prevent them from being leaders now. And this is an attack that we have to focus on, because what's happening is that it's neutralizing us to the ability that the world doesn't get a Martin Luther King. It doesn't get a Malcolm X. It gets artists and musicians, actors and athletes, all, again, control people who are able to be manipulated and blackmailed because they wouldn't be in such positions. The reason that the people who we had that was in positions like that wasn't doing those type of things were there is the reason that they were assassinated, because they could not be controlled. Martin Luther King had things and tapes with other women, but he understood that he could tell his wife know he liked other women. So at the end, it's just him not having a good image as a reverend, having adultery with another woman more than it is a problem with him and his wife, right? So at the end of the day, they were utilizing the public image to shame King, not the household image. His wife knew he liked other women and he was getting down and busy. They knew what type of man they was with. Every Negro woman does. So what I'm trying to say is that wasn't the key to get Dr. King. What was the key to get him was that public image they had built up of the great reverend, the great holy man. Oh, he's committed adultery. That's what you want.
Yeah, character assassination is always the first.
And then character assassinations is the first. Then they assassinate you, and that's just they play. Yes, sir.
Okay. I was told, and I did look into who MLK kind of studied under, who was his spiritual elder, if you will, and he's got some interesting thoughts about relationships. That's all I'll say on that part. I think I got to exit out of this with the other account. Yeah, I got to go to, what do I got to do? I guess I got to leave this completely so I don't have that in the background. Okay. So yeah, here's the X-Files. Like I said, it's like 5 minutes long. I'll put it down in the purple pill. I did put that CNN article. That article is eye-opening, just in the sense of Jesse Jackson and his whatever thing, if you want to check that out. But here it goes.
Why didn't you know this was coming, Edgar? Last year, the House was not smiling on non-eye-to-eye surveillance. So I stopped. We called Ramsey Clark to receive a go-ahead on tapping King's phone, but he refused.
Our behind-the-fence operations on Willie believes that King's allies, Stokely Carmichael, is recruiting a Negro army to wage war on white America. Wouldn't you if you were them? This is only a civil rights issue. I'd vote for.
Yeah, the audio's not too good, and it sounds so far away.
Is it really?
Yeah, as you in the Matrix, that's why.
Okay. All right. I guess I got to pop in and pop out.
Make some co-hosts.
Oh, shiddle diddle. Shiddle diddle. Oh, I'm back. Did we get it? Oh, shizzle.
They should come up on social. SOXCIL.com. SOXCIL.com.
Yeah, I had sent you the co-host. Man, that's crazy. It stayed up. Okay, so I sent you the co-host. If you want to grab it. Let's see if this is better, because I mean, it sounds crystal clear over here, and I turned it up. I mean, it's going to be some background noise, but he actually is saying a lot in this little clip, even though this is Hollyweird, a reenactment, but they are putting some information out there.
Hey, don't have the microphone so close to the speaker, so that causes feedback too, though. But go ahead.
Why didn't you know this was coming, Edgar? Last year, the House was not smiling on non-eye-to-eye surveillance. So I stopped.
Is it really? God damn, that's weird.
Nah, not really. It's the microphone, bro, that you're trying to get us to listen on. It's like a pen needle. You know what I'm saying? It's like you trying to talk to a pen needle. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Upgrade that equipment, man. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks. That fucking sucks.
If you have a speaker where you could play the sound out through the speaker and then
try it
with a microphone out,
yeah.
it will reverse it. You know what I'm saying? And you will be able to hear it.
I'll try it off of this laptop. I don't know if it's gonna be that much different, but we'll give it a shot. Let me copy that. Okay, I got.
Did you send it to me? I got my tablet. I can run it if you want me to.
Yeah, let me try one more time off the laptop, because the thing with the laptop is that in order to play it on the YouTube channel, it's got to be on the different browser, and because otherwise it'll just be like 5 minutes of empty space. So I just got to double check to make sure it's the right browser. All right, y'all tell me what y'all think, and if not, I'll send it to LaFarmer real quick. Yeah.
Why didn't you know this was coming?
You ain't got to work either, sister. Come up here and do some of the technical work.
Last year, the House was not.
Black State Radio. Make sure y'all follow Mel Cruz, the only Mel Cruz, y'all.
Okay, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot.
Why didn't you know this was coming, Edgar?
Last year, the House was not smiling on non-eye-to-eye surveillance, so I stopped. We called Ramsey Clark to receive a go-ahead on tapping King's phone, but he refused.
Our behind-the-fence operations on Willie believes the King's allies still.
Say it again.
I said it's clearer, but it's low.
Yeah, and that's probably not going to change much, because I got the volume at maximum throttle here. Okay, try one more time here.
You know this was coming, Edgar? Why didn't you know this was coming, Edgar?
Last year, the House was not smiling on.
You said no?
Yep.
Okay, all right. I'll
We about to Apollo you, bro. Ooh, get this man off the stage. Ooh.
Yeah, let me send the link to LaFarmer then. Yeah, man, that sucks. Of course, it's always something. It's always a technical issue. All right, so while going through the process of trying to get that to LaFarmer and get him to line that up, I guess we can just go into this black paper thing. Now, that's going to take some time, to be quite honest. That's a little extensive, so maybe what I'll do is I'll play an update from what's going on over there, over in the northern middle Africa, just to see if there's anything.
Can you send it to me, brother?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
And my iPad's charged up. I can run it.
Okay, there it goes. Yeah, man, that's crazy, man. It sucks, because even with this little box that I get, oh man, there's something else that I need to make that thing work. It's not going to work the way I thought it would.
No doubt. So,
Hey, it does. You just haven't studied the eternal looping. Look up the loop back feature on that mixer. It has to have it there. That's the whole purpose of that. So once you study that and study loop back technology, this is why I don't need to upgrade, but I'm going to. You see what I'm saying? My old 10-year interface, it do loop back, but I don't want to go deal with the old school technology of it. I'd rather just get a new one, press a button, it's over with.
Yeah, because like remember we tried to do the Gary, Indiana thing, and so there's a lot of feedback because these are old. These are old. Well, that's actually a high quality TV show. It shouldn't be the same thing, but some of these lectures, like the Steve Coakley, is going to be a lot of feedback
yeah,
noise.
I got it. Everything ready. I got the audio. Sounds good on my end.
Okay.
Well, let's check this out. Let's do a mic test. I just want to go ahead and get my fan off and shit. Make sure ain't no background ambient noise and stuff with it.
Yeah.
So that way it actually comes through pretty clear.
Shit.
Let me do a mic test on it. Everyone's got to get Apple, man. That's what I've been telling them.
This was County Edgar. Last year, the House was not smiling on non-Iju Isaac.
How's the audio on that?
Good. It's good for me.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Perfect? Okay, good. Shout out to Team Apple, man. Team Apple, do it.
Yeah.
Last year, the House was not smiling on non-Iju surveillance, so I stopped. We called Ramsey Clark to receive a go-ahead on tapping King's phone, but he refused.
Our behind-the-fence operations on Willie believes that King's allies, Stokely Carmichael, is recruiting the Negro Army to wage war on white America.
Wouldn't you, if you were them? If this were only a civil rights issue, I'd vote for a King Benjamin Spock presidential ticket. After last night, it's not. You actually sound sad about it. I respect
you're not going to take it back by 5 to 10 seconds. When a white man said, wouldn't you if you were them?
Believes that King's allies, Stokely Carmichael, is recruiting the Negro Army to wage war on white America.
Wouldn't you, if you were them? If this were only a civil rights issue, I'd vote for a King Benjamin Spock presidential ticket. After last night, it's not. You actually sound sad about it. I respect King. He's an extraordinary man. But now he's talking like a Maoist. And if he convinces Negroes not to fight in Vietnam, we'll lose. And the first domino will have fallen. We must step up our efforts to discredit him. Like your ridiculous suicide project. There is but one way out for you. That dumb letter attempting to drive King into despair only alerted him to the level of our surveillance. We could create a film of him with a woman other than his wife. Using existing footage, we could insert him in a film we make of a woman. A white woman. The solution is more intense than just dirty tricks. If you'll excuse us, gentlemen, the director has a meeting at the White House. Tim, you have enough plausible deniability to last the rest of your 9 lives.
A SIG force can execute a when insert operation. One day, he and his immediate circle are just found dead.
Too many questions. Americans believe the South is still fighting the Civil War. We find ourselves a cracker patsy, and the motives become very black and white. Another patsy. Should we advise the president? I work very hard to keep any president from knowing I even exist. Black and white. Another patsy. Should we advise the president? I work very hard to keep any president from knowing I even exist. Who will you order to do it? I'll do it myself. I have too much respect for the man. Hello? The document you sent me out for. Just put him down by your clothes. I heard Dr. King saying the Moray Motel right behind here. Our gun buyer's coming by to look at the rifle. Oh, I gave it to you this morning. I have it. Look, 3's crowd. Here's a couple hundred. Go to a movie or something, come back in 2 or 3 hours. Leave the Mustang, I'll leave it there.
We got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter what we got. Because I think the mountain top. Like everybody, I would like to live a long life, longevity, as in space. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. Not look over. Not see
the promised land. I mean, let's get there with it. But I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
Man, bro.
That was the video, and you know, the movies in Hollywood are way more real than people think, right?
Man.
Because they're actually the ones who talk to like the detectives. You know, they're all Jewish. The secret guy, the open guy, the secretaries, the agents, the paper people. So when they talk to each other, it sounds just like that. Like they got the Negro rebel rousers, and we need something more serious. We can't make his image look bad because again, they tried to mess his marriage up with his house. But that Negro woman knew what type of Negro man she had. They needed something to hurt her more now, since the character assassination didn't really do what it was supposed to. Now they had to do what they really was wanting to do. But what I want you to know is, and this is going to tie into my space I'm having tomorrow, and I already knew it, and I already know the title, and I'm glad to be here. It's always like that. And I think what it's just, you know, it's going to be something along the lines of, you know, like whites have turned America into a shithole country, and white supremacy is going to destroy the world. And it'd be centered around the fact that when you think about it, this wasn't no African leaders coming to kill King. There wasn't no Caribbean leaders. There wasn't no Hispanic leaders. These was the homegrown white Americans. It was the white boys and girls that when they seen King, he posed a threat to them. And the sad reality is that, you know, we were supposed to already have been at a point where we've kind of come together, and we're still not. We're still not. And I don't think that is meant for us to, and that's okay. Right? And I think we have to get to the point where we see an America without whiteness. Whether it be without white people, without white identity, without white supremacy. We have to see an America without it, because we can't live with it anymore. Right? It's the antithesis of us. It's the complete opposite of us. When you think about like our people, how many Negroes have killed white leaders? Like how many Negroes have undermined white progressive movements? How many Negroes have stolen white community towns? Like and slaughtered people? Like I firmly believe that, you know, in this space tomorrow, and what the preamble of it is tonight, being the end of the Sabbath, a wonderful, wonderful Sabbath I have with my family, it's really time for us to really look at being serious about our occupation. We have to really be serious, because to be honest, we're leaving our children in the fate of wild and savage people. I mean, when they came out of slavery, the country was in a surplus. There was no debt. There was more money in the treasury than could even be done with. The country's budgets and everything was a plus. We had an infrastructure here. We had a farming system here. We had a business model here. We had all these things, but because it was Negro dominated due to them enslaving us, them making us be the blacksmiths, the masons, and the workers for every deed and service that they wanted us to be in. We were the ones who possessed all of the skills for the trade, and our worksmen and craftsmanship still stands to this day. slave houses that were built, slave shacks that were built, slave master homes that were built are still artisan is still standing on foundations laid with just plumb old school techniques and Negro masonry and mastery, and still stands today on a country farm getting beat by the seasons every year. We still have a standing place of our work and our craftsmanship, but all this new shit they keep building it just falls. It's just tore down in 5 years. It's just trash. They've literally turned America into a shithole country. And it's a shithole country because there's no borders, there's no security, there's no level of law that respects all. It's just white supremacy and white degradation. So it's that preamble to hearing these men. These men are sitting together talking about how to take out King, not how to take out Mao Zedong, not how to take out the Russian leader or the Black Pope or Ghislaine Maxwell or Larry Fitzgerald or fucking Harvey Weinstein or goddamn John Wilkes Booth family type folks. No, when the Civil War was over, instead of worrying about finding out where the plantation owners were going to build up in Mexico, where they fled to, they were thinking about how we're going to kill Abraham Lincoln because he set these Negroes against us and they won, and he's giving them our lands that we literally were getting rich from these Negroes off of. So should these Negroes take our lands and use these farms for their own good, they literally will come hunt us down, kill us, or starve us out. This is what the Confederate journals were saying in the Knights of the Golden Circle books. And they literally was dead set to kill a president. It was nothing to them. It was nothing to them. Listen to me. It was nothing to them. So to kill King, for him to say, I respect the guy, it's no different than when you see the biggest 16 to 20 point antlers in their grandfather's lodge. They respected that buffalo. They respected that elk, but they still put a bullet in it and cut its head off and put it on the wall for whatever reason. I don't know. Why would they put out penises and jars on their wall and on their mantles? I don't know. Why there's houses, why there's chairs and courtrooms in Virginia that got hair in the seat from Negro slaves? I don't know, but I know we can't keep living like this with these people. I don't give a fuck if they're immigrant. I don't give a fuck if they're low. I don't give a fuck if they're cool, if they're not. We can't survive like this. And that's the space for tomorrow. And it's the truth. I'm bringing the facts. I'm not bringing no fucking feelings. Will be there because I'm human. Feelings will be there because I was created in the image of my creator. So my feelings weigh, but my truth will be true. 19.8 million Negro babies were killed in the womb. These people have the documents. They record killing us. They have it. The Congress has it. This is a clear genocide from the Negro Project, from Margaret Sanger, a Jewish genocidal maniac. No different than the Jewish people in Israel today. But in America, it's against the Negro. In America, Judith Van Ashore said the Black American youth is the greatest threat to Israel's safety. And as a Negro in America, looking what they're doing to the Palestinian people, I take that seriously. My children is not a fucking threat to a foreign government unless that foreign government has deemed me as their parents a threat. And that means we're going to go to war. Because I'll be damned if you'll assassinate my children in my face while telling me they're a threat as a fucking, I will deal with you. And see, the Negro need to start dealing with people. We ain't been dealing with nobody but each other. Don't believe me? Just take 3 weeks off of hosting spaces and look at all of the spaces and tell me which one speaks to white supremacy. Tell me which one made a space for 12, 15 hours talking about Jewish supremacy and what they're doing to our athletes, our artists, and our singers like a P. Diddy to make them get in circles with people who do debauchery and fuck shit that we don't do in the hood. But we'll sit back and let them crucify Diddy, crucify Cosby, crucify Kyrie, all while we sit back and say, that's fucked up. No, we need to start fucking them up. We need to go DEFCON 3 like Kanye told us and get our fucking shit together. And our men need to start being more dangerous to other people than our own. It's a fucking shame. Our women need to start loving their own men instead of thinking that our men don't love them. Nigga, we can't survive without you. We love you. You are the ones that bring our children in this fucking world. And we're supposed to kill to make sure that y'all are safe. And we falling off the fucking fray. We falling off the fray. I'll fold my chair to say this. I thank you for that clip. Because that clip's more real than the bullshit that they'll show you in the articles of these papers. Because I believe this clip was from recordings of minutes that was actually shared that can't be shared with the public unless it's put in a fiction way. But that's the conspiracy theorist in me, like Brother National might tell you as well. But I've been an Agent Sculler and Agent Mulder fan well before it was cool to be. Well in the 90s and Fox, when it used to come on Fox 5. Agent Fox Mulder on Fox. Watch the new episodes of X-Files tonight. And next thing you know, the little casting in the shadow, I used to watch it by myself. Sometimes I get scared, sometimes I get nervous. But then the Most High put a spirit of peace in me, that what's above us in the heavens that comes from up there is nothing for us to be afraid of. My ancestors have it on record from slavery. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. We weren't allowed to read. We had a Negro Bible without any of those verses in it, and we didn't even have binoculars or fucking telescopes to look in the stars to know what any type of circular object would be that would come save us. But we knew damn well that what they call alien and preparing a space force against, to fight against, to say that we are supposed to be afraid of, the Negro has no reason to be afraid. Whatever's coming from above is good for us. Whatever's coming from in the earth, earthquakes, volcanoes, is good for us. And it's time for us to get good with each other, be great with each other, and actually start recognizing that unless we really just be like those wilderness Negroes that have trailed in the wilderness and not be there for 40 years on the journey that could only have taken a year, we need to start putting shit together that can get us along the way. Because I don't want to be in the wilderness with you niggas for 40 years. I really don't. I want to get what's mine, what my ancestors are old, and start building with you Negroes, and start having fucking industry with you niggas. I'm sick of seeing the Indians in my fucking country. I'm sick of seeing the Asians at the doctor's office. I'm sick and tired of seeing poppy corner stores and bodegas with his daughters walking around half naked in our streets, provoking our men to entice them, only for them to create children that their families hate. I'm sick. Aren't you? Aren't you? You didn't grow up in the crack era? I did. I know what that looked like. It's not cool. We don't have another generation to fuck around. Look, we're the last. We're the last. And I'm a professional athlete. I've won last minute type games, and it feels good to win those games. But I'm gonna tell you what, when you're getting that type of gameplay, anybody joking on the sideline, anybody playing around, you'll literally put your foot in their ass and give them an uppercut and tell them to go in the locker room, get the fuck off the field, because you're distracting those trying to win the game. And that's what we need. We need a standard of the minimal possible of distracting us, because this is the last fucking quarter, and we need an overtime. I'm telling you, we need an overtime. We need to be able to put ourselves in position to run a play that we run. Because right now we're against the odds, and we just need to motherfucking stop the bleeding and get some points on the board to get us to overtime so we can make the game even, right? Because right now we're under, but it's okay because we are the buzzer beaters, right? We're the ones you can put the game ball in our hands and we'll get it done. It's typically the Negro that's doing that. I have one of those plays in my book. I have one of those last minute goal line stands that the odds are against you, you're down, and the team's 1 yard away, and a fumble on the goal line, and we get the ball, and the game's won in our hands by 6 points. I've been that person. I know what that feels like, but I'm gonna tell you what, on that sideline, not even the coaches matter. It's such a focus that it's almost euphoric that you don't have a conversation with people. You look. It's not a word out there. You don't talk to your teammates in that moment. In that moment, you look. You feel it. Your hairs stand up because it's that level of importance. And if we're not really looking at this moment with a Trump Biden, this moment in an election year, and a reparations demand year, You don't have to wait to 2080 or 2050. It's over. I swear to God. I'm not trying to bullshit you. I'm not trying to lie to you. I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you what I feel in my spirit. That dude that was online having $15,000 and buying guns, Mr. Capici from Venezuela, is actually a foreign government agent from the Venezuelan army. And if he could do that and boast about it, people, we're in trouble, family. We're in trouble, family. When they're not afraid to boast in our face about what our government is giving them in our midst during reparations demands. Knowing California couldn't get cash because the Hispanic community, and we're not raged. Family, I'm going to tell you what, the water hose days and shotgun days, we don't need to be able to have them in the museum because it won't be one. It won't be one. It just won't be one. It'll be replaced by the BIPOC Museum. It'll be replaced by the Minority Museum. And they'll tell us to get in that line.
Ooh. God damn. Okay. Wow. Man, it's like intelligent minds think alike. And I said very similar things earlier in the space. We cannot leave what is currently going on and projected to be much worse to our future generations. That's just a failure, period, point blank. Yeah, we got to do something. We got to figure it out. Second pieces, you got it.
Hi, I just wanted to share with everyone the Foggy Bottom Metro Station is the closest metro station to the Lincoln Memorial. It's about a 17 to 20 minute walk along 23rd Street. You walk along 23rd, you'll cross Virginia Avenue, and then you'll cross Constitution Avenue, and the Lincoln Memorial's right there. And then you would walk over to the reflecting pool. And so I just wanted to add that, in addition to what DJ Segwan mentioned about the X2 bus, I think, and DJ can correct me, but I think the X2 bus also runs along Constitution Avenue. And I know Black Majority, you mentioned where you would be. I think you would either walk along or take the bus along Constitution Avenue to get to the Lincoln Memorial. Okay, thanks. I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So as you're talking, I'm like, wow, let me hurry and pull this map up real quick. So
yeah, with that being said, I haven't lived in DC since 2010, man, mama. So I don't know the layout as much anymore. But the X2, yeah, that was the bus right there. Take you right downtown, and you be right there by the Black American History Museum, which is like 4 or 5 blocks from the Verizon Center. So if you look up the Verizon Center, that's like a destination mark or whatever. But if y'all down by the Lincoln, yeah, that's like on the other side. So you want to go to a different metro station. Go ahead. But get your walking shoes. It wouldn't even matter because in DC, it's only you can walk all that. You know what I'm saying? If you like to walk, but I think they got them city type bikes, the rental bikes. You could just rent one of them bikes from the train station and just ride the bike. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't worth driving in the city. You know what I mean? Under any circumstances, hop on the metro, y'all. Don't get no ticket or get towed. Real rap.
Okay, so let me give you what I'm gonna do. Just for those who may drive in. Now, this may be subject to what the parking is available. So this is the building I've parked in multiple times. There's a CVS in it. It's called Colonial Parking. It's right across from Freedom Plaza, 13th Street, and it says East Street Northwest. That is like literally 2 blocks from the White House. And it looks like it's a 6-minute drive. I don't know why they got the drive there. I would have to change this to I'm actually walking. So it says it's about 20-minute walk. It's about a 1.5 mile walk to the Lincoln Memorial. That's probably the closest you're going to get as far as parking goes, because I don't think there's anything closer. But it'll be certainly worth an opportunity to take it, because for me, I need to be able to get in, boom, park, get to the event. When the event's over, get right back to the vehicle and take off. Versus like, you know, doing a bunch of different vehicles and things of that nature. I'm thinking this little waterfront thing, which is where we were at, and we actually parked over there because we stopped and had dinner and stuff over there. Rode the little ferry. I guess that's what they're called, the little boat ferry thing. This looks like it might be a little bit closer. And there is a lot of parking over there too, because it's like a outdoor mall area. But it's probably not going to be a whole lot closer, but it does look like it's another option as well. So if you're familiar with the waterfront and you're driving, that might be another option, because that is a little bit closer. But you know, for those who are driving in, I know some people are flying in and doing different things. Like I said, I just got to pretty much be able to drive in, park, do the event, check everything out, pass out flyers, say hello to everybody, chop it up, try to relax, praying for some clear, sunny skies. It is going to be warm here, at least. It's like 70s all week, so that's a blessing. And I'm not sure DC, but it's not that far. It shouldn't be too much of a difference. But yeah, and then when it's time to go, I need to be able to get right in the vehicle, hit the road, so that I can get back, get rested, so I can work the next day. You know, all of that good stuff. Because I'm taking off 2 days because I work overnights, and I won't be able to work a late night shift, get off at 3 a.m. and then sleep for 2 hours, wake up, and then drive to DC. That's way too much pressure and not safe or healthy at all. So I'm gonna just take an extra day off, take care of some local things I got to do around here tomorrow, and then try to get 8 hours of sleep before I get on the road. So yeah, so I have an Iran update. I'm gonna play this. Is Black American Homeland here? Yeah, Black American, if you're able to come up, we can get to chapter 3 of your book. I'm gonna play this. This is from WION, and I'm not sure where they're at. I want to say they're in India, but I can't be 100% sure. They're certainly what I would call an outsider news source, and so they probably have somewhat of a more objective perspective, hopefully, versus Fox News or MSNBC, depending on what side they want to take. I did watch a video where they're launching these fucking I don't know if they're drones or if they're the missiles, to be quite honest. They're coming out so fast that I believe they're missiles. I mean, because they're just like boo, 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 boo. It looks like they launched at least 100 of those things all at once. They say that Iran has the largest arsenal in that general area over there, or at least of the Arab countries. So, and they got Russia's support as well, and I guess by proxy they got China's support. So, unfortunately, we're moving to consolidation of financial markets and military alliances, which is what sort of was the primer for World War I and World War II as well. Are we on the precipice of it? It just depends on how the U.S. wants to play it, because these other countries are essentially putting out these red lines and not necessarily daring the U.S. to cross it, but saying, you know, if you do this, then we'll have to do that. And, you know, hopefully these people don't want to basically play with our lives and our existence over whatever's going on over there. So you up here, Black American Homeland?
There's a draft that's going on over there, Brother Black, that they were protesting against. I said, look at that shit. Protesting the draft on the occupied land you're on. because you want other people to come and fight for you to be on it. And then they got hit with missiles tonight. They're gonna have to prove their own worth and fight for their own shit and hold themselves up by their bootstraps. And the thing about us is we just need to fall back and focus on our reparations, getting our 40 acres in the mule from Special Field Orders 15, and keep our fucking nose out of this shit and let the chips fall where they may. Because the way it's looking right now, the only people that I'm gonna be suggesting going, same people who benefited from Israel, which are white America. So white America needs to go over there, help Israel fight, help Israel secure her borders, and help go fight the Muslim and the Arab in the Sand Desert, and do all that shit for them. And we'll be over here with our Special Field Orders 15 notices that we're supposed to have our lands and all that, because we don't want to have no parts of rendering any Negro body for any type of land, for any type of benefit for an ancient descendant of a slave master. It's just not plausible, especially during the time of restitution when we're demanding that we be compensated for what our ancestors have fought and earned valiantly for, which was denied them after an assassination to our president of the United States. So we're definitely not in any position to be advantageous for any other's purpose, desires that's outside of America. We're America first. We're looking at what we can do with our monies in America, how we can build up our infrastructure in America, how we can take our funding and build up our wells, our local schools, our fire halls, our public services, our city managements, our mayors, and eventually politicians outside of our local framework from our communities that have our backing, that have our money. So it's not important whether we go and lobby for things that are outside of the realm of what we want, because we have our own money to do with our own things that we choose. No different than anything like Israel does with their money, with their lobbying for their purposes and for what they need. And we see that their lobbying benefits them. The reason they're signing 52 billion here, 550 millionaires, because there's a lobbying group that has a lot of power that persuades them to stay overnight in their offices to get things signed for their interests. And the government has never even came together under a bipartisan vote to do anything overtime working on the American people behalf. But so much for Israel's behalf shows the power of the lobbying that Israel has in our country, and shows how we need to definitely utilize that avenue back.
Yeah,
I wanted to say this, Greg King. Yeah, I just watched the video. Yeah, that's a missile battery firing off rapid like that.
Gotcha.
And straight missiles.
Yeah, that's what's up. Cause so what I understand is they sent drones, which are small, kind of radar evasive, and we know they got that Iron Dome, so you get to use up some of their defenses on those. If some of them get through, so be it. And then you launch these, which are much larger, much faster, etc. And this report, they do show that some things did get through. So we'll listen to this real quick. And then Black American Homeland, we've been going through his book. We're on chapter 3. We'll take some time to go through his book as it lays out these Black majority states. So let's check into this WION report and let me know if the volume is good or whatever. I think this will be a little bit clearer here. Here we go.
Hey, Black, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm ready when you're ready.
Okay.
All right.
Celebrate the country's missile and drone attacks against Israel. Protesters waved flags of Palestine and Lebanese Hezbollah and chanted "Death to Israel" and "Death to America." Remember, Iran launched dozens of drones and ballistic missiles towards Israel in an unprecedented revenge mission that pushed the Middle East even closer to a region-wide war. The attack marks the first time Iran had ever launched a direct military assault on Israel, despite decades of enmity dating back to the country's 1979 Islamic Revolution. Our correspondent Jody Cohen shared more details on this.
So amid the sound of planes flying constantly throughout the night and the noise of explosions and sirens from many Israelis, the Israel Defense Forces said that Iran fired 200 missiles and drones at Israel. Most were intercepted with a few impacts, including minor damage at one military base, according to IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari. Thanks to interception by Israeli, US, British, and also reportedly Jordanian forces, according to reports, only one 7-year-old girl was injured by shrapnel. Security firm Ambry said that Iranian proxy, the Houthis, also launched multiple drones at Israel in coordination with Iran, and another Iranian proxy, Hezbollah, said that it fired dozens of rockets at Israel from Lebanon. Now, former US ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, took to social media platform X, highlighting that Iran had fired at Jerusalem, including, he said, at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and that Israel had intercepted that missile. Now, Israeli Defense Minister Gallant has thanked US Defense Secretary Austin for standing by Israel's side and said the defense establishment maintains maximum readiness against further attack attempts.
To talk more on this, we are joined by Colonel David B. Desroches, who's a professor of Asia Center for Strategic Studies at the National Defense University. Colonel David, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. We are covering the Israel-Iran tensions. What do you make of this entire scenario that's unfolding in West Asia at this point of time?
Yeah, well, it's a very tense moment. There's two possibilities. It looks as though the Iranian attack, which is unprecedented in scale and complexity, has been mostly defeated. And it's been defeated by an alliance measure. So not just Israel, but there are reports that American, British aircraft, Jordanian aircraft. I'm sure that there was American notice of missile launches and drone launches, and it looks as though there's also a significant electronic warfare effort that's led to minimal damage on Israel. The question is whether this was the intent of Iran, that they just wanted to signal that they can do something and that they truly believe, okay, we've made our point, this is the end of it. This is our response to the killing of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard generals in Damascus, or if they were really trying to do damage and were defeated. And that determination of Iranian intent will play a large part in how Israel responds. If Israel thinks that this was a serious attack aimed at causing serious damage that they managed to defeat, they will probably try to establish some form of oppositional deterrence to ensure this won't happen again. They will attack Iranian interests directly. Conversely, if they think this was just a demonstration, then they may step back a little bit, not directly confront Iran further, hope to de-escalate that, and focus on their other security challenges.
Let's also talk about Jordan's role here in what happened this morning and how it, in fact, helped Israel in shooting down those very drones that were headed towards it. Do you see, how do you see the regional players here in this entire war?
Well, what's interesting about this is the capacity that Jordan has. Jordan said our airspace is closed, and they meant it was closed to everybody. So they didn't want to see Israeli planes going through it, going east, and they didn't want to see anything Iranian going west. Normally when people say that, it means that it's only closed to friendly or law-abiding countries that will respect it. But Jordan has shown that it had the ability to shoot down drones and possibly missiles that were transiting Jordanian airspace. That not only did they declare the airspace closed to everybody, but they ensured it remained closed. That's kind of a new era, and that's a new capacity for a relatively small state. So it shows a level of sophistication that has been developed, operational sophistication, as a result of more than 40 years of close cooperation with the United States and Britain. It's pretty encouraging, I think.
Right. And if you also see the United States response after Iran sent the drones and missiles towards Israel, the United States says in fact, has given ironclad support to Israel. Do you see any involvement in future?
Well, there will always be an involvement in the future. I mean, this was in many ways a strategic mistake by Iran. Prior to this intervention, Israel was suffering a series of strategic setbacks. The narrative, when people talked about Israel, they talked about civilian casualties in Gaza. They talked about the need to keep Netanyahu from conducting further operations. They were talking about the World Food Kitchen volunteers who were killed by the Israeli armed forces. And strategic opinion, or popular opinion, was shifting against Israel in the West and even in the United States. Now, the narrative that I grew up with during the Cold War of Israel as a country besieged by pretty unpleasant people, and Iran is up there with North Korea in terms of the unpleasantness factor, that is at the forefront of the imagination. The drift away from Israel that was driven by the conduct of the war in Gaza, that seems to have taken a back seat. So I think that Iran's actions have actually done a disservice towards the Palestinian cause.
Because we have seen, in fact, 6 months into the war, how the war has escalated and Netanyahu threatening to go all out in Rafah. And we see how after the consulate bombing, Iran's actions this morning, and how many countries across the world are condemning Iran's direct attack against Israel. And you rightly pointed out that it's not helping the Palestinian cause. You know, what kind of message is Iran trying to send out here to Israel 6 months into the war?
Well, honestly, I think that the primary message being sent is by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, which increasingly controls Iran. I mean, what happened in 2000, from 2009, 2011 is much more of a coup, the suppression of the Green Rebellion. But the Revolutionary Guard is the lead institution in Iran. The fact that 3 of their generals were killed with great precision in a city that no Israeli has been allowed to legally enter since 1947 shows that the Revolutionary Guard has been compromised and infiltrated by Israeli intelligence to a great degree. So this regime is leading Iran into a role of isolation. They're running the Iranian economy into the ground, and then they show that they're unable even to keep their own people alive. So I think what they wanted to do was send a message to the Iranian people that they are still a military factor. They wanted to send a message to the Israelis that they still have military capability and can't be trifled with. Unfortunately, if that's the case, the fact that this huge attack seems to have been defeated, won't really advance the cause of the Revolutionary Guard in the region. And I think that what we're going to see instead is probably regional partners moving towards the model of air defense that Israel has established, which, they have considerable industrial base, but part of this mix is Patriot, and it's building on an architecture and a training thing established by the United States.
The United States president has also confirmed that there were no attacks on U.S. forces or facilities, but its officials are vigilant to all threats. How grave is the threat on U.S. assets and consulates in Israel and rest of West Asia now?
Well, there's always the risk of a terrorist attack. I mean, the Revolutionary Guard in the past, their greatest success against Israel was blowing up the Israeli consulate in Buenos Aires and with it, the Jewish Community Center in Buenos Aires. That's always a threat. And these proxy movements that Iran has built and armed, sometimes they they have their own dynamics, and that dynamic can include attacking Americans. So I think that the United States is right, and I think all Western countries, and I think India, which is viewed as a Western country by people aligned with Iran, is wise to be very, very careful. Recall the story this morning was the seizure by Iran of a ship that was due to go to India. So, your concerns and our concerns are still at risk by Iran and by Iran's proxies.
Right. And apart from looking at how Biden has reacted, how do you assess Washington's role in West Asia right now?
Well, it looks as though Iran has launched a very large attack. In effect, they've thrown everything they can, and it's been defeated. So it's actually, I think that the United States image in Western Asia, at least among our partners, is probably strengthened. And I think that our adversaries are going to have to do a little bit of recalculation, because the theory was that drones and missiles were somehow almost mythically effective, and that you could, if you had them, you could attack your enemy at will. This seems to have been disproven.
For all the latest news, download the
Wow. So so I figured out that's an Indian, and by Indian I mean the country of India, WION, and they are straddling. They're trying to play neutrality, although they are a part of BRICS. They're trying to straddle some sort of neutral ground between Russia and the United States and whatever else is going on over there. And this guy that they have on here, he is a gaslighter to the 10th degree. Now, wow, and this is what's so interesting, they got the ticker taper that's saying that it's saying the whole time he's talking that these attacks have been successful. They've landed 7 missiles at some southern airport in Small Hat World, and who knows what else they were able to get through. But he's downplaying it as if nothing actually occurred, which is really interesting. And I would say, if you're representing a country, you're representing military, you're representing intelligence, this is what you would want your representative to do, which is to lay out the situation and in the best light possible for your side, quote unquote, and not give the opposition any credit for anything that occurred. But yeah, that was a really, and I did not expect that to be so slanted to that one side. So we'll have to find a different video at some point, because there are actual footage of either drones or missiles actually landing and actually exploding in Small Hat World. So this guy just wasn't given a single inch, and it was so casual that if that's the only news source that you got, you would believe wholeheartedly that they knocked everything out of the sky, nothing landed, and people in Israel are sipping cocktails or whatever the case may be. It's really interesting.
Yeah, that was crazy. The only injury he mentioned was, what did he say? A little girl getting hit by some shrapnel. Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, because that starts to make, like, so, me, you, other people who are a little more aware and who will actually go a little bit deeper, it really paints them as liars, manipulators. They can't tell the truth, even, again, whatever. This is what you would want your person who goes out into the media, your media representative, to do and say. But the shit is so slanted and so abjectly false. Like, it should be, well, these are the things that we suffered, whatever that is, a listing off. But however, only 5% of what they threw up got through. Something that's a little more credible, at the very least. But they don't want to give them any credit for doing anything, and that's just actually kind of bizarre to me.
Hey, Black, you hit the nail on the head. I think they're going by percentages. In fact, let's say less than 10% of the missiles actually hit their target. I think that's what they are considering a success.
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, it's the first time they ever did it, right? So that in and of itself is something's different. They feel confident and comfortable enough that they're saying, you're attacking our people, whatever the situation is with that. You're killing our generals, whatever that is. We're going to retaliate for the first time ever. So to me, again, I'm saying that's totally different because they're actually fighting back and they're actually going to the source of where that came from. You know, and what I was going to say before I played the clip is because I did a comment, a response to a comment that war is actually inevitable and it's actually natural in the human condition. And unfortunately, our population outside of America's foreign wars, we are not doing what's natural. The natural thing would be to fight back in some way, shape, or form. Doesn't always got to be physical, doesn't have to be violent. But even that at some point becomes a reality. In that MLK clip, he talked about Stokely Carmichael building a Negro army. Well, guess who actually was doing that? Malcolm X was actually in the process of doing that. That's a space that we did a couple weeks ago where he had his political organization after he left the nation. He took that trip over there and then he came back and he was going to be the front of the political side, but there also was a guerrilla black militant military side. And their whole intention was, in fact, amassing weapons so that they could, in fact, do whatever it is that they felt they needed to do whenever they felt they needed to do it. And so that would be the natural thing to do. That would be the natural state of man at some point in the process.
What do Dr. Neely or Neely Fuller? I'll say Dr. Neely Fuller, but I don't think he's a doctor. What do he call it? Emergency compensatory justice.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. I wish Brother Mocha was in the space because I know he would love to hear that. But yeah, I mean, I've never heard described that way. I know compensatory justice. I've never heard the emergency part of it, but it sounds just like the natural thing that would be the natural response when you're constantly suffering casualties. So what we're doing is unnatural, and it's been unnatural for about 50 years, as far as I can tell. Outside of, a few incidents where we did take to the streets and maybe express a level of conflict or hostility or whatever you want to call it. We still are not, I mean, none of that has been strategic like the late 60s and 70s where they were being strategic and they were actually targeting the power structure, if you will. I don't believe we have to do that. I believe the path is political. It has to be focused. It requires 1 to 10% of us to pull off to be the leadership of it. And in most populations, when the 10% to 1% leaders stand up and they move people, the people move in the direction of the leadership at some point in time. And so they know that the psychological operation of them putting entertainers as leaders is really them just the same way they do in these regimes where they either do coup d'etats or they put in a puppet leader or they financially support and they give weapons to whoever they put in power in these foreign countries. Is essentially the same tactic here with these entertainers. And more so entertainers than politicians, because the politicians are what they are. Our people vote blue no matter who, so it is what it is. But I think they lean on the entertainers more so as an image of a leader, and then they're essentially guiding, leading to degeneracy and complacency and comfortability and bag chasing, which bag chasing is the actual the pursuit of money is what leads to evil. It's not the money, it's the pursuit. So if you are a bag chaser, a money chaser, you are literally in pursuit of evil. You are doing the thing that you're not, quote unquote, necessarily supposed to do, but you're doing the thing that leads to evil. And that's probably why the culture is so surrounded and focused on bag chasing, pursuing money, because it is corrupt in and of itself. Yeah, but that's that. So believe none of what you hear when it comes to what's going on over there. I guess we're gonna have to find an interpreted source that's connected to the people that are actually putting up some type of maybe that RT. I don't even know if that RT station is still out here, because I would think that would have given a much more legitimate report on the situation. Trying to think who else. Well, China, we so hard to understand their language. I don't know if there's an English speaking country that would give a legitimate report at this point, because I thought India would be in a neutral, at least trying to be a neutral nation. I thought they would give a much more balanced report. But what we got next is The Black Paper by Frederick Delt, Black American Homeland, which is available. I believe Amazon is one of the places. Went into the Matrix. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go in and come out. Went into the Matrix. At least it's not as bad as it usually is. Normally it's horrible, and normally I can't even get in. This Easy Gate, same thing. Okay, so it did do the same BS. All right, so I gotta find the actual. See, it wasn't doing that earlier. Now I gotta find the actual post again. Now this is getting frustrating. I gotta find the post and enter into the posts. Okay, there we go.
Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee. And basically,
hey, hold on, brother Black State. Yeah. Please, you got to come back to the app. It's saying that the room might shut down. So if you're looking at something on your phone and you can hear us, you got to come back to the app, brother Black State.
Yeah. Black. I'm here. I'm back.
Okay, good. Just a heads up, because it was giving us the warning. And sometimes it's done that to me before. Like you might be looking at a web browser or another app and just reading something that's logging you out of Twitter, so it doesn't show you what's flowing on Twitter. So it literally say the host having troubles and then the room ends.
Yeah.
So just always remember, if you're looking at another app, check in like every 30 seconds or something. You should be good. Brother Black America, you good? Go ahead.
Yes. Let's see. Where was I? Basically. Yeah, chapter 3. Basically, I'm trying to paint a picture of what these states have to offer Black Americans. What institutions, the amenities, the critical infrastructure, the structure system of these states, and how we can function within these states. So Black, are you ready?
Yeah. This is chapter 3. It's titled, "What Does the 8-State Southern Region Have to Offer Black Americans?" I looked ahead. Go ahead.
Right. I was going to say, yeah, it has a lot of detail, right? And if you want to, if it's too much, we can stop at the end of Mississippi.
No,
if you don't want to go through the whole 8 states.
It's not too much. Well, yeah, we'll because I want to get through, chapter. We doing chapters. I was gonna say chapter 4 is short, so the next time we'll probably do 4 and 5. Because I noticed that one was really short, and because like I said, I want to get through it, because I'm thinking. I was on the phone with someone today, and I was saying, man, what I really want to do, when I read Malcolm X's autobiography, it was a pocket book, and it was a pocket. So the reason why it's a pocket book, because it's small enough that it will fit in your back pocket. And I remember picking it up at the airport. I was a teenager, whatever, long story, but we were headed to Bahamas, and it was like, grab something to read on the airplane. Cool. So I grabbed that out of this turnstile that had a bunch of books on it, and you know, it was eye-opening information for me as a teenager, whatever. And you know, it's parts of it have stuck with me subliminally, right? But I love the fact that it's a small enough book you can hold in your hand, you can stick it in your pocket, you can put pretty much anywhere. And I want to slim the book down from the 300 pages or so that it is now, maybe get it down under 200, so that it's a much quicker read and that it's more plan focused. In other words, this is what you have to do in order to make it happen from beginning to end, and be able to you know, get that reprinted. I'm actually going to change the title because I think it's, I really believe it's important to change the title the way I want to change it. But essentially it'll be an updated version, slimmed down, more strategic, but something that you could pick up and read right through, and anybody will be able to essentially follow the information that's in there. So yeah, so let's listen through here. Like I said, this chapter, the word black, same thing, hard to copy and paste. Affrilatia, hard to copy and paste. Refinery, which is a word you used a lot, was hard to copy and paste. And then I think the word offer or something like that, for whatever reason, was very hard to copy and paste. So this was one that actually took me like 2 days to get through, based on the time that I got, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, because really it's like, if I feel like I'm rewriting a book, you know, even though I'm actually reading through and checking out the information that you put in, a lot of really good information, but it kind of is getting me in that book writing mode, which if you've never written a book, there's a whole different mode that you got to be in to actually sit down and write a book, and then stay dedicated enough to finish it. So it is what it is. Here we go. Chapter 3.
Chapter 3. What does the 8-state southern region have to offer Black Americans? The 8-state southern region, comprising the state of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee, has a lot to offer Black Americans or Affrilachians. The region has modern critical infrastructure, including roads, bridges, railroads, and interstate highways that connect the states and provide ease of transportation. The region has many seaports and airports, making it easier to import and export goods. Moreover, the region boasts several oil refineries, nuclear power plants, and amenities such as shopping malls, hotels, restaurants that provide a high standard of living for residents. The scenic Affrilachian Mountains runs through the region from Tennessee, North Carolina to South Carolina, Georgia to Alabama and Mississippi. North Carolina. The state of North Carolina Human Development Index HDI score 0.907 has much to offer its Black American population. With its rich history, diverse culture, and abundant resources, North Carolina is a thriving state that has something to offer everyone. From critical infrastructure to amenities and scenic beauty, North Carolina has a lot to offer Black Americans. Critical infrastructures. North Carolina has a robust and well-maintained infrastructure that includes roads, bridges, railroads, and interstate highways. The state is home to numerous seaports and airports, making it an important hub for commerce and trade. Furthermore, North Carolina is home to several oil refineries, providing the state with a reliable source of energy. Amenities. North Carolina is a state that presents a variety of amenities, from world-class dining and shopping to outdoor recreation and cultural activities. The state is home to numerous museums, theaters, and galleries, as well as a variety of parks, lakes, and rivers that provide many opportunities for outdoor recreation. Structural systems. North Carolina has a strong and robust structural system that is designed to withstand the elements and provide a safe and secure living environment. The state is home to several state institutions, including schools, universities, and hospitals, which provide vital services to the community. State institutions. North Carolina is home to several state institutions, including schools, universities, and hospitals, which provide vital services to the community. The state also has several state parks, beaches, lakes, and recreation areas, which offer opportunities for outdoor recreation and water sports. Natural resources. North Carolina is rich in natural resources, with forests covering over 60% of the state. The state is home to numerous lakes, rivers, and over 3,375 miles of coastline, providing ample opportunities for water-based recreation and tourism. Additionally, North Carolina has a large and fertile agricultural industry, with vast amounts of arable land. Scenic beauty. North Carolina is a state of great natural beauty, with rolling hills, lush forests, and stunning coastlines. The state is home to several scenic drives and byways, as well as a variety of parks, lakes, and rivers, providing ample opportunities for outdoor recreation and sightseeing. Mount Mitchell, the tallest peak, 6,684 feet, in the 8-state southern region, is located in North Carolina. South Carolina. South Carolina Human Development Index HDI score 0.893 is one of the 8 states in the southern region that has a rich history and numerous resources to offer to Black Americans. The state is well equipped with critical infrastructures, amenities, and structural systems that can support and enhance the well-being of its residents. In this chapter, we will take a closer look at what South Carolina has to offer to Black Americans. Critical infrastructures. South Carolina boasts a strong infrastructure system, including a well-maintained network of roads, bridges, and railroads. The state is also home to several major interstate highways, making travel both within and outside of the state easy and convenient. In addition, South Carolina has several seaports and airports, providing opportunities for trade and commerce, as well as easy access to other parts of the country. Amenities. South Carolina is recognized for its many amenities, including its scenic beauty, historical landmarks, and cultural events. The state is also home to a range of recreational activities, including golfing, fishing, and boating, as well as numerous parks, hiking trails, and wildlife reserves. In addition, South Carolina has a thriving arts and cultural scene, with many museums, galleries, and theaters offering a variety of cultural experiences for residents and visitors alike. Structural systems. South Carolina has a strong structural system, with numerous state institutions and facilities that serve the needs of its residents. The state has a well-established healthcare system, including numerous hospitals and healthcare clinics. In addition, South Carolina is home to many educational institutions, including primary schools, high schools, and universities, providing opportunities for education and personal growth. State institutions. South Carolina is home to many state institutions, including government agencies, law enforcement organizations, and public utilities. These institutions serve to provide essential services and support to the state's residents, and work to maintain the safety, security, and well-being of the community. Natural resources. South Carolina is abundant in natural resources, with over 60% of the state covered in forest and over 190 miles of coastline. The state is also home to numerous lakes, rivers, and scenic beaches, offer residents and visitors numerous opportunities for outdoor recreation and enjoyment. Georgia. The state of Georgia Human Development Index HDI score 0.904 offers a rich bountiful of critical infrastructures, amenities, structural systems, state institutions, natural resources, and scenic beauty to Black Americans. Here are just a few of the highlights that make Georgia a unique and desirable place to live, work, and play. Critical infrastructures. Georgia boasts a well-developed network of roads, bridges, railroads, and highways, including the busy I-75 and I-85 interstates that crisscross the state. The Port of Savannah is one of the busiest seaports in the country, handling an average of over 3 million 20-foot equivalent units of cargo each year. Moreover, Georgia is home to several oil refineries and nuclear power plants that undertake a critical role in supplying energy to the state and the nation. Amenities. Georgia is rich in amenities that make it a wonderful place to live, work, and play. The state is home to many excellent schools, universities, and colleges, as well as a thriving arts and culture scene that includes museums, theaters, and music venues. Georgia is also known for its beautiful parks, lakes, and rivers, as well as its world-class golf courses, shopping and dining options, and outdoor recreation opportunities. Structural systems. Georgia is home to a variety of well-maintained structures, including public buildings, museums, and libraries, as well as privately owned buildings, such as houses, apartments, and commercial buildings. These structures are designed to meet the needs of the state's residents, businesses, and visitors and offer a safe and comfortable place to live, work, and play. State institutions. Georgia is home to many state institutions, including state-run universities and colleges, as well as public hospitals, schools, and prisons. These institutions take on a significant role in providing education, healthcare, and public safety to the state's residents, and they offer a wealth of opportunities for employment and career advancement. Natural resources. Georgia is rich in natural resources, including fertile arable land, lakes, rivers, and forests that cover over 60% of the state. The state is also home to over 100 miles of coastline, making it a suitable place for water sports and outdoor recreation. Scenic beauty. Georgia is a scenic forest and mountain state with rolling hills, mountain ranges, and beautiful coastline that offer breathtaking views and a wealth of outdoor recreation opportunities. Whether you're into hiking, camping, fishing, boating, or simply soaking in the natural beauty of the state, Georgia is sure to offer something to suit your liking. Alabama. The state of Alabama Human Development Index HDI score 0.881 has a rich history and offers a broad range of critical infrastructures, amenities, structural systems, state institutions, natural resources, and scenic beauty that make it a desirable place for Black Americans to call home. Critical infrastructures. Alabama is home to several important infrastructure systems, including roads, bridges, railroads, and interstate highways. The state also has several major seaports and airports that support commerce and transportation. Alabama is also home to several oil refineries and a nuclear power plant. Amenities. The state of Alabama has a substantial range of amenities to offer, including recreational opportunities, shopping centers, restaurants, cultural attractions, and entertainment venues. Alabama is also home to several colleges and universities, including Auburn University and the University of Alabama, making it an attractive location for those who value education and endless learning. Structural systems. Alabama has a well-established system of state institutions, including government agencies, healthcare facilities, and social services. The state also has a strong economy, with a focus on industries such as agriculture, manufacturing, and technology. Natural resources. Alabama is home to several natural resources, including arable land, lakes, rivers, and forests that cover over 60% of the state. The state also boasts over 60 miles of coastline, making it a suitable place for those who enjoy water activities and scenic beauty. Mississippi. Mississippi Human Development Index HDI score 0.866 is located in the southeastern region of the United States, is a state with a rich history and diverse landscapes that provide a wealth of resources and opportunities for Black American folks. In this chapter, I will highlight the critical infrastructures, amenities, structural systems, state institutions, natural resources, and scenic beauty that Mississippi has to offer. Critical infrastructures. Mississippi has a well-developed network of roads, bridges, railroads, and highways that provide efficient connectivity and transportation options for its residents. The state also has several seaports, including the Port of Gulfport and the Port of Pascagoula, which undertake a vital role in the state's economic growth and development. Moreover, Mississippi has several airports, including Jackson Evers International Airport and Gulfport Biloxi International Airport, which provide air connectivity to both domestic and international destinations. Amenities. Mississippi has a vast range of amenities that cater to its residents' needs, from shopping centers and dining options to cultural and recreational activities. There are several museums and historical sites in the state, such as the Vicksburg National Military Park, the Natchez Trace Parkway, and the Tupelo Automobile Museum, which showcase the state's rich history and cultural heritage. Additionally, there are several parks and recreational areas, such as the Tishomingo State Park and the DeSoto National Forest, which provide opportunities for outdoor activities and scenic beauty. Structural systems. Mississippi has a solid infrastructure that supports its residents and businesses, including a comprehensive system of schools and universities, as well as healthcare and social services. The state has several state-supported universities and colleges, such as Mississippi State University, the University of Mississippi, and Alcorn State University, which provide high-quality education to its students. State institutions. Mississippi has a range of state institutions that provide a range of services and support to its residents. These include state-run departments, such as the Department of Health, the Department of Agriculture, and the Department of Environmental Quality, as well as state-supported institutions, such as the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks. Natural resources. Mississippi has a wealth of natural resources, including arable land, lakes, rivers, and forests that cover a huge portion of the state. These resources provide opportunities for agriculture, Appalachian cotton, forestry, fishing, and other forms of economic development. Furthermore, the state has over 300 miles of coastlines, including the Gulf of Mexico, which offer scenic beauty and opportunities for recreation and tourism. Scenic beauty. Mississippi is home to a range of scenic beauty, including rolling hills, pristine beaches, and lush forests. The state's diverse landscapes provide opportunities for outdoor activities, such as hiking, fishing, and boating, as well as scenic drives and scenic byways. To add, the state's coastlines provide opportunities for water activities, such as swimming, boating, and fishing, as well as scenic views of the Gulf of Mexico. Louisiana. Louisiana Human Development Index HDI score 0.888 is known as the Pelican State, presents a wide range of opportunities for Black Americans to thrive and grow. This state is rich in critical infrastructures, amenities, structural systems, state institutions, natural resources, and scenic beauty, making it an ideal place for Black Americans to settle and invest. Critical infrastructures. Louisiana has a robust infrastructure that provides access to essential services and resources. The state is home to several major ports, including the Port of New Orleans, Port of South Louisiana, and Port of Lake Charles, making it an ideal location for businesses involved in international trade. The state also has a well-developed transportation system that includes interstates, highways, bridges, and railways, making it easy to connect with other parts of the country. Amenities. Louisiana is famous for its rich culture and vibrant music scene, making it an attractive place for Black Americans to live and work. The state is home to several major cities, including New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and Shreveport, which offer a wide range of cultural and entertainment opportunities. Structural systems. Louisiana has a well-maintained infrastructure that provides access to essential services and resources, including water, sewage, and electrical services. The state also has several government institutions, including schools, libraries, and Museums, which provide opportunities for education and learning. State institutions. Louisiana has a number of state institutions, including universities, colleges, and research centers, which provide opportunities for education and training. The state is home to several well-respected universities, including Louisiana State University, Tulane University, and Southern University, which are known for their strong programs in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM. Natural resources. Louisiana is rich in natural resources, including oil, natural gas, and fertile land. The state also has a rich coastal region, bayou, that provides opportunities for fishing, boating, and other water-based activities. Scenic beauty. Louisiana is known for its scenic beauty, including rolling hills, lush forests, and winding rivers. The state also has a rich coastal region that is home to several popular tourist destinations, including New Orleans and the Gulf of Mexico. Arkansas. Arkansas Human Development Index HDI score 0.881, located in the southern United States, offers a rich mix of critical infrastructures, amenities, and natural beauty for Black Americans to take advantage of. From its well-developed transportation network to its ample state institutions, Arkansas has much to offer those looking to establish roots in the region. Critical infrastructures. One of the major strengths of Arkansas is its transportation network. The state is home to a number of major highways, including Interstates 40, 30, and 55, which connect major cities and provide easy access to the rest of the country. Furthermore, Arkansas has a strong rail network, including both freight and passenger trains, making it a hub for transportation and commerce. The state also has several major airports, including the Bill and Hillary Clinton National Airport in Little Rock, which provides convenient access to the rest of the country. Amenities. Arkansas is known for its rich cultural heritage and outdoor recreation opportunities. The state has a vibrant arts and cultural scene, with a number of museums, galleries, and performance spaces for residents to enjoy. Moreover, Arkansas is a popular destination for outdoor enthusiasts, with its rolling hills, rolling Ozark Mountains, and the scenic beauty of the Mississippi River Delta. From fishing and boating on the numerous lakes and rivers to hiking and camping in the many state and national parks, Arkansas offers a wealth of recreational opportunities for residents to enjoy. Structural systems. Arkansas has a robust infrastructure in place to support its residents, with a number of state institutions that provide essential services to the community. The state has a well-respected public education system with a number of top-rated schools, including the University of Arkansas, Little Rock, and the University of Central Arkansas. Additionally, Arkansas has a strong healthcare system, with numerous hospitals and clinics that provide quality care to residents. Natural resources. Arkansas is blessed with an abundance of natural resources, including fertile farmland, forests, and minerals. The state is a major producer of rice, soybeans, and cotton, and is home to a thriving forestry industry. To add, Arkansas is rich in minerals, including diamonds and other precious stones, making it a hub for the mining industry. Scenic beauty. Finally, Arkansas is known for its breathtaking scenic beauty, with rolling hills, rolling Ozark Mountains, and the scenic beauty of the Mississippi River Delta. From the bluffs of the Ozarks to the rolling hills of the Delta, Arkansas offers a rich tapestry of natural beauty for residents to enjoy. Whether you're looking for breathtaking sunsets, quiet walks in the woods, or outdoor adventures, Arkansas has something to offer everyone. Tennessee. The state of Tennessee Human Development Index HDI score 0.895 is rich in critical infrastructures, amenities, structural systems, state institutions, natural resources, and scenic beauty that make it an attractive destination for Black Americans. From its abundant natural resources and stunning scenic beauty to its state-of-the-art critical infrastructures, Tennessee has something to offer everybody. Critical infrastructures. Tennessee boasts a strong transportation network with well-maintained roads, bridges, railroads, and airports that make it easier to get around the state. In addition, the state has several river ports and oil refineries that contribute to its robust economy. Amenities. Tennessee offers a wide range of amenities to its residents, including top-notch healthcare facilities, excellent educational institutions, and a variety of shopping, dining, and entertainment options. The state is home to many cultural attractions, including museums, art galleries, and historic sites that reflect its rich history and heritage. Structural systems. The state of Tennessee is known for its state-of-the-art structural systems, including modern housing developments, office buildings, and commercial spaces. This, in turn, creates a vibrant and thriving business community that attracts businesses from all over the world. State institutions. Tennessee is home to several state institutions, including universities and colleges, hospitals, and government agencies. These institutions offer a wealth of opportunities for education, employment, and professional development for Black Americans. Natural resources. The state of Tennessee is blessed with abundant natural resources, including arable land, lakes, rivers, and forests that cover 60% of the state. Moreover, Tennessee has over 652 miles of river miles within the state, making it an ideal destination for water-based recreational activities. Scenic beauty. Tennessee is renowned for its stunning scenic beauty, with rolling hills, lush forests, and breathtaking mountain ranges that offer breathtaking views. This scenic beauty is enhanced by the state's well-maintained parks and nature reserves, which provide a perfect backdrop for outdoor activities such as hiking, camping, and fishing. The 8-state southern region encompasses an area of 380,000 square miles, with a population of less than 50 million people. The region has a combined GDP of over $2.8 trillion, making it the 8th largest economy in the world if it were an independent country. The region receives a total of $700 billion in government revenue, including federal transfer payments, each year. In 2013, the 8 southern states produced 639,000 gigawatt hours of electricity, ranking 6th in the world, surpassing countries such as Germany, Canada, France, Brazil, South Korea, the United Kingdom, and Mexico. The region has 21 operable nuclear power plants, equal to or more than countries such as India, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Germany. Louisiana is the largest producer of oil in the region, with Arkansas, Mississippi, and Alabama also producing some oil. The region has 32 oil refineries, including 2 of the largest in the world. Furthermore, the region is home to many military installations, bases, and ranges, which greatly contribute to the local and state economies. Lastly, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and Florida are 4 other states that have the potential of becoming supermajority Black states. All of these states have a large Black American population and history. These states offer various critical infrastructures, amenities, state institutions, natural resources, and scenic beauty that Black Americans can enjoy. Delaware, located on the east coast of the United States, has a booming economy driven by industries such as finance, healthcare, and education. The state is home to several major universities, including the University of Delaware, and offers a range of amenities, including shopping centers, restaurants, and parks. The state also has a well-developed transportation infrastructure with several major highways and an international airport. Maryland, another state located on the East Coast, is home to several key federal government institutions, including the National Institutes of Health and the National Security Agency. The state is also home to several major universities and research institutions and offers a range of recreational activities, including hiking, skiing, and water sports. Virginia, my home state also located on the East Coast, is known for its rich history and scenic beauty, 32 Black Africans landed in Port Comfort, Virginia in 1619. The state is home to several historic sites, including Colonial Williamsburg and Monticello, the home of Thomas Jefferson. Virginia also offers a range of recreational activities, including hiking in the Shenandoah National Park and skiing in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Florida, located in the southeastern part of the United States, is known for its warm climate and beautiful beaches. Black Africans landed in Florida in the early 1500s. The state is home to several major cities, including Miami and Orlando, and offers a range of recreational activities, including swimming, boating, and golfing. Florida also has a well-developed transportation infrastructure, with several major airports and seaports. In closing, the 8 states' southern region has a lot to offer Black Americans. The region boasts abundant natural resources, critical infrastructure, and state institutions that provide a stable foundation for growth and development. The states of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee each have their individual offerings that make them desirable locations for Black Americans.
Okay. That was chapter 3 of the Black Paper, Black American Homeland by Frederick Delk. Again, if you go to his account, you can definitely find the links to the Amazon page to purchase a copy of his book and support that brother who I believe published in 2012. Likely spent a couple of years before that actually writing the book and getting all the information together. So he's been at this thing for over a decade, and we want to salute the brother, and which is why we're running through his rewrite, his revision of the book. This is not the original version, from what I understand. This is an updated version, and so we want to support his work. Because very soon we're going to be on the ground. Very, very soon we're going to be on the ground, as they say, on the ground, working, knocking on doors, and failing. And the thing about success is you just never give up. You keep going no matter what. Eventually people hear it enough times, they come around, they want to get involved, they want to get active. You got it.
Hey, Black, you know what? Hey, Black, I was just going to say that, probably we want to get everyone to read the whole chapter, because I think people just, see the state that they're interested in and just read that particular state. I don't think they probably don't want to read all 12 states. Unless they want to. But, that chapter has a lot of detail, and you just had to look at, I had to look at a lot of resources to get all that information to make sure, it's all true, it's all there. About the nuclear power plants, right? Look, the South got more power plants than all of Africa put together. Matter of fact, Africa, I think, only has 2 nuclear power plants, and the South has 24. South America only has, I think, 3 or 4 nuclear power plants. So nuclear power plants are one of those infrastructure that is extremely hard to build, and of course, there's a lot of technology behind that. And the fact that we do have it in the South, it's amazing. So yeah, I land there.
Absolutely, yeah. You highlighted a lot of not just like the recreational and because a lot of people are into like that outdoors activities,
right?
But also, like you said, the power structure, the power grids, the universities, the hospitals,
the highways, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because some people like that that live in Michigan, right, or Illinois, they say there's nothing in the South, right? Mississippi doesn't have the infrastructure like they have in Michigan. Well, I use the Human Index score, the Human Development Index score, right? And all the states have least. Mississippi is actually the lowest at 0.866, but that is considered first world. Any numbers over 0.8500 is considered first world type of infrastructure. So Mississippi is definitely first world.
Yeah, no doubt. Last time I was in Michigan, Detroit, the roads, they got those ruts in them from the asphalt. The subsurface underneath the asphalt is not strong enough to hold the weight of the trucks and the traffic, so it develops these ruts, and some of them are like 2, 3, maybe even 4 inches deep, maybe even deeper than that in certain parts. And so you're dealing with that where they grab your wheel and they really kind of want to steer the car for you. Is kind of scary at first. But then on top of that, it's like NASCAR. I mean, New York is like crash course bumper cars, New York, New Jersey. But Detroit is like you jumped on a NASCAR track and they're on your bumper and they don't give a fuck. And you better hit the gas up there, man. It was like, whoa, because being in a truck when I used to go through Detroit, totally different. I'm up in that truck. Whatever's going on don't really bother me. But when you're in a little vehicle, that shit is scary. It's fucking scary.
All right. Hey, Black, you know how people they consider Mississippi a poor state, right? But the state of Mississippi has over 100 golf courses. Now, people say, okay, what's a golf course? I mean, a golf course doesn't mean anything, but a golf course is usually catered to upper middle class, well-to-do type people, right? And also Mississippi has over 10 yacht clubs in that state. So so while many people might consider Mississippi a poor state, right? The state has all the amenities of being a rich state. It has everything. So yeah, I land there.
Yeah, I think so. As it is, people will and someone on YouTube said pamphlets for interested states. I'm assuming that means like breaking down each state into a pamphlet with information or something of that nature.
Correct.
He said the person also says black people need to be super pro in capital letters nuclear power. So I totally agree with that. So yeah, I think it's all going to be state specific to individuals who maybe they have a family member in a certain state and that is what pulls them down there, or the company they work for has locations in a certain state that makes it an easier transition. That'll certainly help. Their kids are of college age and they want to go to a certain school. That'll help. Maybe they've done, they're in some sort of field where they work. That's like a specific field. And they know that a certain city has a lot of opportunities in that particular field. The pay's better, whatever. That could be a thing, but it's going to take some individual homework to try to figure out, where you fit into the Southern state strategy. If you're going from lowest need to highest need, Delaware, Mississippi, Arkansas, then you start looking at potentially Maryland, potentially South Carolina, potentially Alabama. They're pretty close in terms of numbers. I would actually be very upfront, honest, and say Tennessee, numbers wise, is quicker than Georgia. And most people would be like, what? No way. Oh, no, that's crazy. Problem with Tennessee for me, which is very different than Arkansas, because Arkansas is connected to Louisiana, is Tennessee is landlocked. And I tried my best not to really choose any landlocked states, just for what it sounds like. You're locked in, and I think having access to the ocean is extremely important strategically, and so you really would need to quickly connect Tennessee to another state. If we were in that mode, and that was the process that we were working our way through. I'm trying to pull up a map now because it's been a while since I've physically looked at Tennessee. So yeah, Tennessee borders Mississippi, and that makes sense because Memphis is sort of in that North Mississippi metropolitan area. So if you had Mississippi, Arkansas, and Tennessee, those three states share a border, that would be a really good trifecta, and Mississippi would offer you access to the Gulf of Mexico, and would offer you access to the ocean and international trade. So that would be a really good trifecta to have, in my opinion. Obviously, you've got Alabama that gives you more of a border with Tennessee. Then
Hey, look, Tennessee to me is an extremely strategic state, because if you look at the map and see where Tennessee is located, right, it borders North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Arkansas. So it borders 6 states.
Mm-hmm.
It borders 6 states in the South.
Yeah.
Right? Or 5 or 6. I'm not looking at a map, but it borders 5 to 6 states, and so to me, because it borders so many states in the South, to me that is strategic, right? See, like, I wanted to create a space where Black Americans, they can go from Atlanta, go through South Carolina, go up to North Carolina, go west through Tennessee, go through Arkansas, go through Louisiana, and back east through Mississippi, Alabama, and back to Atlanta, and we never have to leave the region, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm trying to create. That's why I call it, the Black American homeland is 8-state southern region. It's a region of states, right? It's a regional economy. It's a regional political entity, and we're not a nation. However, we're gonna we're gonna have similar laws, right? Cause if you look at the Confederate States, right? The reason why the Confederate States were able to control Black Americans, because all the Confederate States had the same law. They all had Jim Crow laws. They all had Black Codes laws, right? Mm. And so therefore, Black Americans, they weren't able to, like, let's say if Georgia had very liberal laws and Mississippi, Alabama, and South Carolina had conservative laws, most Blacks would have moved to Georgia. But the fact that Georgia's laws were also very conservative, the Blacks, everybody was just stuck in their own states and divided and separated in their own states. So that's the way I look at it. I just look at it as a region, and yeah, I land there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, no doubt, no question. It all boils down to what people have said to me over and over and over again. Are we going to do it? Like, are we going to actually get up and make it happen? Yeah, we're moving to the quote unquote South. But it's not strategic. It's not organized yet, as of yet. Can it be? Yes, absolutely. It can be more focused. It can be more strategic. Poster on YouTube says late game importance. Late game. I'm sure it was in response to something that you had said. And so, can we do it? Yes. Will we do it? We may be forced into it. Maybe. I mean, the immigrant apocalypse may force us into a situation where we got to get out of certain cities. That may give us the impetus to start looking to the South. Depending on what happens in November, for some people, that may make them want to change of venue, change of scenery. We were talking about the Black Swan stuff, and I don't know if there's going to be anything like that would actually push us like violently to move anywhere. And there's certainly not going to be anything significant that's going to pull us, like they just create some new industry that all of a sudden requires massive amount of workers that are all located in one of these southern states. I don't really see that happening. But anything can happen. Anything's possible, of course. But you're also going to be competing with everybody else that's here if something like that was to occur. So I don't necessarily see some type of big business boom as being specifically for our population. Because I just don't think reality matches up with that. But I think ultimately what it boils down to is the few of us who do feel the need to sacrifice now for future generations tomorrow, that we're going to figure out something that produces something that people can look to as a model, as an example. And then, we just work hard on the second one. And then if we're still alive, we start working on the third one is how I see my life going. But at some point, same thing, 10 years into it, that'll be 2028, which will be the next election, next presidential election. That's when I'm a decade in it. I got to really sit down and reassess my life, see where I'm at, what I'm doing, if I've had any real success, because as the title says, what's smart about call to actions that result in no action? You got to be very honest with yourself. You got to be self-evaluating, self-assessing. You can't just keep beating a dead horse. You can't just keep trying. If at some point you keep trying and you are not successful, the universe is telling you the answer is no. And the good thing about Black American Homeland writing his book, I wrote a book, I'm going to do a revision, is that you've left this legacy piece of literature. You got this digital footprint that someone can pick up and hopefully carry that on, because there's a lot of these physical footprints, and even now digital, because people are uploading these old videos from the past. There's a lot of archived information from the past, and they're telling you essentially in a slightly different way what we're saying, but it's still the same message. They're just saying it slightly different based on their time era and what they were essentially trying to do or what they wanted to accomplish. But for whatever reason, it keeps getting pushed to the side. It keeps getting pushed to the side over and over and over and over again. And I think it's just the power of the carrot. The power of the carrot, which is essentially them offering you something that motivates you, but you'll never actually get it. That's the real image of the carrot. The carrot is for you never to actually get it. It's just to motivate you because you want to get it. That's the problem with the money baggers, the money chasers, because they're never going to be satisfied. They're going to be chasing money until the day they die, but they're never actually going to be satisfied no matter how much money they get. That's like an empty, there's just this deep emptiness inside of people like that. So the few, the proud, I was going to say the Marines, but not the Marines, the few, the proud, and the migrationists who are going to, you know, make this their thing. You know, they're just going to have to do what they got to do. You know, it is what it is. The brother from Delaware, shout out to this elder, man. And I love this guy. I know he's been through some shit though. You meet somebody, shake their hand, you look them in the eye, you listen to them talk, you know they've been through some shit. I know this man's been through some shit, but he wrote a book, and he actually reached out and texted me and said, hey, you know, I finally finished my book. And I love every time I'm, you know, was in his presence, I just love his energy. You know, he's got this amazing freaking energy. So I definitely want to work with him when I get there. And all the people we met, they're awesome fucking people, to keep it a buck. But so whenever I told him, you know, yeah, let me know, I'll get a copy. And he said, okay, yeah, it's going through the publishing portion of it right now. So I don't know what the topic of the book is, whatever. But when I get it, you know, I'll read through it and see if it's something that would be something that we would want to, you know, tap into or whatever. But shout out to that elder. Yeah, he's an elder, man. He's probably, I know he said his age. I'm gonna say north of 65. Okay. Community elder, you know, active in the community, active in the church, and I think he may have ran for office before. I'm not wholeheartedly sure on that part, but just got a just booming voice. You know, he had the megaphone, and his voice is booming over the megaphone even, and it's like, that's just somebody who you really want to have on your side when you're doing something like what we are attempting to do, which is meet people and get them to understand exactly what we're trying to do and what we need to do and what we're going to do. You need people like that can just instantly open people up, and you know, we just pour in the information essentially. But yeah, I do. I actually miss being up there. I wish I wasn't so far away. You know, 5-6 hours. It's a stretch. I wish it was like 2 hours away because I'd be up there a lot more often. But you know, it is what it is. I'm looking forward to the transition, making the move. I'd probably come back home every other weekend. And except for in the winter time, because I'm not going to be traveling through the mountains in the winter. You know, maybe I'll make one trip a month when I know it's going to be dry during those winter months. But yeah, outside of that, man, it's all good. I had the plumber at the bar yesterday. He got me a list of supplies. I went and grabbed all the supplies.
Hey, my bad, bro. You in the Matrix?
Damn it. Okay, I'll dip in and dip out.
Hey, Black American Homeland. So
oh, I can't go in that way. I gotta go in this way because I won't let me in that way. Boom, boom. I'll be so thirsty, man. I'll just be sitting there thirsty. Like, oh, I'm so thirsty. I can't hear anything. Oh, yep, we active.
Share the room out too, y'all. Share the room out.
Yeah, shout out to all the folks in the space. Man, it's a nice group of people in here. I do want to go through all the names. Shout out to Miss I Am, who's still up with us. Looks like Black American Homeland dropped on my end. Shout out to
check your Funded Socially account too on Great King. The DM, check your DM.
Okay, gotcha. Shout out to Richard. Shout out to Avenge. Well, let me get this name because he's always up with us. Avenge the Ancestor. Shout out to Avenge the Ancestor. Siva, the only Mel Cruz. Shout out to Miss Rella. One Love Blacks. Black Sevens. Shout out to Black Lady D, Second Pieces, who came up and spoke with us a few times tonight. Shout out to Goddess. Who we got? This person here. Shout out to H. Bush the Monster. We got I'm just going to say JG because there's a lot of symbolism there, but shout out to that brother as well, or sister, not really 100% sure. Shout out to Zaire. Zaire, oh yeah, he was like, oh man, check this out, this is what's going on, yada yada yada, get in here. So I got kicked out of that space. I think there was like 62,000 people in there. They tossed me out of there, but I think it wasn't them doing it. It was just the fact that the space had got so many people and I was traveling, so it was either my network or the system was glitching. So I got enough information to understand what was going on, but I wasn't able to kind of listen through it the way that I wanted to. Shout out to John F. Gilroy Jr. looks like. Shout out to Domini or Domini, Sweet Tea, Zen Garden. Shout out to Make One, Chris, and Mr. Jones, who definitely be rocking with us periodically throughout the spaces. If I missed anybody, there's been people in and out of the space. Space was kicking people out. It is what it is. It gets glitchy. We kind of do what we do. Person on YouTube says we would need to take control of local industries, cotton, oil, agriculture. There's no doubt about that. There's no question about that. There is a lot going on in the field of cattle. There's probably some news reports that I posted on Funded Socially about it, but essentially these cattle ranchers are saying that, and that's not the second time I heard it, because there's something called, I believe, Agenda 30 or Agenda 40, where they want to have the zero carbons, and that means that you can't really eat beef. You can't grow beef because beef is one of the high carbon producers. And they kind of essentially, this particular agenda essentially want to remove beef from America. They don't want Americans eating beef. That's that part. Now that's some agenda. It is what it is. But they're very serious about it, and you can look into it, and it is what it is. Cities are signing up for it in America, believe it or not. And then this other thing was actually a cattle rancher talking about the regulation that they're trying to put on cattle farmers, which he said would essentially open it up to foreign investors coming in and buying up their farms, their cattle, whatever. It's something where in which they are going to lose control over the industry based on whatever this government situation is. And so they're trying to fight against that situation. It's one of those things where we could say forever, chickens coming home to roost, it's karma, they can get what they want and blah blah blah. But the problem is we all live here and we all eat the food here for the most part. And if outsiders get involved in these industries, and I love a burger every once in a while, I love a steak every once in a while. If they start getting involved in these industries, in the food that we eat, then it potentially can cause, it can have a negative impact on us. So that's something to actually kind of be wary of when they're talking about the food supply. It's different if, in my opinion, if they're talking about, taking away some farmers' land, because they did it to us, and they take away some non-Black American farmers' land, and then that land is available for someone else to purchase and farm. and the food is still what we're used to, and it still gets into the food supply, and it's healthy, and all of these things, I'm totally cool with that. But when you start talking about these foreign interests coming over here and then having, because they're essentially saying that these global corporations, they got all this money, they got all this influence, they got this ability to come in and re-regulate the market. Oh, it has to do with bio-identification, where they're going to put RFID chips or something of that nature inside these cows, and then they're going to be able to track the cows, and then because they're tracking the cows, they're going to know how much methane they're spewing. So it all boils back to carbon fucking neutral and all this climate change bullshit. And that's the way that they're looking at. They're going to take over that industry, because essentially they're going to say you can't have this many cows. You got to slaughter a certain amount of cows, sell that meat off, or we're going to fine, because essentially what it'll be, you have to pay a fine for the carbon footprint that you're putting out. These people, they won't be able to afford that, so they'll have to just get rid of some of their cows. That'll reduce how many cows are in the market, and that raises the price. So like it's all of these, and these are intentional. It's not like this is not intentional. This is extremely intentional what they're doing, so that they can make the price of meat so expensive that you won't even want it. You won't, because you can't afford it. And then that's when the lab grown meats and all this other fucking genetically modified shit comes in to save the day. But for me, if the option is lab grown meat or no meat, I'm going with no meat. My body's just gonna have to get used to not eating meat, because I'm not eating lab grown meat. And I hope to God that our children, grandchildren, great grandchildren don't grow up and get indoctrinated into eating lab grown meat. I just think that's an abomination as far as I'm concerned. But that's where they want it. And I've seen studies, I want to say, that said that it takes just as much carbon to produce the lab grown meat as it does to produce a cow. Maybe the water usage is different, because I know it takes a lot of water to raise to feed the cows and all of that. But at the same time, you're getting a slight benefit from what I understand about it. But it may be time for us to convert our people over to some type of veganism. But then you got to watch out for genetically modified corn and soy and all this other crap that you got to just completely cut out your diet, or grow it yourself from heirloom seeds. Having a state, we could actually ensure that the food was natural, organic, and we could outlaw genetically modified seed from the state, which is extremely important. Even if that means that the USDA says, well, if you don't accept genetically modified seed, you won't get $10 billion or whatever the price would be. You take them to court, you sue them, likely the state's going to win. But even if white degeneracy figures out a way to say, you're not going to get this money, well, that affects all the other states too, just to be clear. But even if it does become this domino effect, it's just like, look, we're drawing the line. We don't want this engineered food, whatever it is. We don't want it. We don't want to put it in our bodies. We don't want to feed it to our kids. And hopefully we get our federal representatives to put up legislation to protect the states and having the ability to make that decision for themselves, and not have the federal government trying to manipulate or threaten or force or bribe you into doing something that is unhealthy for your population. So yeah, extremely important. All of this stuff always, there's really nothing, if I really sat here and thought about it, that you cannot tie back to controlling and governing a state and having the ability to write laws to protect your population. It always comes back to that. in some way, shape, or form. So the brother LaFarmer was in here earlier. He posted something that said gun ban for illegal immigrants ruled unconstitutional. I do remember when that dropped. I think Miss Denise had a space on that topic. It was a good space too. And yeah, that was an interesting situation. But it is what it is because Constitution says people, they hang their hat on that word people, not citizen. And these judges being what they are, some of them are conservative, so they're going to be very gun friendly. They're going to judge in ways that don't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. And that's one of those areas where at the state level, if they say it's unconstitutional to stop an illegal immigrant from having a firearm, there's probably not a whole hell of a lot the state is going to be able to do in that situation. Just to be very transparent about it, because it's a Second Amendment right. If they're extending Second Amendment rights to illegals who are nonviolent, likely that's one of those caveats. Nonviolent, not a criminal. Then that's just something that you're gonna have to deal with. Now, what you probably could do is have like a requirement for training, certified training. You got a requirement for insurance for the firearm. If you own a firearm, you're required to carry insurance. So there probably are some things that you're going to be able to do that would be constitutional. But it's going to be, some of these things you're not going to be able to completely eliminate at the state level because of the Constitution. If the discernment and the judgment and the determination is that the Constitution says it's legal, then that's what we're all under. The federal government as well as state government, we're all under the U.S. Constitution. That case, you would have to get a bunch of states together to amend the Constitution to take out the word people and put in the word citizen, U.S. citizen, in all the places where it says people instead of U.S. citizen. I think I actually am 100% on board with that type of movement to make something like that happen. And I think a lot of other states would be too, who are kind of anti-illegal immigrant. This is a very unfortunate story. This is a young Black woman. Where is this at? I think it's Milwaukee. She's 19 years of age, and I'm, I'm gonna try to find the story and let it play. It's a very horrible story. She's 19. The guy, the piece of shit, was 32, I believe. This is just a really, really hard story. It says they set his bail at $5 million. This person should get mandatory death sentence within 6 months of a guilty verdict. But on Funded Socially, we have Black Reality, and then we have I want to say Horrific Events or something like that is the title of that one. Horrific Tragedies. This is definitely fits into that category. Some of these ones are so hard to, just so hard. But this woman was missing, and then I'll just let you guys listen to the story. It's pretty rough. So prayers to the family of this woman, this young woman, because I know that they are, man, they're going through it here.
Big story tonight at 5. A person of interest is now an accused killer. 33-year-old Maxwell Anderson is charged in the death of 19-year-old Shade Robinson.
Fox 6's Durante Matthews was in the courtroom today and joins us live now to break down what happened.
And Brand Steph, it was a really difficult experience for Sade Robinson's family today, having to sit there in the courtroom and listen to all the gruesome details surrounding her death. And now that they say that Anderson is charged, they now want a conviction.
This sick son of a is gonna pay.
Barely speaking above a whisper.
This is justice for Sade.
And fighting back tears.
Who the would do something like this to my beautiful baby?
Sheena Scarborough
She hurt nobody.
was pushing forward for her daughter, 19-year-old Sade Robinson. Friday, Robinson's family sat in court and heard the grim details surrounding her death, while staring at the man accused of taking her life, 33-year-old Maxwell Anderson.
The allegations in the complaint are abhorrent. It is the highest level of violence imaginable.
Prosecutors say Anderson and Robinson were going on a date Monday evening on April 1st. The state says they went back to Anderson's Southside apartment around 9 o'clock, where they say he killed her between then and early Tuesday morning. They say he then dismembered her body and scattered pieces around the county.
The defendant did a tremendous amount of work to try to cover up the crime, including lighting Miss Robinson's vehicle on fire.
Last week, police found and connected a severed human leg in Cudahy and a foot in Milwaukee to Robinson. After text messages and witness statements linked the two together, Anderson was arrested April 4th during a traffic stop. He's now charged with first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and arson.
Sade was more than a person. She was an angel. Not having her right now is very painful.
Family says the entire timeline has them shaken.
Imagine trying to bury your niece with nobody for the service. I need justice for Sade.
And they want the person responsible to pay. And Anderson's attorney also tried to get that first-degree intentional homicide charge dismissed, saying there wasn't enough evidence to prove it, but that was dismissed. And he's in jail tonight on a $5 million cash bond. His attorney also tried to get reduced to $500,000, and that request was also dismissed. He's due back in court April 22nd. Live outside the Milwaukee County Courthouse, Durante Matthews, Fox 6 News.
All right, Devontae, thank you for that.
The top cops from both the City of Milwaukee Police Department and the County Sheriff's Office say it took a lot of cooperation from multiple agencies to work on this investigation. More than a dozen agencies, local, state, and federal, are all working on this investigation. Milwaukee County Sheriff Danita Ball and Milwaukee Police Chief Jeffrey Norman both spoke today. They both offered their condolences to the family of Robinson, and they said they are working to get justice for them.
At this time, we don't believe that there are any other victims out there and that the person who is responsible for this heinous crime has been arrested.
So, I said earlier that everything should be looked at as a life or death situation. And, this is... Man, this is one of those ones that just is like terrible, man. Horrible. This is a young woman, really a child at 19. And, oh, man. We gotta be a little more vigilant and a little less trusting. Very, very aware of our surroundings. I can't even imagine where my mind would be if I was the uncle or some other male member of her family. You hope that this person never makes it to trial, that the people who are in prison essentially give him prison justice, but it's just very dark and demented. It's just, man, dear God, I don't really know. It's like, as much as we say things are only going to get worse, you just hate to see it actually happening. Just hate to see it actually happening, man. It's really, really bad out here. It's really, really bad out here. My Nate, I got these upstairs people. All they do is argue all the freaking time. And, like I've been intentionally single since I started the job before this one. And it's actually been a relief. It's been a relief. In my younger years, it would be like, maybe I felt a sense of loneliness. I would date a lot, to try to fill in whatever that was. But in this stage of life, it's like, man, I don't want to deal with none of this shit that's going on out here in the world, period. I just feel so much at ease and comfortable not having to deal with, whatever is what these people call dating, in the dating world and the dating life. And that connection probably happened because of the internet. Unfortunately, the internet and dating is a very volatile mix. It's almost like trying to sell an expensive pair of sneakers, an expensive watch, an expensive electronic device through the internet. You just don't know who's going to show up. And you got to be vigilant about interacting with strange people. Yeah, but prayers to her family, prayers to that young woman. May she rest in God's arms for eternity. And may this guy just burn eternally, endlessly, in excruciating pain for eternity. So I'm going to go into the next one. Duke University, among others, said it is ending its full ride scholarship program for Black students in the wake of the Supreme Court's affirmative action ruling. Now, I know many folks like to say, oh yeah, affirmative action, man, we needed to get rid of that. That's a good thing. We needed to get rid of that. Get that out of here. I have to disagree. In this situation, what is happening is the clock is being turned backwards, and not by years and not even by decades, but the clock is being turned back 100 years, a century. And we're being put into a position where we don't have the legacy credit base. We don't have the legacy economic base. We're going to find it very, very, very difficult to compete and to survive. If all of these schools start to get rid of these scholarships that were intended for Black Americans, Black people, even though there is the immigrant population that steps in and gets whatever percentage of these things that they get, it still is a net loss for the Black Americans who would have gotten those scholarships. Even if it's one scholarship at every university, it's a loss. And that's a problem, because they don't even have to pretend like they give a fuck anymore. See, they would have had a much better position if they would have said, we're going to take the word black off of this thing. We're going to ensure that, black Americans, minorities, whatever fucked up word they want to use, are still going to have the ability to get these scholarships, but we just have to align our program with recent constitutional Supreme Court decisions. Okay, cool. Yada, 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 yada. They do the whole flowery talk. They explain it a million different ways. But the result is that there is no drop off in Black Americans getting scholarships to these institutions. I believe that there's going to be a massive drop off. And that's a loss. And that's a problem. And we don't have anything that's replacing that. We don't have anything that's replacing that. And that is a problem. I'm gonna find the Judge Mathis clip where he talks about this. And I agree with every word he says. I just agree with it. Someone kind of saw that clip and said, this is great for lineage. I don't know how we keep painting this shit as these are like these are good things. Like, these are not good things. These are not good things. If someone comes into your house and takes your car keys, and then you start saying, "Oh, that's good. We can explore the public transportation system." That sounds really good, I guess. It's not good for me. I just can't find the goodness in that personally. Yeah, I can't really wrap my mind around trying to mentally say things are good that are obviously not good at this point. Because I was a kid who grew up in poverty, impoverished, and never thought that I could afford to go to college. Because if I thought I could afford to go to college, I would have excelled. If I thought that there was a real opportunity that I could get a scholarship based on merit, I would have excelled at it. It's because I was a young child who felt like there was no opportunity that I simply didn't give a fuck at a certain point. Because what's the point in caring about something that you know is never going to happen? Now, the thing that parents have been able to say to their children, well, they do have a scholarship if you work hard, if you do these things, you take these courses, you volunteer to do this, you kind of get into the network, the pipeline, you can get there. You can work your way into a position where you can get a full ride scholarship. But you can't even do that anymore based on being Black in this country. That's a massive problem. I don't care how you look at it. I don't care how you try to spin it. That's just a fucking problem. You got it, DJ.
Yeah, first off, if that's why I tell the women in my family, go get your strap, because if that shit were to go down, I'm killing everybody. And on of the culprits family. You know what I'm saying? Because don't play around. You know what I'm saying? This is why I also tell the women, hey, you better be looking for a husband to protect you. You know what I'm saying? And even if it still go down, I'm still coming to mop somebody up. You know what I mean? John Wick, you know what I mean? John Wick, you know what I mean? DJ Wick, you know what I mean? On the ones and twos, you know what I'm saying? Brat, you know what I'm saying? It'll be over with 2 seconds, you know what I mean? But also with the school stuff, yeah, the affirmative action and civil rights and all this other stuff, yeah, I think it's gonna be bad because it's bad now. All these autonomous jobs out here, yeah, you're still gonna need some type of labor workforce, but they always gonna want cheap labor. So it's like, what is it that you as a Black American doing right now to try to increase your net worth, workflow, education, whatever it is you're trying to do in life. We got to get on this shit yesterday.
Yeah, but here's the problem, right?
And just let me say this one thing too. The other reason why I said I don't think it's really that much of a problem, because when you really look at the analytic statistics of let's wake up the college admission scandal. You feel what I'm saying? There wasn't no Black Americans involved in that. That was all Asian white folks. You feel what I'm saying? So these folks ain't even smart enough to pass the SAT, whatever college admissions test they need to pass. You need some type of government or celebrity push. Your kid is stupid. You know what I'm saying? Our kids are smart. We really put our face in a book. So it wouldn't matter to us, but we already know we're ostracized because how many of us have in our lifetime know we have been
find the numbers
for a job or overlooked for some other type of position because we Simone Biles of the game. We the GOAT. Ain't nobody on the gym floor better than us. We Kobe, we Jordan. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we already know that's coming. So why even continue mindset right to even think that you're going to be hired by these people? I land right there.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find real quick how many of these scholarships they actually gave out, if they even have some. Okay, so here's a quick one. It says each year roughly 15 to 20 Black students were brought on as Reggie Scholars at Duke University, according to, this is from 1 day ago. So the Asians who are working with the small hats, from what I understand, who brought forth this legislation, who brought forth this lawsuit, they damaged the Black community. I don't care how you look at it. Again, what are they saying this is here? Since its inception in 1979, the Merit Scholarship was created for Black undergraduates. So since 1979, this thing has been in place. I'm trying to do the quick math. That's 40 years this thing has been in place. If you do the math and it's 40 times 20 a year, that's 800, right? Or no, 40 times 20, 800. So that's 800 people who got full ride scholarships to get this education at this prestigious university, to go into whatever they offered, medical field, legal field, whatever it is that they have, an engineering, who knows what, business. We know they got a hell of a basketball program. They likely got a hell of a football program. They got all the sports. The sports players are likely to still get their sports contracts. This says open to all undergraduates regardless of race. That's the death nail in the coffin. It's over. Go home. Figure it out. Don't come to us because we don't give a fuck anymore. You're on your own. That's what that is. And that's one university. Multiply that times 10,000. 20,000. How many of these WPIs are there out there?
Right. So that's you could thank the Asian people. Chop chop suey. You know what I'm saying? The Diane Yaps of the world. You could thank them. You know what I'm saying? For that. But also, it's kind of our fault too, because we wasn't there to wholeheartedly protect it or acted like we gave a fuck about the legislation of civil rights. So it's over with. That maybe this will prove a point that, hey, Black people ain't lazy. We've always been working, educated. You know what I mean? But wanting to be a part of society, integrate, go to work, start a family, live the American dream. But we already know eminent domain, convict leasing, Jim Crow laws added up. But these people that is coming across the board, coming across the borders, they don't care about that. You lazy, Poppy. You lazy, mommy. No more money for you, Sister Wilson. Sorry, you know what I'm saying? What type of disrespect shit is that, man? So it's like, damn, you know what I mean? So it's like, can we please get it together moving forward? You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, everything that's in America, or even in modern day existence, was created by a Black American at this point. These white folks ain't got no history here. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
Oh my God, they're all immigrants. Yeah, they're all immigrants. Let me play this Judge Mathis clip, and then Miss Wilson came up to speak.
I just heard on the radio a court ruling about minority businesses that is ridiculous. The court ruled that the Minority Business Development Agency of the federal government no longer has to just qualify minorities. They must also accept applications from whites, women, and others. So they've essentially eliminated the business development agencies that help small minority businesses around the country. And guess what?
Say it again.
That thing fell into the matrix.
Damn it. Okay, Miss Wilson, you got it. Oh, damn it. Man, that's crazy. I was good. Well, I'm not good 1 second, then I'm screwed the next, man. Can y'all get y'all real schizophrenic with this shit, bro? You're real schizophrenic with this, the way y'all doing this thing here, man. Come on, man. Stop playing with me, man. Golly.
Here's the deal. You know, Majority Black, when you were in another room, I listened to you, and you said something very, very poignant. And that is that they know that they know that Black people have not thought. They know our MO. They know that they've silenced our political leaders. They're not even political leaders. They won't fight for us. They know that. They know that we have no power. There is no entity in place to legally challenge anything for us. There's nobody. We can't get our shit together. If Twitter was a microcosm of what's going on in the country, it's a mess. Okay? We're more worried about who's the Black Tether than what's going on really in this country.
Crazy.
And then react when it's done. Edward Bloom has been in existence doing this for about 25 years.
Wow.
Hey, Black Majority, check your DM on social.
And he finally found a group that he radicalized. And those were the Asians. He radicalized them because he promised them proximity to whiteness.
Crazy.
If they were to go along with him. He needed their money to fund what they call Students for Fair Admissions, SFA. And he found and radicalized a group and took their money, both nationals from China mainly, and other Asian entities in the United States, particularly one in Houston. And when he took that case to court and removed race from affirmative action, what the Asians did not realize until now, I've been seeing some articles, they realized they got played. They did. They got played because it's not going to change the admittance behavior of these top schools for Asians. If it didn't then, it's not now.
No, them greedy motherfuckers, they want it all. They want ours and theirs.
They can't get into these schools based on race.
Shit. Right, exactly.
They actually fuck themselves.
Exactly.
You know, when you're so worried about Black people, he hates Black people. And so he found a group that, like I said, he could radicalize with the promise of proximity to whiteness. And guess what? Now they can't go to any job or have a job or anything about school and based on race. Because their thing was, it's because they were Asians. So now what? Now that race has been removed, what do you have? And on average, 3 to 6% attendance in these top schools for Black students
They're not the ones taking your seats. And so I, say this. I don't know what more it's going to take for Black American people. I don't know if it's even, I don't know what it's going to take for Black American people to fight. Like, I have always maintained, and you heard me like a broken record, that if we got 200,000 Black American people in this country, which is a small fraction, and if they were to dedicate themselves,
half of a percent,
to
200,000,
like say,
it's a half of a half.
$10 a month.
Exactly.
That's $2 million a year.
That's it.
$10 a month for 200,000 Black people. That's $2 million a year.
2.4.
That could help to hire about a good 4 top Black
these motherfuckers
attorneys
is
that
looking at us like
specialize
y'all
in
motherfuckers don't want
constitutional
it.
law
Y'all don't want
and
it.
civil rights law.
Like, look, y'all
And I
don't
would
want
even
it.
say
It's here.
one that would
Y'all don't want
specialize
it.
in
Y'all want to work
FCC
together. Y'all don't
laws.
want shit. The fuck do
And
you
when
want?
you have something
What do you
like
want
this,
from us?
sue the shit out of them. When you've got companies like Netflix that has the autonomy to use something very dear to us, Good Times, the show, and now bastardize it, it's so demeaning. Sue them. When you have newspapers, media, and even the ADL, sue the fuck out of them. With top attorneys, that $10 a month from each person, $2 million a year, could steer them in the right place. You may even want to squeeze in somebody who is brilliant at media relations, like a top tier dog, not somebody that's fresh out of school, top tier. Just $2 million. If that was $20 a year, that's 4. So I don't know what is it going to take for Black people, but when you look at other ethnic groups and they come here and they're looking at Black American people and they're saying, what's wrong? Like, why aren't they fighting? I don't know what else is going to take. They want to put Black people back on the plantation. They want to make Black American people a permanent underclass because that's how they capitalize on Black American people.
Permanent at the bottom. Everybody walking over.
As I through my lived experiences, all I can see right now is that it's going to take some heavy legal work to really put the pressure. It's going to take a collective effort. And those 2 words, collective effort, seems to be
action.
Very hard.
Real action.
For Black American people.
Real action, my friends.
And again, using this Twitter space as a microcosm.
Real action.
$10 a month would not be hard.
Be nothing.
Hiring somebody
this was fucked up, man. This was really fucked up.
To see who you could get the most talented. Even if it's 2 attorneys, one that specializes in civil rights and one that specializes in constitutional law. To really chase these cases with the intent to bring it to the floors of the Supreme Court justice. So that they know that when you fuck with Black American lineage and you fuck with Black American history, there comes consequences. Too many white people have been allowed to insert themselves in Black American business for decades and decades and decades and decades. Too many of them have been finger waving at you. This guy, Edward Bloom, from what I understand, came from, I don't know if he was from Texas or whatever, where he was from, he felt Black American voters did not vote for him a couple of times when he ran for office, and he created this hate for Black people.
Damn.
That's apparently where this anti-black hate from. He was trying to figure out how to get to it.
Serial
he saw this white girl that
narcissist.
couldn't get into UT Austin, and really it wasn't. She said it was because she was a white female, and it wasn't. It ended up that she just didn't have the grades. She didn't have the pull, but he used that. Then you had this other fuckhead, Michael Wang or whatever his name was, some other little asshole dweeb that thought that because he had perfect grades, he should have been accepted to all of the Ivy League schools. But what these Asians don't seem to realize is that, yeah, you may have the grades, but you got the fucking personality of a paperclip.
Mm-hmm.
You're not well-rounded.
Right.
All you do is study. Are you doing anything extracurricular? You're not doing shit. So they don't get that. And then, guess what? He was really the one, that Michael Wang fuckhead from Northern California, that really was the one that attached himself to Edward Bloom, and all of this, the money and everything came. He later, in an article, he said he realized he was being used. Well, fuck you. It's too late.
Too late.
But black people have been brain dead. No one had the foresight to sit here and figure out this guy he's been around for a while. That case with that girl in Austin, he's been around for a while. I think from somewhere between 2012 and 2014. We have no legal scholars, black, to take up that cause. And I've said this before. The trio to mimic, the trio to copy is Randall Robinson, Charles Ogletree, and Johnny Cochran. Those were the three titans. Those were the bulls of law for black people. And they were heavies. I mean, because Johnny Cochran is unfortunately known for the O.J. Simpson case. Unfortunately, I say, because he was known for many other civil rights related cases that he won.
I just heard.
Absolutely.
And so I would absolutely, positively take up the cause to create an organization. And I would actually employ an accounting firm that I deal with, KMPG, to monitor the money so that anybody donating the money will get, I don't know, a biannual or quarterly report on where your donation monies are going. So that to keep the money going, I would absolutely hire one of the top level executive search firms to look for two of the best that they could get, civil rights and constitutional lawyers, and take up the case for black American people. I would do it. I would create it, and I would do it. Because that's the only thing that I see could make some inroads here on everything. I mean, even taking up the cause of making English the official language of the United States. I would love to explore the legal possibilities of that. And what would that mean? Because living in California, if anybody else wants to know what a Democratic-run state and a Democratic-run city of Los Angeles looks like, well, California is 16 million in of Hispanics. They're the largest ethnic group here in California, California being the fourth largest economy in the world. And everybody I see behind the desk of civil jobs, city jobs, state jobs, county jobs are Hispanic. I don't see black people anymore. Who I see sleeping underneath the bridges, who I gave some sneakers to a couple of days ago, were homeless black people. That's what I'm seeing. I don't know when black people are going to wake the fuck up.
I think we're zombies, dead
But
men walking
don't
zombies.
see any. I mean, when I look at San Bernardino County and what happened in March, just like last month, 1967. That's almost 57 years ago. Was the first black person to be appointed city council in that county.
60 years ago.
Back in 1967. March of 2024. The only 3 black city council members
Gone.
that have been there for some years were voted out in one full sweep, replaced by Hispanics.
Andale.
They are becoming everything in California.
Everything.
And they use their language, their Spanish, craftfully and strategically to keep black and white people out. You know, when you go to seek employment, it's mostly Hispanics. And they don't hire fair. They hire their people. Black people being scared because we don't want too many black people in the office. You hear that often. Bullshit. So the fuck what? If each individual person is qualified for their job, and if they're doing a great job, that they're black should not be an issue. You think when you see those county jobs and it's all Hispanic, you think they're worried about what people are going to say? Oh, it's all Hispanic? They don't give a fuck. We're the only ones, oh, we don't want too much of us gathering. So what? So what? I don't even know what to say anymore. But DJ was right. The onus falls on black American people, period. No one can do whatever they want to do to you if you allow them. Like my parents taught me, no one is going to treat you with respect if they see you not treating your own self with respect. No one is going to garner respect for you if you don't have respect for yourself. And they have, like you said, black majority in the room a couple of days ago, they've got the playbook on black folks. And we're the only group that everybody expects to get along with everybody else. But Asians can have their shit, Hispanics can have their shit, Indians can have their shit, everybody can have their stuff. Look at the CB, look at the Congressional Black Caucus, I think it was, who distributed a scholarship to an Indian. The pressure should be on the CBC now more than ever that these scholarships are being taken away, that they need to be giving it to black people. And by the way, that scholarship was an interesting majority black, the one from Duke, because you know what it says? It says it's awarded to black Americans, African Americans, and African blah, blah, blah. It's interesting the way that scholarship was set up. That's no longer there. Because I was reading about it.
It's gone. It's done. It's over. It's over.
But it's Duke University has done it, and isn't Duke University a private school? I don't remember if it is or not. But I think it's a private school, right? Or does anybody know? I don't know. But
I would believe so. Yeah.
You know, it's a sad day because a lot of these students, like the scholarship says, they have to have the grades. They've got to have the scholarship, meaning their education, the grades. What they don't have is the money to go to these schools.
Right.
It's not that they're giving them a free ride because they're black and they just slide through. No, Duke University is a major university. You're going there, you are a heavy.
Right.
But you know, it's for black people, it's the money. That's all this was. So the Asians thought they got what they thought they won, but now they cannot sue or file anything based on them being Asian. So they screwed themselves in the process. So moving forward, I don't know what the answer is going to be. I'm hearing that now, you know, the focus would be more lineage based. Fine. Then go for it. But you're going to have the right legal representation to take this all the way, and it may go all the way to Supreme Court justice. I posted something yesterday that got, my goodness, somewhere between 3,000 to 3,500 likes, and it's been 2 days of just exchange, and it was regarding that young lady 19 years old, that was dismembered
Oh God.
by this troglodyte Neanderthal devil incarnate in Milwaukee.
Hmm.
And I looked at her. She's a very beautiful young lady.
Mhm.
I actually looked on her mom's Facebook, and this young lady was about to graduate college next month in May. And her mom helped her over the Christmas holiday. I guess she and some of her college friends were going to Jamaica for college holiday, whatever. And it was her first time out of the country. And her mom said she was she was excited about it, and just her future is bright. Well, she was dismembered by this guy. I don't know, it was a first date. I mentioned this because what was disheartening to me was the question, was she a Black American or a tether? And then when I tell you a day and a half of exchange, I'm saying to myself, here lies the problem. This young lady was dismembered. Whether she was a Black American or not, whether she was black or white or whatever, that her foot was found in one place, a leg in another, pieces of flesh someplace else, shouldn't mean a goddamn thing. But to hear the exchange, and that she did, some men, said that, oh, she deserved it because she was going out with a white guy. Look, we've got to really do better than this. Look, like I said, I would be more than happy to sit down with serious people who are of the business of being about business, and I mean it, and do an exploratory think tank on what it's going to take to set up a legal organization. And I'm being serious. Like, where the target would be 200,000 Black people in the United States at $10 a month. And see if we could get, there are people who specialize in legal search firms, like they do. And let me tell you, I would pull an attorney out of probably one of the greatest firms in the world, Cravath, Swaine & Moore in New York City. My cousin, who has long been dead, he was much older than me, was one of the first Black partners of that firm. Now I knew it. That firm is no joke. That letterhead with Cravath, Swaine & Moore means you are about business of being about business. Shit, if it was just one attorney that specialized in Constitution to fight these people, you gotta have a heavy. But it takes money and unification and support. So that's it. That's all I have to say.
All right, twin, I'm gonna give you some pushback. You ready? Let me know. I'm coming at you, set boy style, Knack. Come on, man. What's good? How you doing, though, sister?
I'll tell you after you try to give me pushback, okay?
Uh-oh. All right. Well, I know you busy. Right? Did you watch the reparation DVDs?
Some of them.
Okay, so wouldn't that be the same talking points, right? For the most part, right? When I know you may not understand it, you're just looking at it as because you know us. You know what I'm saying? I understand that part too. But if you gave that to someone else that didn't know us from a can of paint or even understood the information, would they understand the information based off those 5 DVDs? As far as what we're trying to do, reparations, Black state, music business, we need lawyers for all this stuff. So where are the people that are, we're giving this information to wholeheartedly? You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, we need people to step it up. You know what I'm saying? Because I think we're already out here doing it. I forget going to go get a hot law firm. We need to train some kids from the ground up to go to law school. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like, you always talk about and say, hey, look, we ain't comparing you to Johnny Cochran or nothing like that.
I just heard on the radio.
Judge whoever, you know what I mean? Judge Joe Brown, you know what I mean? Straight up. But, hey, we're going to have to get it together on that level. Same thing with lawyers, doctors. We're going to have to start training our kids from the ground up. And that's what social is about. So come up on social, y'all. I ain't going to bug you. So that's the only pushback. You know what I mean? If even though I give those things out for free, if people don't engage it or even care to engage it, even if they understood and knew what the information was, it's over with before it even gets started, sister. You know what I mean? So, I got to go back and ask my family and them and friends, hey, yo, did you look at this or whoop that? It's pulling teeth at this point. You feel what I'm saying? And it's at the point, sometimes you don't even want to do it, but you press on. You feel what I'm saying? Because, it's the pot is at the end of the road, as they say, reparations. You know what I mean? So with that being said, what's your thoughts on the DVDs? Go ahead.
Well, the thing is that I totally support, as you know, young people going to law school. And that I absolutely agree. At this moment, when you are up against somebody like an Edward Blue, when you're up against somebody like the ADL, when you're up against somebody like Paramount Pictures, I think they are they? I think they're affiliated with Netflix or whatever, or I forgot who Netflix is affiliated with. When you are up against, something like, look, the heavy lifting are the things like qualified immunity. I do firmly believe that the issue of qualified immunity will have to be taken up in front of the Supreme Court justice. And when you're talking about that, it's not the kind of subject and the kind of goal that a fresh law student is ready for.
Mm-hmm.
You need someone that has had
some experience,
a serious apprenticeship under some federal court judges. You're going to need someone that has the type of footprint already cemented on the ground, that knows how to present this case, because qualified immunity has killed many of our Black people. It is, it gives the police officers autonomy to do whatever they want to do with you, and so much other issues behind it. Things like that, in my opinion, and this is just my own opinion, I'm not saying I'm right, but I put thought into it and I want to share it with everybody, that you're going to need someone that absolutely, positively is a scholar of the Constitution or a scholar of civil rights as a lawyer to fight this case. When you, particularly now, we talk about these scholarships, they are disappearing. And what's in place? If it's going to be lineage-based, DJ, you're going to have the type of level of attorney that can that is not afraid to stand in front of that Supreme Court. It's heavy, and that's why I say, for that type of level of attorney, it's going to have to be some form of entity to fund it, and you're not going to get it from anyone but Black American people. And again, because you want to keep that money going, it would be the responsibility of that entity to give each member, like I said, a quarterly or biannual report, line item of where the money has gone, so that it is a peace of mind, because we already have stories, and very recent ones, by the way, of money being donated and people misusing it. And that's not a good feeling for anyone in this room and beyond, because each and every one of us work very hard for every single dollar. But if you see that those dollars are going to somebody that is worth it, fighting for the fight that's worth it, and when you see the small wins, those small wins become greater wins, and so on and so on. It may encourage more people to join. It may encourage some people to even offer more. But my God, every Black donor deserves a report where their money is going. Absolutely. And that it could be with a major accounting firm, that everybody knows where the money is going, and that it is not being used to dress yourself up and buy jewelry or anything like that. That it's really going to the cause.
So let me jump in here because I want to give an alternative on this. When I wrote the book, I talked about creating something called blackfundster.com, which now is fundedsocially.com. And I talked about, you know, if we all donated $1. I just actually posted on YouTube tonight about if we all donated $1, and I've heard other people say this since that time in some iteration or another. If half of us posted $1, it'd be 20 million. That'd be $20 million a year. There's infinite things we could do with 20 million or $20 a month. I'm sorry, you know, 20 million times $1 would be 20 million a month. There's an infinite amount of possibilities that we could do with $20 million a month. We could target a lot of communities. We could launch the Black majority state migration for those who want to participate in that. We could do some legal defense funding. It's $1 per person, right? I don't think the issue has anything to do with the amount, because we have a $2 migration fund on Funded Socially that's been on there for months. I had a donor box on my account that was at the top of my account for 3 years on this app. Nobody went to my page, went to the donor box, and then signed up to donate anything at all. So I don't think it has anything to do with the amount that people are given, because $1 is something that anybody can afford to lose once a month. It's insignificant. I don't even believe that it is that people are concerned that, and I know what you're saying because I've heard all of these arguments. People are concerned that somebody's going to go out and buy Ferraris and go on trips and flex for the gram, because most white charitable organizations have very high overhead costs, and a lot of times, a lot of the money you donate to those charities, quote unquote, most of the money goes towards staffing and you know, CEO, quote unquote, salaries, and very little of it actually goes to the cause that they say that they're collecting money for. I think we all know that and understand that. So where is the disconnect? In my opinion, the disconnect is not that, one, it's too much money, because $1 is absolutely nothing, that you could set up a regular occurring dollar taken from your account, or $2, and you would never miss it. So I'd X that out. The next one is, oh, this person will go out and floss money, spend money, act all crazy. I'm going to reserve that to a 50-50. Some people may have that concern, but we're talking about $2 a month. Again, it's just an insignificant amount. So then if the amount is insignificant and the person who, or the group that's in charge of the money, there's the fear that they may splurge the money, but if the money's coming in every month, they're would likely be some track record of them doing something for the money to continue to come in. Because if you go 3 or 4 months and nothing's happening, I think people would just simply go back to wherever the website was that they signed up and stop them from taking money out of their account, right? At some point. I think that would happen fairly quickly. So then it can only be the third thing. And the third thing is this. And there's probably a fourth thing. Well, let's do 4 things. The third thing and the fourth thing are kind of the same thing in a way. The third thing is they don't like the person or the people or the organization that's attempting to establish a fund. And it may not even be that they don't like them personally necessarily, but they don't want that person to be the one who gets the thing set up, established, and actually has success with it, right? And this is a really crab in the barrel mentality.
That's what I was going to just say.
I'm going to hold you back so that you don't have the success that I feel like I could do a better job with, or someone that I know, or whatever the thought process is. But then I really believe the fourth one, like I said, I think is connected in this sense. And this is kind of was my third one, is that the money's insignificant. If the person is splurging, you can just pull out. And this is not to anybody personal space, the people who would donate to it just don't want the person who is in charge of it to be the person who gets all the success from it. And then the last one, which I think is really the real crux of it, is that the people who would put up the $2, $1, $2 a month, I'm gonna say $2 because that's what we have our migration fund set at, may feel that the person or the group who gets the money, and let's say it's 1 million people donating $2, so it's $2 million a month. There's infinite things you could do with. I mean, there's so many things you could do with $2 million a month in Black America. But they may feel as though the person or the people and the money, not that it's going to disappear, not that they're going to splurge the money, not even that they're going to be wildly successful, but that oh man, I actually lost my train of thought on that. Fuck.
Let me say this real quick again, so for the work. So twin, right? When I ask you, what do you think of the reparations DVD? You know, you like it, but if you didn't know me from a can of paint, I just met you in the street. You're just like, hey, mama, how you doing? Sister, here you go. I'm doing reparations over here. And we just had a general conversation in the street. And you went home and watched whatever portion of it you watched. What's your take on it? Right from right there.
It's significant.
It would compel me because of who I am. And that I absolutely agree with it. The average person out there,
no, she's talking about people splurging. I don't think that's it. It's not that the people are splurging. That's not it.
The average young ones, a lot of them don't really know.
That is a thing. You don't want the person to be successful.
You know, I've been on code for forever. You know what I'm saying?
Success. Splurge.
But it's not about the code. I know. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, you have another point. If you would present that to young people right now, I don't know if they would catch on so quickly. Maybe as they mature.
Right. So the whole narrative, the reason why I'm asking you that is when you say, hey, you know, we need to get the lawyers and the doctors and put everybody up on speed, the politicians, we need to move the room. Obviously, you understand as a businesswoman, that costs money, you know what I'm saying? So we need something, aka a product, like a reparations DVD, to put it out there for free. So the other thing is, you never asked me, well, how much did this cost to make this shit, yo? You see that? You never asked me that. You know what I'm saying? So you see that you got a full case DVD. The insert cover was there. It was 5 DVDs in this piece with 5 different talking points surrounding the same shit. We talk about it every day. So when this information is not on the block like that, people understand it. They want to talk about it, but we ain't talking about it. You see what I'm saying? So we can't expect our folks to get wild up, mad. Let's go burn this bitch down again, 1967 style. You know what I'm saying? All over again.
No, I mean, there's no
not to be mad.
To get mad. All I'm saying, DJ, is then to what Majority Black was saying, and he was, spitting facts. Again, it would have to be a selective group of people that are think tanks, and they could specialize in certain fields, maybe education, health, whatever, to really be the think tank, to identify who is going to be that point person to execute a plan like something or a derivative of what I'm saying. And I sometimes I lay in my bed and I think about these things. And it would be all or nothing. Not everyone is going to be on board. What you said, Black Majority, there's going to be a whole lot of folks that's going to say, well, I can't believe it's him or her, and who does she think she is, and I'm not doing it, and blah, blah, blah. But I do believe, and again, this is just me, and this is just from lived experiences, that you're going to have to, as a group, keep your head down and keep focused and ignore those that lived.
No one man should have all that power. That's what it is. No one man should have all that power. That's what it is.
And like I said, if it's even 200,000 people in the United States,
that's an army.
Transparency is even more key now than ever before.
Hyper transparency.
Still reeling from all the nonsense and bullshit with Black Lives Matter. Shame on them for what they did not do with their $90+ million.
Oh my God.
I don't know if anybody else in this room can tell me what they've done for the Black community. I haven't seen anything. Because anybody that's going to donate to this fund to help fund legal representation on a national scale and, local scale, I don't know, however it's going to be defined, they deserve as much transparency as anyone else, and so that they know what's going on. I do believe that one of the biggest Achilles heel in the California Reparations Task Force, this is the first time I'm saying this because I've kept it to myself, was the legal processes in which has been taken and how long certain steps take. No one explained in lay terms to a mass of people who I knew really put a lot of hours in from Clubhouse days. I think one of the biggest problems in the disconnect was that no one was a spokesperson for that task force to come and really speak to everyone, maybe on a monthly basis on what's going on, or maybe an audio, video, newsletter or announcement of everything, and just explain, because I think maybe, just maybe, I could be wrong, maybe it would have, at least we would have gotten a better understanding of certain things. And this is what I think that is missing in many entities. So there's no one to really explain to people, that it's not, some things are just not overnight. Some things just don't. Sometimes it takes years to get to point A to point B. But that you have a clear understanding of every step taken, copies of letters that the entity has received that you can share to people, then there is this connection, and you build trust. You build trust, and I think people will know that not everything is going to go 100% right all the time. There's going to be setbacks.
People should know that.
That they have a clear understanding
what
the goal is and the steps that's taken. I think that adds to it. That adds to it. That's just this is what I'm saying here.
Little kids, they're being adults.
The smartest person in the room. I don't have any of the answers. What I'm sharing with you is things that I lay in my bed and I think about. I dream about. I dream about a dynamic legal team that's going to be fighting a lot of this bullshit. Sometimes when I see things happening in the news that's affecting Black American people negatively, I always say, my God, I would love to. Man, let me tell you something. I would love to get a damn sharp attorney to go after the National Association of Realtors. You have no idea what's hidden in their vaults, which are deeds from hundreds of years ago that put Black people out of their homes. You want an attorney to unlock all of that. That's what I'm talking about. You need a heavy, and I get what you're saying, DJ, about young ones. Absolutely, we got to raise them, but they're not ready for that. We need somebody that's a bull. That's a bull. I'm telling you, the National Association of Realtors. They're something else. They were the ones that started this whole shit of all those egregious deeds, putting no Blacks allowed, no Blacks to sell to the National Association of Realtors.
So, right? Again, real quick. So, when I asked you about the DVD, and then when I say you never asked how much does it cost, and when you say, hey, this information needs to be laid down to the ground, well, and you need a specific group of people to do certain work, I don't think so. I think waiting around for someone to do something that you could do right now is a waste of time. You feel what I'm saying? And I wouldn't be as far in my life as I am right now if I waited for people to get DJ equipment, waited for folks to do some graphic design stuff or any of this shit. We out of time. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't getting it together right now. It's over with tomorrow, as it is already. Most of us ain't working. I thank God I was always in that realm of being one to be self-employed. So when we say, hey, advocate for those that are already advocating for us, hey, you got to put all the bread and butter behind all lot. You know what I'm saying? She going through it. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about someone that's actually experiencing the fucking harm in real time and is on the fucking grind to get that degree. She just graduated school. You know what I'm saying? It ain't the look, baby. It ain't the bar association yet, but we gonna get that. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? That shit costs money. How you gonna get that money? Because you already know how our folks is. I'm not shaming us, but we don't like to fucking donate. Yo. This is what these politicians be saying. Y'all don't like to donate. That's why we lose all the time. Excuse me.
So I want to jump in right there.
I got you. Slim in there real quick. So I think all that is a farce because when you talk about everything that we should be doing, there are folks out here in this room right now that got skills, knowledge, infrastructure. Matter of fact, I'm going to land like this. When we had our Security Trial rally in 2022, and we versed the mayor brother, Do It All from Laws of the Underground, even though Do It ain't nothing to do, that's my man for you, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Laws, you know what I'm saying? #1 Chief Rock all the time in Brick City. But at the end of the day, they was versing us and we was kind of versing them. You know what I'm saying? A little something. So they was basically saying, well, hey, we think reparations should be education. Man, it was me, Sister Shantae, Aunt La, Nikki was there, who else? Chef was there, a whole bunch of radio. There was a whole bunch of folks there. It was a bunch of us, like 15. Racer Bo was there. Shout out to the homie. Cash Gaines was there. We all looked at each other and said, "Wait, I got 3 degrees. I got 2. You know what I'm saying? I got 5. You know what I'm saying? I'm in school right now. You know what I'm saying?" They just looked. They had nothing to say. So we already educated and got the information. I think when you saying, "Hey, you know, train, you know, we're gonna need a team of people," they already in this room as we talking. Because waiting for someone like Dr. Darity or Judge Joe Brown or Dr. Claude Henderson to get in a room together and first their minds, they're not doing that. They retired, man. That shit over with, yo. Who the next person off the bench to go on the field and take a hit, yo? You want them to put it on the line for real, like you said, your life, your money, your finances, all this shit. People ain't ready for that shit, man. You know what I mean? I've already been doing it just from a business perspective. You know what I'm saying? Just putting everything I own into the business. That DVD, that shit 30 years worth of work just wrapped up, tone, just like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's some easy shit to make. Just to turn around and get it for cheap and just give it away. Like it's water, yo. To get people to understand, because you ain't going to get everyone to engage, even if you're just giving it out like water. But we don't got time to sit on the corner and act like we selling this shit. You know what I'm saying? No, just give it away. Just give it away, yo. Come to Black State YouTube, subscribe, get the DVD. And when I say DVD shit, I got movies. What you want? You want me to give you some regular movies? They get a motherfucker to subscribe to someone's website just to get a number of things and start getting the algorithm rolling? Because that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the digital shit. We ain't looking at what's going on outside in the street because we too busy. You at work. I'm the only one out on the block and not getting money through legal means. So I got the time on my hands. You got to find people that got the time on their hands to say, "Hey, look, nigga, this is what I need you to do. Look, nigga, this is what I need you to do. You know what I'm saying? Go do this." You know what I'm saying? And they don't even do it about no bread. It got to be a pro bono from the fucking heart. Because if it ain't about that, it ain't going to never work. Go ahead, Ron.
Hey, I just been listening, and I just want to say shout out to Black Majority State and Black American Homeland's book it was so refreshing to listen to. I really can't wait till we actually get through. I wish we could do a space where we get to actually read through both of your guys' book from cover to cover. I think
he just disappeared on the show.
He probably had to go on with, if he's on a different time zone. So, the other thing is shout out to Welsing, because what you said was spot on in regards to, I think, someone from, having an individual self-reflection about how all of the information has been impacting you. And what you gave was in your submission was just a real reflection on what that looks like. And I see McCall down there. Let me hurry up because I know you are at another location as well. I'm just gonna say this: what I've learned in my situation, in my condition, and really being forced to actually talk to people who are unhoused or having to really realize what's really happening on the ground, even in my own location, is that we have to stay committed to the information and giving out the information. I know in the beginning, the tearing down the walls was really difficult. People did not take to a lot of the maybe instructions or the newfound information, and maybe it's not new to you. Black Majority with having 50 years under your belt, but I'm saying to people who are now are being pressured. We're going back into that space where we're being pressured to have to be with each other and work with each other, regardless of all the fractures, right? And now it's going to come down to people actually getting on the ground and actually seeing what it's like to take that information and on a consistent basis talk to representatives that you've never met, going to the city and council meetings that you've never been to, figuring out who are all the players in your county and in your state that are impacting you on a daily basis as a citizen in the United States.
that is the part and the piece of the work that the grunt work that people maybe find it a little hard to get into because they use the excuse of, oh, I'm busy, I have this, I have that. But when you want to be somewhere or you want to stand in line for the latest new phone that just came out and you want to spend all day, all night, you'll do it. And in our situation and what's happening to us, yes, Darity and Dr. Claude Anderson and so many others have either passed on or in their older age, they can't fight the same way they used to, but they're still fighting. It's just we now have to take the information to the streets like they did, but we need to do it in a different way and be consistent about it. That's really been our Achilles heel, is being consistent. And it gets tiring and it gets hard. There's so many things happening in people's lives. But all I can tell you is I'm a living witness to tell you no matter what your situation is, you have a responsibility as long as you have breath in your body to stay consistent. Even if it's just something small every day that you do to get you towards your goal, do it. And make sure that you're putting your efforts in the right place. And that's the other thing too. I think DJ, the CDs are great. But I think what would actually turn a leaf over for you is that you have multiple options for digital media, not just CDs. And then utilizing Funded Socially, TikTok, and others to actually spread your message. And so that way people can have more access to what it is that you're doing and charge $1 or $2 for the information and then start talking about what it is that you're doing. We have to really look at what people are gravitating to. And for the most part with us in the conversation around repair and Black Majority State, we're going to have to be consistent on the information and sharing it with everybody we meet, no matter if you've been on Twitter forever and now you're taking it to the streets. This is a different monster. You're not talking to the same people in Twitter spaces or on Twitter that you're talking to when you walk around to the people in the streets. I think that is our really, really area where we need to start to saturate in the streets. And not just having events here and there and doing all those things, but like Black Majority was saying, even if it's just taking time to go visit the states that we're talking about every now and then. I keep saying, I hear people saying, oh, they want to go on vacation. Why don't you vacation in the Black Majority states that are mentioned? Find out what's going on in those states and maybe talk to the people there and just take the temperature of if whether or not they know what to do. Because you'll find that people they're just as tired as you are and they're looking for the solution. And if we have uncovered a part of it and now we need to have access to actually take this to where it needs to go, that comes with communicating and actually being on the ground. And that will be helpful for us. And I think we'll start to see a different change. I look forward to going back up to Delaware and going to Tennessee or to Louisiana, my mother's hometown, or, to North Carolina and Mississippi and talking to the people there. That's all coming. But stabilization has to be the key too, because I can't kill myself and not be protected at the same time and then running around everywhere trying to do 5 different things at once. We have to have a centralized way of doing it, and we got to be on point with each other. California Task Force, Wilson, I want to say this. They had multiple meetings, NASD and CJAC and all these different organizations that people heard about, but no one was coming to the meetings. That goes back to what Black Majority was saying when he was saying, people weren't donating. I think, again, we were peeling back all of these layers. People were, going which way and, picking what side they were going to pick instead of us picking each other and actually picking all of the sides and actually supporting each other no matter where we were. And Cheryl Grills was in control of the media portion, and because she's a Pan-Africanist, her organization or the people that she was tasked to actually put out the media, they did not do that, and that was done on purpose. That was a discussion that came out in these meetings that NASD, Camilla, people like Friday Jones, Chad, and all of the people, Chris Slodgens, they actually talked about it in the spaces they had because they knew people were concerned about not knowing what was going on with the task force and why they weren't getting media coverage. So when you have gatekeepers on top of a small group of people trying to put together information to get put out, and you got a gatekeeper that is stifling you, that's another one of our issues. And we have to find a way to combat that, knowing that we're going to have people that are going to gatekeep and try to keep us drummed to sleep or in this space of delusion. And we have to fight against that as well. So this is not just, to me, a physical battle and a mental battle. It's definitely spiritual. And I'll land it right there.
Hey, just let me say this real quick, and I'm gonna let McCall talk. So, Rella,
thank you for that.
Again, when we talk about this media, physical media is a part of the media. So you got to get out your mind of the whole DVD thing because streaming numbers are down. See that? Nobody subscribes here to a streaming service. How many people here? It's like 30 people here in this room. With a show of hands, how many people actually subscribe to a streaming service? If it's not like already free through your phone service. We're not paying for that. We know how to bootleg system. So the information is on the ground. And here's the reason why. Folks that are on the ground, they go to work every day. That's you and everyone else in here. Not me. I'm here doing the media. You feel what I'm saying? Day and night, night and day. That's why I'm up all night. So with that being said, 31% of all media, I've got to raise the numbers because when I'm just talking about one media CD, you got to include DVDs too. So DVD, CD, that particular sets of media, the physical side of it, it accounts for almost 60% of all media. Distributed, sold, viewed, watched. We're not subscribing to these entities of black state and reparations. We're not coming up here for that. We're coming for LeBron, Diddy did what? Lizzo said she quit in the music business, or whatever's popping, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Whatever's popping, man. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about no reparations in the street like that. The folks that understand it, we the ones, the black sheep that get clowned for it. You feel what I'm saying? But let's be logical about that. Well, you ain't getting no reparations, Naga. Get the job done.
I'm very logical, but I'm gonna tell you on the ground they are talking about reparations, which is why
not in the masses. That is what I'm talking about.
Again, but we're not. But see, this is why I keep saying the masses is not what you focus on. You focus on the pieces of where the information has to be.
I'm talking about our collectible people. Let's not sidetrack.
I understand what you're saying, but when you're talking about the collective of people are the people who are actually the ones who can actually make a difference, and not just people who can hide the TV.
But see, that's the point I'm trying to make to you.
I just said that, but again, you're not listening. What I'm saying to you is how you find those people.
That's what I'm gonna say, though.
Hold on, slow down. The way you find those people is you have to show up at council meetings. You have to show up literally in your city where it matters. You find that information of people who are going to take that information and do something about it. You go to the community that you live in.
Go to work and go to school, sister. This is the problem.
Yes, but if you're selling it,
you have to find time to give
if you're already out in the street, you said you're already out in the street. And if you're already out in the street, then you should have all I said is you should have multiple options
to get your information that you're selling to give to the people in the street. If it's your physical, hold on. If it's your physical,
people not coming up here on the media to talk about reparations. I don't understand why y'all don't understand that.
You know what? Maybe that's what's happening in your city, but that's not what's happening here. And again, I'm gonna say it's not even what's happening in California.
Talking about reparations up here in Jersey too. Stop. We got a reparations legislation number.
So why are you talking about
legislation number, bro? So let's not act like we're not talking about it up here. We saying the folks that go to school in the street every day, don't matter the hood, state, where you at. We're not
talking about it. Who are you talking to that go to work in school every day that's not talking about it?
When we talk about media and we talk about the things that's going on in the world, because reparations ain't the only thing, sister. You know what I'm saying? The Knicks just made it to the playoffs. Like, hello, can we get some water cooler talk?
Okay.
I don't want to
people can talk about more than one thing. All I'm saying is for you,
if we talking about the masses of 40 million people plus,
have you talked to 40 million people? But have you talked to 40 million people?
The average people that's up here every day online is not looking for anything surrounding what we're talking about.
But again, I just said,
and I have a logical explanation for that. I actually studied the numbers, brother.
No, because you're trying to argue. You're trying to argue about the mass of people, and I'm telling you, in your proximity, only your proximity, not the masses of people. Stop trying to focus on the masses of people on social media. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Yes, they are. If they were not talking about, if they were not, because I'm going to point something out. I don't know. DJ, you're listening. You know, because you just want to argue. Okay, I'm a man. I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue because it's not even a debate. It's not a debate. No, you're not debating facts. You're debating your opinion. Your opinion is the masses of people are talking about reparations, and that's not true.
About media.
DJ.
I'm the one with 30 years experience, not you. So you don't have to DJ.
30 years experience is what? What are you talking about?
I'm explaining to you about media. The average person is not
going
to talk about reparations.
That's not true. Because 30 years of experience in media, you would know that literally
Don't say I wouldn't know. I know.
Oh my God.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm debating.
You're not debating me. You're not debating facts. Because again, if you were focused on media, you would actually pay attention to what's happening into the media and why it is we have white folks actually trying to literally pass legislation to have reparations not be a focal point on the state's level, that states cannot pass or have commissions. If you were focused on the media for 30 years of experience, then you would actually because you would actually mention the mere fact that CNN just had a man on a whole panel on CNN. Where a guy got on there and it's recorded recently.
That's the Ku Klux Klan.
What are you talking about? But people tune into that media. And you said streaming don't matter. Netflix makes $95 million. Streaming does matter.
Is that media platform right for us? Get off the media. It's right.
Okay.
Because CNN put a report out. Because Fox put a report out.
I got it. You got it, DJ. You got it. You got the answers. You got it.
Everybody coming up to look at Fox News because they talking about reparations. You sound silly.
You got it, DJ.
But you sound silly though, because
I don't sound silly. Because Fox News is not the only news media out there talking about reparations. I just said CNN, MSNBC talking about it. Everybody tells me that. The only people that are not tuning in to is you. That's it.
No. You want to make it about me. You done said me 1,000 times. I'm arguing the facts. Stop.
That's because we're talking about you and your business.
Talk about digital media, because that's all it is. A different format of the media. Paper, tape, DVD. Which one you want? The average Joe, black people, is not coming up here to talk about reparations in this scenario.
That's not true.
All right. Go ahead. You're right. Show me the receipts of the actual analytic statistics that it is true. That's what I want to see. Like I said,
Just turn your TV on and your radio.
that don't mean nothing. Folks is doing anything in their power to try to end PRT, put all the reparation stuff. They doing everything in their power for you not to hear about this stuff. And then again, you got our folks, our own people, that beat down the street, understand this information, and will still disrespect you. So how is people really out here talking about this stuff?
I don't know who you're talking about. So again, I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You're talking about individuals.
Black people.
I know.
We're talking about
Stop saying you don't know what I'm talking about.
We're talking about black talk. At the end of the day, let's get to the bread and the butter. We're not doing enough. And the story ain't about no talking. Because it ain't no more talk. It's over. I don't think y'all can understand why we having these spaces every week. Nah, because at the end of the day, it ain't about y'all talking. Show me the statistical numbers of people coming up here black.
What the hell happened? I don't even know what happened, bro. The shit just went dark on me. Like volume, there's no volume anymore. And I'm in the space. Is my phone tripping? What the fuck is happening right now? Oh my god, this thing's about to collapse. I can guarantee you it's about to collapse on me. Holy shit, bro. The app is acting weird. I'm gonna go out, try to come back in. Because the app is acting weird. My phone is acting weird. Gotta hurry up. This shit ain't launching. See? Yeah, the app is frozen, of course. Shit won't launch. Golly, come on, bros. What the fuck, man? I mean, that shit's all the way fucking locked. Locked completely out. I was able to turn it off and on one time and get back. I might have to do that, man. Damn it. Shit won't even, like, the app is totally locked out, totally froze up. That's fucking diabolical. Close that, won't respond. See the bullshit? That's what we doing. Here we go. I'm in. God dang, bro. See what happens. See if we still rocking. Yeah, we still rocking. Oh my goodness, man.
What's smart about
damn, son.
Results?
They do crazy. They do crazy shit. All right, YouTube. We've been rocking for a minute. It's 5 a.m.
From my experience,
wow. That's like 8 hours. So we're going to peace out on the YouTube because it is 5 a.m. And then we'll see you next Saturday, as always, every Saturday. When the bar's up and running, I'll probably be somewhere incognito with a little bit of music in the background. And we'll have to kind of deal with that. But definitely see you next Saturday. And until then, be safe. Keep your head on a swivel. Have situational awareness for your surroundings. Please don't put yourself in harm's way.
Whatsoever.
Think about not attending large events, large crowds, soft targets as much as possible.
A Black American family needed.
Peace
and
migration and reparations.
Essentially no place
and I will see you next week. Peace.
There was no place in the U.S. that